Okay. Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a hot minute, friends. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mute my stream, so let me do that immediately. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you can tell it's been a while since I've done this. Yes, hard wooden sock. He's alive. Wordy, always a pleasure. Thank you for being here. Professor Meat. Hey, Lilac Doll, how's it going? Hard wooden sock. Always a pleasure. And Blouskittle, who can forget? But we have some lovely guests today, and we don't have too much time. Tonight's going to not be a very long stream, but I think it'll be a very interesting stream because we have some very interesting guests. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. Um, so we were going to get into the topics tonight. As you can see, our censorship and platforming, and we have people here with pretty different views on this. So it's an important topic. It's something that's come up recently of late. And it's something we need to talk about. So that's what we're gonna do. So please, Mad Lad and Erudite, if you'd like to introduce yourselves, be my guest. We'll start with Mad Lad and then we'll work our way over.
No, sure. My name is Matt Ladden. I stream on Twitch. I'm a professional chess coach, but I also have a chess business, publish a chess book, and do a lot of really cool variety things on the platform. So I'm into Twitch politics, the chess, obviously, games, all that other stuff. This Sunday, I am working with Tech Josh Biller, and the Mighty Mike to launch a brand new Twitch show called the Weekly Stand Up. It's going to be about workers' rights in game development. So if you're interested in that, you can check us out at twitch.tv/weekly stand up, all one thing, no underscores. And you can check us out on Twitter with weekly_stand up.
Oh, well, first of all, I'm sorry to interrupt. Blaskill, you're the best. Fetter Memphis, you're the best. Thank you for the warm welcome back. Okay, well, yeah, Bad Lad's a good friend of mine. We've worked together before. He actually is the one that gave me this lovely graphic. I don't know if you all like this, the Wick After Dark special, but thank you for being here. So, please, Erudite, if you'd be so kind as to introduce yourself.
Sure, yeah. So my name is Erudite, or Not So Erudite is kind of my full name. I just recently started streaming here on Twitch. You can also find me on TikTok and other social media platforms. I tend to more talk about like social media, like psychosocial issues, and I bring in kind of my background from psychology and mental health a lot of times into these types of conversations. And I'm pretty new to the whole like debating scene, particularly. So yeah, I'm just kind of excited to see where this goes. I don't think I need much more introduction than that.
That's fine. So I know that Bad Lad, you've had some recent issues with platforming. Do you feel
Yeah.
comfortable sharing that story? So maybe to kind of frame
Okay, yeah. So to give context, I have been anti-platforming folks who are questionable for a long time. And then come the new year, I was in a particularly interesting place, crossroads, if you will. And I was offered this opportunity to moderate a political shit show panel. And this political shit show panel was going to be the first after certain occurrences happened on their server. And it was going to have just everyone that has ever been questionable the platform involved, and folks who are strong advocates for or against platforming, all in one space. It was like a 20-person panel with all sorts of actors in it, and it was exactly how that would sound, a complete shit show. The server was actually deleted at the conclusion of this panel, and it kind of made set the discourse for like a week. So it was an interesting experience, and this was part one of me kind of learning what platforming actually is and does. So like I've had this opinion beforehand, and this crossroads kind of had me kind of questioning a lot of my what I normally do. Like, am I taking my decisions for granted, if you will, granted, if you will. And so I thought I would say yes to this thing, see how it turned out. And I learned that there are multiple facets of platforming that we can kind of get into and discuss. So like a lot of it's gonna be through this lens, this very specific lens, where I'm approaching this from like an educational standpoint. But I do have like some kind of wider thoughts attached as well, like a much more broader historical context and scale that I would like to add to it as well.
Okay, thank you for sharing. So yeah, let's get into it. Let's talk about it. Erudite, do you want to give us kind of your opinion overall on platforming and censorship and things?
Yeah, so I think that there are definitely times where it is important to be cracking down on certain things, right? It seems to be decently effective at disrupting some level of like ISIS, extremist kind of terrorist organization kind of communication, but overall, to me, the evidence isn't very strong in support of deplatforming overall. It seems to be the case in my estimation, based on what I've seen, that when we deplatform people, even when they have really, really terrible takes, what it does is, yes, there'll be a little bit less of a loud voice in that space, but then they go to alternative spaces where they can talk, and they often get more extreme and more toxic. Particularly, I'm concerned about a number of incel groups and other kind of extremist hate groups that were deplatformed, went to kind of their own gab, stuff like that, and echo chambered each other into more extreme positions, and sometimes it actually led to violence. And that's what I'm really concerned about is having this deplatform leading to really, really negative outcomes and more division.
But you do acknowledge that there are times and places where it would be and makes sense to use censorship and deplatforming.
Yeah, I think it's probably a better rule of thumb to not. But there are absolutely certain circumstances where it may be warranted, and I'm willing to talk about what those circumstances look like. I'm not fully fleshed out on what precisely, which specific circumstances I am willing to say, yeah, we should probably deplatform.
Certainly, certainly.
Cool. So we're on the same page. It sounds like we're both like exploring the topic and like trying to figure out what we like and what we don't like, but we're slightly like on the opposite end of the fence in terms of like where we're leaning.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, I'm definitely, I'm very much the type that like I don't try to like marry myself to any idea too strongly. I try to like make a decision, and then I try to go through data and then figure out if my decision is correct, and then I try to steel man against my decision with other data and kind of come to a much more fleshed out, intelligent position on it. And I think nuance is really important. That's where like those little details of like, of course, there's going to be certain exceptions where maybe this and maybe not, and are there alternatives to platforming that we can talk about as well? So that's kind of broadly where I'm at right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of like the process I go into. I use like some mixture of like in deductive reasoning and just with the information I have available to like kind of explore what grounds are possible to take on a topic, and then use subsequent data to like kind of fill in the gaps and then figure out where I need to be. And like I have no intention of like dying on any specific hill here. So if there's like some points that I need to explore, I'm very happy to do so. I guess like so I think we can explore this in a few different lenses. Okay. Like I think there's like the sort of impact lens, like the lens basically what happens to the actual deplatformed, which is what you just talked about. I think we would talk about what happens to everyone else. That's like its own separate lens, right? Because the idea of deplatforming someone is to keep the toxic ideas from reaching everyone else. So I think that's like probably the battle that we have to pit, like who's more important and how, not necessarily even who's more important, but like what's the order of operations in terms of removing toxic ideas. And then I think there's also this other aspect to it, which is like, basic profit motive, because like my experience with platforming is on Twitch, which is all about profit motive. That spicy panel that I had gave me more viewers than I've ever had doing anything else. And like I streamed like, the state's chess cup, right? So like across the country, everybody's playing, like, the top two states were playing chess. And I still had like, twice the viewer count in comparison, right? And like, it was like, I think it was like my first hype train, a few other things were going on here. So there's a lot of profit motive that like kind of undermines the dialogue. And I definitely would like to touch on that as well. So what are your thoughts on impact, actually, Erudite, like in terms of not the people who are, sequestered out, but the folks who are like remaining? Like, would you say, I guess, okay, so you talked about folks getting more toxic in their own like little tiny sphere. Do you think those more toxic ideas would have a broader impact on the greater population than what it was before? Is that like a concern?
In general, I might need to re-clarify your question because I'm not totally sure precisely what you're asking here. So correct me if I start answering and it's not at all what you're asking.
Sure.
My concern with deplatforming even like really toxic, dumb ideas is that I think there's a lot of kind of social shaming and certain things that are kind of inherently built into our social exposure and navigation that naturally correct a lot of these bad ideas. And when we deplatform them, they don't get naturally corrected. And so individuals who maybe are just beginning towards their extremism, but maybe are still like pretty easily savable with like one or two conversations, they're going to fall right into that extreme group if they get immediately deplatformed and not engaged with. Am I answering kind of what you're asking at all, or am I just going on a random tangent?
Well, no, I actually like that. I like this tangent a lot. It kind of fits into sort of what I wanted to discuss. So I'd say like close enough, I think. Because I'm still like I'm kind of like in my head. There's a lot of like vague, abstract directions we can go with this topic, and like everything I'm doing right now is just like trying to like narrow the band of what our conversation is going to be, because we can go like all sorts of directions. So I think this is actually like a perfect like place to go, because there's a social shaming that you just like express, which I think is actually very natural. Yeah, if someone gives a bad take in public, everybody's going to shame them, or enough people will shame them for that take that maybe they'll change their mind on the take. But I guess the question is, what is social shaming? Because I feel like there's like, a spectrum of what social shaming is. Like, the very softest social shame is like, I don't think that's quite right, versus probably the most extreme, which is this idea of you shouldn't be platformed in the first place. Like, right, like you could remove someone from the platform as like one extreme of social shaming. So I'm just kind of wondering, would you say then that the social shaming idea is or your preferred version of social shaming would be like the soft to basically everything except for deplatforming the person?
So yeah, I mean, I'm broadly not for harassing and bullying. I think in general, when we engage in harassing and bullying, people's minds don't change; they just become kind of validated in their like in feeling basically like a martyr or a victim, right? But there's a certain level of social shame that can happen. For example, think of like Facebook, right? So you're having a really big debate with somebody on Facebook, but everyone who kind of knows you in your personal life can see this debate, right? And some people might like talk to you and be like, hey, this is really weird. What we've noticed, I've seen some data about how basically when people get basically really public and vocal on social media platforms, and then it kind of gets brought back to their personal lives, we actually see that they'll often moderate based on kind of the social pressure that they experience, where people are being like, hey, like maybe chill, or like, yeah, you're a little too intense there, right? Like those are really like, that would be the most mild form of social shaming, of being like, yeah, you should probably like chill out a little bit on this, right? It can even go so far as to people kind of pointing out like really bad logic within your argument, right? So if you're debating somebody online, even in just like a Facebook post or a Twitter, I mean, Facebook's pretty archaic, but like a Twitter thread or something like that, they might start pointing out like major logical errors within your argument, right? And you might start getting more and more flustered. And so people are going to get upset, they're going to get overworked. And probably in that conversation, they're not going to move, but a lot of people will take conversations and then think about them and mull them over. And that's where I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more movement, right? So you might not see the movement and the fruit in the conversation itself, but most people think about things to some extent.
Right. So like if someone's invested in their relationships with someone who they disagree with, they're more likely to try to like restrain the hippocampus basically and try to find some sort of compromise point basically, which I agree with. I think that's like actually that's pretty genuine. I can even express like moments where like, I'm interacting with folks whose opinions are completely beyond me whatsoever. But I am certainly willing to engage with their rhetoric, or like, reduce my own levels of rhetoric to make them feel safe and warm and comfy. So I agree with that. I guess like the question is, in the context of deplatforming, right? Would it then make sense? I mean, I guess like I'm wondering how this would apply in those circumstances. So like, let's say someone is on a Twitch panel and they're giving like this take that is like a race realist take or whatever, right? And they have friends on the platform who know that they have this take. Like these are individuals who are like popular for having these takes, or not popular, but like they're social.
They're known for it or whatever.
Yeah, there's like there's a technical term for your social where your gravitas comes from. Your not even gravitas, it's your credentials, your bit, your fine, it's fine. Well, it'll come to me like an hour after we're done here, and I'll be really sad. But like their shtick is to be this person. That's their persona. Ooh, I like that, persona. Maybe that's the word I was looking for. Their persona is this, and so their community members, their friends on Twitch, the people they've been able to interact with, will have accepted them for this perspective already, right? So I guess like the question is, how does the investment in relationship impact that aspect of things, right? Because like if someone is spouting off and giving these dark takes live to an audience, that's like the cost. We don't get that benefit of someone in the back saying, are you sure you want to believe in this? Like, are you sure that we can be friends still? Like anybody who's not going to be your friend has already removed themselves from the picture, right?
Right. I mean, to some extent, I think like that's probably a really toxic element that's come out of cancel culture a little bit, is that like we can't be friends with people who disagree with us, right? I'm actively friends with multiple people that I disagree pretty strongly with on a lot of things. We've just been able to kind of have this understanding of we're going to disagree on things, but that doesn't change the fact that we care about the individuals, in part because we've kind of put ideas as like objects that we both analyze between us, not as something that is like inherent to the character of the other person necessarily. So I guess like to answer your question a little bit, I think what happens on Twitch, to be honest, is just about like what happens on like high school settings, right? Where people form into cliques, they tend to engage with one another. It's like, how do you reduce cliques, right? Well, we have individuals who do panel platforms. So for people who are willing to debate on stuff like this, they come onto these panels and they talk and they engage. Now, talking heads are almost never going to be motivated to cede their positions usually. Like you said, profit motive. There's no benefit for them to do so, right? They kind of have to run it out. Usually when I'm debating like kind of talking heads of certain positions, my view is that I'm not really concerned about convincing necessarily the talking head. I'm concerned about convincing the audience, right? And seeing if I can move people who are listening, which I think has more potency, because talking heads are always going to be motivated to stick to a position regardless of what they say. I think Wick just experienced this when he was debating politically provoked Britney, right? Like there was no motivation to move the position because she's monetized by a large part for her positions.
I'm going to interrupt real quick and bring in our other guest who has some very strong views on this, Mixed Vivian Wolf. Let me adjust the cameras. Hey, hello, how are you?
Hey, hello, how are you? There is no camera. I don't do. I'm not
That's
doing
fine.
camera.
That's fine. We'll just have your voice on. Oh, Professor Meat, this isn't open quite yet. We're just gonna keep it small for now. So if you don't mind, do we not have locks on this? I'm terrible at this.
Sorry.
I mean, it's definitely locked. It's definitely locked to me. But yeah, Jesus, some fucking people. Okay, I don't think my views are like, people like to represent my views as being extraordinarily extreme, right?
Okay.
But actually, my views are sort of generally the accepted views of most Western media outlets, right? Like, it is very rare that you will have an open fucking neo-Nazi like platformed on CNN or whatever, right? Now, it's definitely happened. They've interviewed Richard Spencer and so on, but the blowback, the blowback, whatever, the clapback from that, right, was significant. And so my views are like also not that far removed from the views of the general public, right? because those media stations, they get that same amount of pushback. I'm really, really tired of being presented as though I have some kind of like ridiculously radical extremist view on platforming, when I'm literally like, hey, maybe we should think twice before we start uncritically fucking platforming Nazis. I think that's a real misrepresentation of where the world is at, and it speaks of people being in a bit of a bubble when it comes to Twitch and like these more
There's only one
unregulated
type of
online
eel.
political
Okay.
spaces, where anything and everything kind of goes, and any restriction
only
on the
one type
topics
of eel. Okay.
that we might want to discuss, or the people that might want to be involved, is seen as somewhat of an overreach. Mostly because it eats into the profits and the attention of the people involved. Let's be honest, nobody's really doing this for altruistic reasons. It's it's just more profitable to have a panel on white genocide than it is to have a panel on single family occupancy zoning. Yeah.
Right. And that's the other thing too. Like I was, I don't know if you caught this, but I was like splitting it up between like, the impact of platforming like on society as a whole or a community as a whole versus like the profit motive, which is its own independent thing. Because like I think Twitch politics streamers overall are, even though we're a community in a sense, we're all like very independent operators. Like everybody's got like their own stream, their own communities they built up, their own discords. Like everybody has to be in 100 different discords to even participate and get the word out. And so folks are kind of out for themselves in this sense. And a lot of people, I mean, the stream that I did, the thing I moderated, made me more money on Twitch than anything else I've done, right? So like there's like this huge incentive for me to keep going with it. But like, there were some very clear problems. Like I don't feel great about the things that it's like my sense of ethics that's like limiting my desire to continue to do this. Like I could every week find some insane person to bring on, or some like very controversial person to bring on, and just say, hey, behold, look at the spectacle, and make all the wealth. And like there's yeah.
Oh, no, it's okay. I don't mean to interrupt. Go on.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, and so it's I think one thing we have to fight when we're talking about this, like I think we can come to like a conclusion that is like very reasonable in terms of impact. Like, okay, we should not platform these individuals, we should platform these individuals. And we can come to this, and then we have to also balance it out with the folks who are going to platform everyone anyway, and then try to figure out like how we can combat that while also trying to reduce harm with our impact.
So I do have a question. I do have a question for you, Mad Lad, because you brought up a few interesting points, and I do have a question for you as well, Vivian. And I want to give you the chance to, instead of me telling everyone what I think your position is, to have you express it in your own words.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I think that's just basic respect, and I try to show people that, even if I do disagree. But first, Mad Lad, you mentioned impact, and the impact it has when you platform people who are problematic or what have you. What metric are you using to measure that?
So in this specific case, like, so this is all anecdotal, right? Like I'm referencing my experience and like
Sure,
what I had going on.
certainly.
Right? So what I noticed in the discourse that very week, after I had actors like on this panel, we had like Politically Provoked Brittany, we had Mr. Girl, we had Anna Voir was there. There's like a bunch of people that were, and not to compare, they're not the same level, right? It's everybody's controversial for different reasons.
Oh,
so like I would never say that Anna Voir is like a problematic actor to the same degree whatsoever as Mr. Girl or whatsoever as Politically Provoked Brittany. Like completely different scaling, but like everybody has been considered controversial in this platform for a very different reason, right? And then everybody was in this space, and everybody was excited to see like the blood sports and all this other stuff happening, right? And what I noticed after that was that other big streamers were watching this for content on their respective streams, right? So, wow, crazy panel that caused a Discord server to get deleted. Well, let's watch it. Like the video got like 4,000 views, something like that. Like the first day afterwards, so it was a lot.
So I guess
And
oh,
the
sorry.
second part, the more critical part, is that other streamers started platforming these individuals who had been up to that point blacklisted for one reason or another. Like all of a sudden they were getting more traction, being able to show up on more panel shows, and like it almost was like legitimizing the behavior pattern.
Could I
Right.
could I maybe step in just to ask if we could maybe
Please,
ground the
yes.
conversation in like two definitions? Because I think I'm having a hard
Mhm.
time following, being like, what are we really talking about without clarifying two things? Which is, number one, what does everyone think the goal of platforming should be? And secondly, what is the goal of deplatforming? What's the purpose behind it? What need or purpose does it serve?
Sorry, I just need a moment to like make sure
Yeah.
I don't want to bear myself to like a point. So I guess so you want to define what is platforming or what the goal of platforming should be? The goal of platforming, right?
I think we all know what platforming is broadly.
Yeah. So the goal
So the goal of it.
the goal of platforming. I think there's multiple goals depending on whether we're talking about societal versus individualistic, right? If we're looking at like societal goals, I think the societal goals of platforming that we should be I think that's like a very subjective question actually, because I think a lot of people have a lot of different reasons to platform. But the reason why I would want to platform someone specifically would be either get the word out about something that's very educational, so share a story that was helpful and beneficial for the greater good on some level, or get the word out about something that is like a significantly good project, I guess. Like something like let people know that there's a good cause that they can actually put themselves work themselves towards, I guess. So it's like beneficial for society or beneficial for a cause. I think I would like break that up into like two parts, and then I would also say that like the cause can also be like combined with profit motive, because like I think you could say that you're platforming X, Y, or Z to make a buck or make a buck for a specific cause.
Okay, so the goal is to basically get the word out for ideas that you're behind, education, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think.
Miss Viv, what do you just so I have a working idea, because I don't know what your guys' views are.
Oh. Well, the goal is, I think Madlad said it all right in a more roundabout way than I would.
Do you maybe want to answer the question then of what would be the goal of deplatforming? Because that question hasn't been answered yet.
Sure. So the goal of deplatforming is one. Excuse me. One, it makes it harder for people to be able to spread their ideas and recruit people to the cause. Two, it helps to defend communities and spaces from being overwhelmed by reactionary pieces of shit. Yeah, that's about it. That's what deplatforming does, and it does it very, very effectively. Whereas platforming, even when you think you've won the argument, humiliated the person, made them look absolutely fucking stupid time and time again, has still helped the individual who's been humiliated.
Right. Okay. So what are times that you should deplatform?
So for me, deplatforming should happen when the actor who is the actor who's being deplatformed should be doing something to cause harm to either society as a whole in some way, or the actor is going to cause direct harm to a small number of individuals and their behavior is like malicious in nature, if that makes sense. So like if someone's being a bully towards a small number of people, that would be an indicator that they should be deplatformed. But like, let's say one individual is like fighting for justice against a small number of people, I would say that they should not be deplatformed, because yes, it's going to cause harm to a small number of people, but there's a sense of justice attached to that.
So there's a really simple answer to this, and it's just like what views as a society do we want to deem unacceptable? What arguments or debates do we want to deem as having having been solved, right? Because the idea that we should keep debating on one topic forever and ever, never settle the question, seems to me to be fucking pointless. What's the point of debate if we're never going to get to a fucking answer, right? And some people might call this dogmatism. Now, I'm not a big fan of Zizek, but I do think that he said something very poignant when he said that, like, a certain amount of dogmatism in a society is a good thing. For example, I want to live in a society where it's considered a settled question that you should not rape another individual, right? I don't think that that should be up for debate. I don't think that we need to listen to or hear out the arguments of individuals who say I should be allowed to violently rape other individuals, right? I think it's perfectly fine if we dogmatically, as a society, decide we're not going to fucking do that, right? And we don't need to hear arguments in favor of it. And I think the same can absolutely be said of, some of the more extreme ideologies, like fascism and Nazism. We had we had wars against these fucking people. We liberated people from the concentration camps and tallied the fucking dead. Okay, we know where the shit leads, and we have settled the question as to whether or not this is a good fucking idea, right? There's no need for it anymore.
So the thing that I would say in response to that, and I had my moderator hat on for a while, but I do want to interject my opinion because I do have opinions on this. Um, when we talk about things like settled questions, I agree that there are certain things that I'm not a free speech absolutist. I think censorship works and deplatforming should be done. For example, where I would draw the line is if someone is doxing someone or someone is calling, like saying this person lives at this place, let's go get our weapons and go do harm to them. That absolutely should not be allowed.
Let's not
But
conflate doxing with the second thing, though. Two very different things. But yeah,
fair,
carry on.
but one can like swatting. Let's say swatting then. Calling up
Sure.
someone and saying, these people are doing this at this place, and they're having drugs, so go send the cops after them. Hey, thanks for the follow, Wolf. But I do want to push back on the notion of like things like Nazism is a settled question. Not that Nazism isn't a settled question, but even back in 1940, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses who wouldn't salute the flag were called Nazis. They were seen as Nazis by the public. The court system did them dirty and did not support their rights for a very long time.
Because they wouldn't
Salute the flag.
Okay.
They were considered Nazis.
I think we can all see that that's absolutely fucking
I understand we see that now, but at the time they did not, and so there is a danger. There is a danger when you say Nazis shouldn't be platformed. Who gets to decide who
right,
is
and that
the
gets
Nazi?
to the and that gets to the root of the subjectivity here, because like at a certain point, like we do have to be hypocritical in terms of making a decision on who gets to be platformed and who doesn't. And I mean hypocritical in the sense that like not every group gets to be treated the exact same way. Like certain groups are so dangerous with ideologies that are so dangerous, and we have to define specifically what is considered dangerous. I think that would be like something we can concretely do, that they shouldn't be platformed. And then like if someone doesn't want to salute the American flag for whatever reason or what have you, then that should clearly be outside the bounds, right? Like that doesn't count. So like if we clearly can define what is dangerous behavior, then deplatforming is a good thing, right? Like we can kind of agree on that. If we can define it in a way that is not like filled with malice, right?
I don't necessarily agree though. And I'm sorry if I'm over talking you, erudite. If you want to jump in, just interrupt me, please. Or you know what I mean. But when we talk about things like causing harm, I think that certain views, even though we view them as noxious, I think it does more harm in the long term to deplatform them. Now, not all views, obviously, but there are certain things that need to be challenged, that we need to step up and say, this is not okay.
Give me an example, Wick.
Well, I'll give you a good example.
No, wait.
Sure.
Of when you think, right, that platforming these ideas and challenging them on a broad public platform, right, has done a significant amount of good.
Would you guys agree
I'm
that broadly race realism is a pretty unpopular position to hold? It's not saying that there are no race realists, but broadly, most people in culture would turn their nose up at race realism. They don't really like it.
I would have said that I would have agreed with that statement when I was like in high school, probably, but like after, I mean, being a brown person on the dating circuit and like and just like so like a lot of anecdotal evidence says contrary is to the contrary. Like I can't tell you the number of women that I didn't date because they were afraid that their parents would have a problem when they brought me home, or same for my brother. But not just that, I would also say
I guess just to clarify, I'm not talking about
yeah,
racism. I'm talking about race
yeah.
realism, which is very different,
Well,
right? They're not bringing you home not because like their parents are being like, oh, there's like biological evidence that this brown guy is inferior to all of us, right? There's probably what's really going on is there's some inductive kind of racist position of being like, oh, we just don't really like want the brown,
well,
like a
they don't
brown
want
person.
they don't want. Well, I mean, they don't want to have grandkids with like curly hair, for example. They want some
I mean,
familiarity, right? Like, is that
usually,
not what race realism is? Like, there's like this
usually,
like
usually racism is couched in some form of quote unquote race realism, and race realism obviously is just a euphemism for the idea that people are like fundamentally genetically inferior based on their race, right?
Right.
But there is Erudite's right in that there are like degrees of separation between the committed race realist apologist and your garden variety mom and pop racist, right?
Right.
Like there's a separate, and I'm not interested in deplatforming some dipshit fucking MAGA idiot from Arkansas fucking posting on Facebook or whatever, right? I would be interested in deplatforming the committed race realist apologist.
Right, right. It's those explicit types. The issue is that I've seen a lot of debates with them where they've been like absolutely and succinctly, completely dismantled, kind of from top to
How
bottom
has
of their
that hurt them?
arguments. How has that hurt them?
Yeah.
Well,
So a really good example that people always fucking bring up to me, being a Brit, is Nick Griffin. Nick Griffin, the leader of the BNP, when he went on Question Time, made to look like a fucking idiot. Had to say all these horrible fucking things, and people generally cite that as the fall of the BNP when he was publicly fucking humiliated on Question Time. Unfortunately, it's just not true. In the immediate election afterwards, they gained votes, right? The BNP gained votes. They gained votes through that platforming because fascists, race realists, these people that you're talking about, they're not operating on the same kind of wavelength as you when it comes to like what winning looks like in an argument or a debate. It's not that they get to make the most rational argument. It's not that they get to logic out their positions and they don't and nobody can defeat them in the marketplace of ideas. It's that they get to say the things. They get to say the things that excite the people who are watching them, right?
So,
Yeah.
no, please go.
And that is enough to get other people to coalesce around whatever kind of particular movement they're trying to push. It doesn't matter if they're defeated in the marketplace of ideas or they have shit arguments or whatever. Sure, if they humiliate the other person, it helps them more. But if they get humiliated, it still isn't a negative for them to have gone on that show. It's still not a negative for them to have been platformed. They've still got attention. They've still been able to say the things.
So I'd be curious to see, because I am not familiar. I'm from America, the country that actually exists. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm not familiar with this interaction. I would, however, question: can we draw a line? Is there causation here? Can we draw a line between this individual being platformed and the gain in votes they had in the election? Would this have happened anyway? Did it shrink the amount of votes that they got? Perhaps they would have gotten more had this not happened. These are questions like that I cannot answer until I see a little more data on this, because it's not immediately clear, at least from the story as it was presented, that these two things are causally related. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, I don't go super in depth in detail on a situation that you guys don't really know that much about, and I frankly am not like I don't have all the facts and figures in front of me. But we can logic it out, right? We
Sure.
can see the mechanisms that are at play.
Sure, but
You
but
have
that's
this
that's my point here.
Mhm.
And the problem
that
is, like, all of this, to be honest, is actually just like heuristical thinking. Like, we're saying, like, we're logicking it out, but what we're actually doing is inferencing correlation equals causation. That's basically kind of what's happening. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that that's not true, but I'm also not convinced, because I've seen a lot of data showing the dangers of deplatforming certain groups, particularly people who you can dismantle pretty succinctly. Particularly extremist groups that then go underground and become echo chambery and much more violent, right? We see lots of evidence of these types of situations, and I do have like I have two separate studies up talking about this.
if you could put those in my Discord, and also I'll link them to the Twitch chat. I don't know if I have links allowed in my Twitch chat, or I just have you do that. But yeah, please, if you have some data.
So what would you prefer? Really, I guess is the question. Would you prefer QAnon, or would you prefer atom morphine? So atom morphine,
I don't know what
extremist
either of
group.
those things are.
You don't know what QAnon is?
No,
Okay.
you could just explain them. Like just explain them to me. I don't know what they are.
Sure. I mean, QAnon at this point is an international decentralized cult based around the idea that, like, that leftist, generally triple parenthesis Jewish elites are involved in a global child trafficking operation on behalf of some satanic cult or cabal, and that Donald Trump and some other people are fighting a secret shadow war against them. It's wild to me that you haven't heard of QAnon.
Well, it doesn't really matter what I've heard, right? I asked you to define it. I don't really know how that's relevant beyond saying thanks. I understand now what QAnon is. What's the other group though that you mentioned?
Okay, sure. Adam Muffin. Adam Muffin are an accelerationist neo-Nazi terror group, mostly broken up at this point, but responsible for a few murders.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're asking
So,
which one I prefer?
well, you got one. There's essentially at this point this global movement that is moving a whole bunch of people down various kinds of like paths of radicalization and inspiring them towards violent action, right? There was the dude who blocked the fucking Hoover Dam with an armored car. There was a father who like fucking killed his kids with a spear gun. There was a woman who tried to assassinate Joe Biden with a car full of knives, and a man who tried to assassinate Justin Trudeau with a car full of guns. Very interesting switch there. Guns for Canada, knives for America, but we're not dealing with the most well people here. So, massive global movement, radicalizing a whole bunch of people in a bunch of different ways, or tiny, very extremist, obviously focused on accelerationist violence, terrorist group, right? That has been kind of pushed underground, is isolated in its own kind of sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of these is causing more harm and more damage? Now, like, don't be wrong, Adam Waffen have killed a few people, and that fucking sucks, okay? But I would say, broadly, QAnon is causing more harm. QAnon is undermining American democracy. It's beginning to undermine democracy in other countries. It's undermining governments' efforts towards the COVID response. It's pulling people who were involved in sort of like the health and wellness spheres, it's pulling them further to the right, and it's subtly pushing a fascist neo-Nazi conspiracy theory, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, the blood libel, pushing that out into the broader public, right? There are so many bad effects of QAnon. It's tearing families apart, isolating hundreds of thousands of people from their loved ones because they're just fucking obsessed with this insane conspiracist cult. So I would say QAnon much more dangerous than fucking Atomov, which, you know, committed a couple of murders and was broadly just broken up.
So
now, what's interesting about this? Oh, go ahead. You're going to say something.
I was just going to say, so prescriptively, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what Viv is saying. You would say that we should be deplatforming QAnon more aggressively than the Ada Muffin group. Am I understanding you correctly?
Well, what I'm saying is that Adam Morphin Division would never have a public platform, right? They're far too fucking extreme for it. They literally advocate for murder and some of their subdivisions for like child molestation and all sorts, right? They're fucked up people, okay? So they're not going to get a public platform. Whereas QAnon, if they had been aggressively deplatformed in the early days, right, might not have got to the stage that it is now. They wouldn't have the opportunity to recruit. I'm not denying that, like the evidence
Hey,
seems
thanks
to
for the
suggest.
raid, Levelhead. Appreciate it. Sorry, go on.
I'm not denying that the evidence seems to suggest that when you deplatform somebody, and they do go into these spaces, right? That these insular spaces are radicalizing, and they're more likely to radicalize in them. However, there are much less people going into those spaces, like drastically less, right? And every time something gets deplatformed, like when we took
There's only
when we
one
took
type
all
of
those influencers off of Facebook and Twitter and YouTube during the COVID pandemic, or based off of like COVID misinformation, their audiences did follow them over to sorry, not COVID misinformation around the election. That was it. Their audiences did follow them over.
There's
to
only one type of
Telegram,
VO.
Parler,
Okay.
Getter, Gab, right? But not all of them followed over, right? Their audiences are much smaller now. Their influence is much lesser than it was, and it's only been with like their creep back onto mainstream platforms that they've been able to like regain some of that. But it's still less than it was. Like the traffic coming past and seeing what they're saying is much less. It's a quarantine, right?
Right.
You
Okay,
have
so you're
to-
worried
you have to
about recruiting for these groups with platforming. That's your major concern with platforming.
recruit so it really depends on what we're talking about here, right? If we're just talking about the Twitch community, I'm more worried about them bringing awful fucking people into the Twitch community and doing harm to the people that are here, right? Which I think we've definitely seen with like hate raids and all kinds of fucking bullshit, big papa fascist horse shit with Queen Alexa and shit, right? Like there's numerous fucking examples, and it just creates a more toxic, hostile environment where more extreme ideas are willing to be discussed, and it's very difficult, like as a as a marginalized person, to find a debate panel that you want to go on where you're not going to be sitting opposite a fucking Nazi or a Groiper at this point, right?
So-
Which is really fucked.
Can I ask you
Super
like a
fucked.
hypothetical? Is it possible that because my understanding is that QAnon, just so you know, when I'm looking to the left, I'm trying to read to follow up because, like I said, I don't know much about it. I actually know about Pizzagate, so I'm starting to be like, okay, I've heard of some of these pieces that you're talking
No,
about.
I mean QAnon's just Pizzagate but global.
Yeah, I'm just reading some documents about it to try to understand. And my understanding is that they have been broadly getting deplatformed, right? My understanding is it started at a 4chan. Pizzagate's pretty broadly deplatformed. I'm not sure about the Reddit. Like I said, I'm just kind of getting versed on this stuff. But my understanding is that QAnon broadly got deplatformed. And so a lot of the most loyal people went underground, and it created this hotbed, right, of conspiracy and lunacy and echo chambering. And so rather than it being loud and proud and people being able to debate it and prove how dumb it is and potentially pull out recruiters.
I just got to stop you because you're just wrong, right?
Okay, but can we let her finish? Can we let her finish real quick, and then you can address?
Sure, fine.
Please.
Well, like I've been respectful to let you finish your positions, and I've also been respectful in like restating your position so that I'm making it sure that I'm understanding you and being a good faith actor. So my hypothetical is, what you're saying is it's beyond clear that this is the effect, right? That we have platformed these people, they've recruited more, and now they're like affecting families and all these things. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily wrong, but I'm saying I'm not seeing any evidence, right? You're not providing me any evidence. What I am saying is I do have evidence from psychology about this effect where when we deplatform people, they go underground, they create a hotbed of conspiracy and lunacy and echo chambering. And then when they pop back up, they do a lot more violent insurgencies, like some of the things that you were listing off. So I'm saying, is it possible that part of what has created this is the deplatforming?
Okay, so
So this is
No,
actually something I
wait.
wanted. Oh, go ahead.
We're just bouncing around between shit now, right? So like when we're talking about um, if we're talking about QAnon and deplatforming in broader society, right? You're just wrong about QAnon being deplatformed in its early days, right? QAnon was deplatformed towards the end of Trump's presidency, around election misinfo and some around COVID misinfo, right? They were not deplatformed before it got to the point where they were like literally inciting an insurrection. Okay, so they were already incredibly extreme at that point, and still are, right? Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, you know, you said yourself you don't know that much about QAnon, and it's been a long fucking 4.5 years ish.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is
studying
the
them for
evidence
myself, so,
that I'm
but
finding isn't supporting what you're saying. I am finding dozens of Reddit pages dedicated to QAnon that have been banned, and so you're saying the timing is that matters. Can you show me some evidence that these Reddit and other social media? I'm assuming that they're going to be on social media, except for, of course, right. The places like 4chan and Gab, we know that they don't deplatform, so I'm not including
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
But the
No,
mainstream
I'm
ones,
talking about the mainstream. I'm talking about generally. I talk about the big three, right? Which is Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Twitter,
Right.
yeah.
These are the ones where like a lot of this shit spreads. And Facebook themselves, right, through their own fucking internal investigations, discovered that this is what they were doing in regards to QAnon and in regards to extremist rhetoric around both COVID vaccination and the US election, right? So I don't know. I mean, there's enough evidence out there to suggest that like Facebook specifically, very much so, was responsible for radicalizing people along these lines.
right? So
Mad
in
Lad, just real quick.
Go ahead.
Mad Lad's been trying to speak, so I'm going to give him a chance.
Oh, appreciate it.
I'm
Yeah.
going to give him a chance, and then Erudite, if you'd like to respond, please.
So I'm going to try to keep track of all the things I wanted to talk about. This is going to be relatively complicated because, like, so I'm looking at the study that you provided, Erudite, and like, I don't think I disagree. I don't think Viv disagrees that like if someone is isolated, if there's a group of people that are isolated in a bubble and they're going to keep conversing amongst themselves, they're going to get more and more radicalized. Like, I think that is like a perfectly valid.
It's a separate problem, though. Right?
It's a separate problem.
We can do other things. We can deplatform and do stuff about the people in their isolated echo chambers.
Right. Like the idea here is that deplatforming by itself is not allowed. Like if you just remove people from the environment without doing anything for the people that are removed, then it will fester and get bad, and then they'll come back and be their own separate problem. Like that's fine. I'm happy to agree with you on that.
Disrupt the echo chambers, though, right? Like I'm not advocating that we just leave them to fester. You can disrupt the echo chambers, but disrupting the echo chambers doesn't mean you go in to one of those echo chambers, find the most extreme example of whatever the fuck ideology is in there, and say, "Hey, can you come on my Twitch show in front of 10,000 people and tell everybody about what you think?"
God,
Do you know what I mean?
10,000 people. I wish I had 10,000 people.
Well, so that's the point. Like, I think we should. I don't want to just embrace the idea of deplatforming. I would call it deplatforming plus, because it needs to be deplatforming plus something to help those who are getting more radicalized. I think you can actually compare this analogously to what happens in the U.S. prison system, where you have people who are like, do minor offenses, get sent to prison on trumped up charges or whatever, and then encounter real gang members in prison who then radicalize them, make them like, badder criminals who then come out of the prison and have like a bad situation. So we don't want that.
Incarceration's garbage. I liken this idea to quarantining, right? I think I already said quarantining. Yeah. And when we quarantine people, we don't just lock them in a room and leave them to die, right?
Now,
like,
I want to
an overall infection control strategy. Yeah.
Now the next thing I want to talk about is like, so the analogy kind of dries up here because like when we're talking about how ideas are spread on the internet, we do need to get into like algorithms and Cambridge Analytica. Are you familiar with that, Erudite?
Sorry,
the Cambridge Analytica situation?
Not deeply, no.
So basically, Steve Bannon had this I don't remember if it was a company, organization, whatever else, called Cambridge Analytica. And what he did, he bought data from Facebook, so people's clicking habits, et cetera, and used that to create tailored propaganda to make people more right-leaning over time.
Okay, we can
And-
definitely talk about propaganda and its place on platforms. I don't think I'm actually going
Right.
to push you back too hard on that one.
Yeah, and like the thing is, like a lot of this, the question about platforming is like how much of it is going to allow the spread of propaganda. Like, is the actual interaction going to cause be propagandic in nature? Can you actually adequately disable someone's attempts at subverting and hijacking a conversation? Like, so politically provoked Brittany, like she's a really easy person to debate with. She's very like there's holes in the arguments. There's a lot. Yeah, like so, like in a sense, I mean, I don't want to just. She's not here to defend herself. I don't want to be like mean. So
Yeah, let's try not to. If
But
these
fuck
people
her,
do
be
come
mean
on,
to
Okay, fine.
fascists.
I mean, it's
okay,
hard to
fine,
say.
fine,
She's a
fine.
talking head. We have no idea, to be honest, what she's actually like. She's a talking head, so I'm willing to say, yeah, she's a talking head.
I mean,
I
okay,
don't
fine.
know her. Well, like, to be honest,
Yeah,
like
sure.
unless you've talked to her personally and you know her like alpha streaming, talking heads are
Yeah,
talking heads.
sure.
I know more
So-
about her than I want to.
Again, let's not get into personal attacks. We don't need to do personal attacks. She's right now.
She's literally a fascist. Stop simping. Fuck me.
Okay, fine. Fair enough.
She literally wants you to be fucking re-immigrated, Magdalene.
okay,
You're
let's
too-
try
you're
to
too
stick
fucking
on
dark for
topic.
her.
Let's stick on the wider
I'm
topic.
gonna be.
please.
I'm gonna be as. I'm trying to walk
Wick
this
wants
line.
to talk about the whiter topic.
The wider with a
The
D.
whiter topic. Yeah,
Well, this is the whole
Okay.
issue that we just talked about. The issue is that we can't
Yeah.
bring nuance into these conversations, Viv, because people want to bleed and lead, right? And saying things like they're a fascist and fucker and all this stuff. That's bleeding, leading. Like that's the same like lack
fuck
of
are you
nuance that we're
talking
missing
about?
out.
Well, we
I'm
didn't talk
talking about-
leading
How
yet.
much- how
Well,
much
no,
nuance do
we
you
referred
need?
to it, and maybe you weren't in the conversation
How
in
mu-
there when we were talking about bleeding to
Well,
leading specifically.
okay.
But the
How
idea,
much nuance do you need?
Just let's
A
let
fair
Erudite
bit.
get her point out. Let's let
We
Erudite get her
absolutely
point
need
out.
lots-
Can I finish? I just
yes,
wanted to
Mad
finish.
Lad, please finish, and then I'll go.
And the thing is, like, first, I think the first step here is to find the common ground, like the parts we agree on, and then we can get into like the little itty bitty details, like the bleeding and leading thing. I think we need to define that strictly before we like start dissecting it, etc. But like, so deplatforming plus, I mentioned that earlier. So we need to come up with like something we can do to help those who have been removed from the platform. And then in terms of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get back to where I was when we this happened. So propaganda. So the idea here is that I think it's very important for us to consider which actors are being allowed on platforms. And like, while politically provoked Brittany is actually a very easy person to debate against, we don't necessarily want to just do this thing where we bring in this person, they're really easy to debate against, and then the other side says, oh, no fair, you should have brought one of our best, right? Like that's a common tactic that happens in these like engagements where people are just willing to debate like the bottom of the barrel and not like, you know, the top fish or whatever. This metaphor fell apart, but like the idea here is that like you're not debating the toughest person on the roster, and there's going to be a clamor for that. And like the type of thing that happens is you have things like the Bill Nye versus the Ken Ham, like, you know, evolution debate that was like completely awful and didn't do anything to like solve the discussion, because like Bill Nye and Ken Ham didn't come from places of like understanding. They were just looking to push their own respective agendas. And while Bill Nye had his stuff backed by, you know, real studies and stuff, he was completely oblivious to what Ken Ham was doing in terms of like talking. And I think that discussion, that actual debate, caused a great deal of harm actually in terms of the discourse on the topic. So I think at the end of the day, even if politically provoked Brittany is easy to challenge and we can deconstruct our ideas quite literally, it's going to undermine our efforts to sequester and quarantine and then help.
Is it helping though? I mean, is she being pushed, or are we just getting more of her Groiper friends on the fucking platform? And is she not just I mean, she's sitting there with over 100 viewers right now, right? Like, it doesn't seem like her being exposed as a complete fucking idiot fascist has really done anything to sort of like hurt her cause. It's helped her. She's making a fucking living off this shit.
Yeah, she is. That's talking heads always make living off of this shit, right? Which is why, like, I can understand the frustration with talking heads.
I'm sorry, not to cut you off too much. I just had two questions for you, Erudite.
Sure.
I know you have like there's two things I wanted to get through. So I wanted to kind of explore the talking heads thing, and I wanted to talk about the bleeding and leading thing. Like I think those are two
what is
critical things.
What is a talking head? Because like, isn't just anybody who gets on Twitch a talking head?
No,
Like,
I wouldn't say so.
Okay,
Definitely
so
not.
what do you mean by talking head? What is that?
So talking heads are people who are going to be profit motive incentivized to say and hold to very firmly certain positions, regardless of the amount of information and evidence that comes in, because they're financially motivated. There's lots and lots of talking heads. I think Twitch problematically, unfortunately, actually incentivizes this type of motivation for making money, right? But I do think that there are people who are willing to engage. For example, I'm not really willing to be a talking head on any position. I want to engage with the evidence. I want to engage with the discourse and try to find nuance and answers within it, right?
Everybody says that.
Okay, but you don't know me and you don't know where I'm going to go with my platform. So I prefer
really,
if we don't
really
make assumptions about where I'm going to necessarily
I'm not making
go.
any assumptions. I'm just simply stating.
That's fair. I'm just gonna set that boundary. I've been enough debates at this point where people like kind of jump right to attacking like me as a person. So I'm just kind of setting that boundary right now. But I guess where I want to go. Okay, so the questions were bleeding is leading. Is that the first question that we kind of wanted to clarify?
Please.
Okay, so I wrote it down as when you were talking about basically this idea, Mad Lad, this is when you and I were chatting, you were talking about that conversation that you had that got really spicy and you had the most views. I think you said that you got like a Discord. I don't know anything about it. It sounds like it was real spicy if you got like a whole Discord deleted and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right? And you, like you said, you're like, I'm struggling with it because the issue is that I know that it was popular because it was spicy, but was it actually helpful discourse? And I think that that's actually a really valuable conversation to be having, because I actually think we can set social norms to kind of try to reduce this if possible.
To make it unprofitable, which is what I advocate for on this platform. So bleeding is leading is the media thing, right?
Yeah.
Where they go to the most horrific fucking car crash or whatever, and that's I get you.
Yeah,
So,
and
okay.
Viv, it might help for you to have background, just so you understand me. I come from a very like strictly academic background. So when it comes to like a lot of like kind of online Reddit stuff, I've only really been on the internet for like a couple of years and stuff like that. And so when it comes to like my orientation with this stuff, I'm really, really big about like data and analysis and all those things, just because that's my background. And I'm not saying that you're not at all. I'm just making it clear that when you're saying like, how do you not know these things? It's just like, I'm new to the space and I'm willing to engage with evidence if it's presented to me, but I'm not willing to just buy into like Twitter headlines because that's what's
cool.
popular.
It just seemed odd to me that we were getting into that I was getting into space on deplatforming for political ideas with somebody who didn't really even know what QAnon was. Like, I just found it difficult to believe that you didn't know what QAnon was. But like, I have to take you at face value, right? Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
You weren't sure if I was being dishonest.
I do want to interrupt here. I do want to interrupt here. I do want to interrupt here and make it very clear that the people I have invited on tonight are the people who I think are being good faith actors, are honest in their views. I've had a lot of interaction with Erudite and with you as well, Viv, as you know, and with Mad Lad, and I know that you are all coming from spaces of honesty and integrity, and so that is why I invited you specifically on. And I know we have very different views on this, but I do want to make it clear that no one here is being bad faith.
I'm not trying to like accuse anybody of being bad. I was saying, right, that just so earlier when Erudite is like, oh, well, I care about the facts and the data. I'm not wedded to any position. I'm willing to change my mind, right? This is what everybody fucking says. It's a vapid statement to us because we have no way of ascertaining the veracity of it, right? I don't know what's going on inside her head. All this is sophistry, right? I would rather hear the arguments than how much you care about the arguments.
Right, and like, that's actually an important point. There are like a lot of actors that exist within the space who will present as like a neutral actor, like Politically Provoked Brit.
She does that all the time. Yeah.
She used to be left-wing host on her Politically Provoked show, right? Mm. And then claims to have been red-pilled into race realism and all this other stuff. And like very clearly, if you look at clips of the show, she's cackling at all the right-wing jokes and cackling when the right-wingers are triumphing on our show, and not so much when the left wing brings up an idea. So like there's like this sort of but like I mean I'm taking you at your word here. Like I understand Wick has done the character check, and I think everybody here
I've
is
vetted
of
you.
good standing. So like I'm not questioning, like I'm being very like I'm open. This whole conversation is going to be had with great charity from me, right? So like yeah, I was completely taken aback by you not having a definition for QAnon, for example, but I didn't question it because I figured that either you wanted to get our definition on it, or maybe you just weren't involved in certain political spaces until now. So like it's fine. It's absolutely fine. So bleeding is leading, just so I'm clear, because we went off the rails for just a second here.
Car crashes are popular.
Car crashes are popular. That would be a summed
white
thing.
kids
Okay.
dying, stuff like that. Yeah, there's things that are really popular that draw eyes.
So basically, the more horrible something is, the more people are going to.
The more salient, whatever is culturally salient. Like I wouldn't say necessarily horrible, right? Because a bunch of black kids dying in a school shooting and a bunch of white kids, I would say, is equally horrible. But there's an issue in our culture, right, where there's this racial bias towards white kids, where we're more concerned about it in large part.
Well, it's actually.
I mean, there's lots of reasons why that is, right? But that's kind of the bleed that leads, and it leads to really bad heuristics, right? It leads to bad heuristics where people are like, well, of course, kids are absolutely like white kids are getting targeted way more often, and you're like, hold up, just because you can think of more examples in your head of news stories where this is the case, that doesn't actually mean that statistically that's borne out, and that's true. Actually, statistically, that isn't borne out.
And so, the continued platforming of, let's say, outright ethno-nationalists, right? People who want to to either preserve the current demographics to a fanatical degree, or want to increase the racial demographics of a particular race, right? So ethno-nationalism, the repeated platforming of it, right, would lead people to believe that it is a more widely held belief than it actually is, and could cause those who are amenable to the idea to become emboldened, right? Because the other thing that some of those studies on Reddit show, and I assume I have absolutely no fucking academic papers in front of me, right? But if you've been looking at deplatforming and you've got some of the Reddit studies, you'll be looking at the ones around, fat shaming, C-Town, and right?
And incel, and the _ Donald Trump. The Donald, actually.
Yeah. So what we found is that, like, when those things were deplatformed, right, that like the spaces that they used to exist in just became a lot less toxic, right? Reddit as a whole became less toxic when those things were removed.
To some extent, but then Gab actually broadly increased in not just toxicity, but also extremism. And actually, there was a really interesting study, that the one that I put out, that actually tracked transfer of basically profiles and individuals from that did Twitter and Reddit were the two that it focused on for this study. Yeah. And we saw that about 78% of Redditors who got banned from these channels moved to Gab, and then bar none, it's a very statistically significant increase in toxicity, much more extreme.
But so also there's a lot of reasons speculated for that, right? So for example, this is a much less moderated space, and so people are just freer to say those things, right? They feel freer to say those things. Now, I'm not saying that, like, obviously I think that these people do get further radicalized in those spaces, but it may not be to the extent that you're suggesting as well.
I'm gonna go ahead, keep going. This is slightly unrelated.
If you're already kind of on a level where you're willing to move over to Gab or whatever, I'd say you're already pretty invested in what this ideology is.
Well, one of the reasons they're willing is because they don't have a choice anymore. They were banned from Reddit.
Well,
correct?
so here's
That's
the
how I
here's the
understand it.
funny part.
Well, no, I mean they do have a
of
choice. Plenty of people didn't move
this.
over to Gab or more
Well,
extreme.
no, not
platforms,
20,
right?
about
But-
less than 20, I think it was 22% chose not to move over from these Reddit spaces. So actually, it's a very
Yeah.
small percentage who didn't move over. So we didn't actually reduce the numbers that much. And whether they're just being more open now, we have to admit that when we start setting tones culturally of saying certain shit, it actually is going to lean towards echo chambers and setting a culture of, okay, extremism is now more okay.
Can
which
I get,
those moderating channels reduced. Go ahead.
Yeah, the 78% that moved over to new platforms. It wasn't 78% moved over to Gab though. It was 78% moved over to different platforms, correct?
No, it was Gab specifically. They only looked
Gab
at
specifically,
Gab. Yes, this study
78%
focused on
from
Reddit, Twitter to Gab.
Reddit and Twitter to Gab after their accounts got banned.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll look
So
into it.
and I do want to just kind of
Oh,
make the point.
have you got the have you got the study? Sorry, I could.
I
I
posted
bring
it on
it-
Wix.
I could
Yeah,
bring
it's
it
in
up.
my
I
server.
fucking read it before, but like I'm trying to do this shit from memory. So...
That's fair. Yeah, take the time to if I can maybe make like a summarizing statement of kind of what I'm trying to get at with here is that going back to maybe the race realist example, because that's where I started at. It doesn't necessarily seem to be the case to me that new race realist people are actually spreading these beliefs to normal people. They just speak to the choir of people that we're always going to believe, right? My concern is that it seems to be the case that the situation is much worse because the same people who are probably always going to be loyal to them are now not being combated. They're not being challenged with their ideas and through words, and they're echo chambering and martyring themselves and coming up with different ways to get back at the system that often are much more violent and dangerous. That's my concern, is that this cancel culture is leading to this type of state, and I'm worried about that.
Okay, so right, so we actually fundamentally do not really. We might disagree on some minutiae, but we fundamentally don't really disagree on the effects of deplatforming, right? So the effects of deplatforming, as I understand them, just to make sure you do agree, right? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the effects of deplatforming, as I understand them, right, are that it detoxifies the space in which the person was in, right? It somewhat restricts their ability to recruit others to their movement. However, it causes them, it causes those that do move to more extreme spaces to become more extreme, right? To become more radicalized.
Correct.
So there's a few good effects on one side, right? I think we'd both agree that we'd really like to detoxify mainstream spaces as much as possible.
I'd probably disagree with you on that one, mostly because to detoxify requires deplatforming, and I'm not sure the risk weighs off. But the second one about recruitment does seem to be the case.
Okay, I'm just saying in a vacuum, right? Like these are things that we
it's better for Reddit by itself because there's less nasty people in there. Sure, it's just I don't really care about Reddit. I care about society.
Yeah, so. All right, so, but the detoxification of mainstream spaces is probably a good thing in a vacuum, right? Without all the baggage you're saying about deplatforming, I'm just saying this is a.
I just don't see it in a vacuum, so I'm having a hard time. I want to have that bridge. I just I don't know where to lay it because I don't know. I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't understand the purpose of the vacuum because the vacuum isn't practical in my view.
So, I mean. Yeah, I know. So I know the vacuum isn't practical. I'm just literally saying, right, that if we're drawing a list of pros and cons, right, here is a pro of this action, right, and here is a con of this action. That's what I'm saying, right?
Sure.
I'm not. Yeah,
we can just agree to the vacuum in and of itself. So we can just
sure. Yeah. Fuck. So we detoxify that space. We limit the ability, not completely restrict, right? But we limit the ability for recruitment because obviously it's harder to recruit from a space that has less traffic than a space that has more traffic, right? It's harder to recruit from Gab than it is from Facebook or Twitter, right?
I would presume so. I'm not sure. I would presume so. I'm not totally sure, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, ultimately, there's a limited population that are going to be using those more extreme websites. But yeah, and the con is the radicalization thing. So I would say if we can keep the good shit, right, and then we have to contend with the bad shit. How do we contend with the bad shit? And that involves like separate actions, right? To move in, break up, and ultimately disrupt these kinds of echo chambers. And that's really quite difficult to do. This is a form of like activism that has been attempted, and we had some success in getting for example, 4chan's host to stop posting them. But then, of course, that birthed 8chan and then 8kun, as they just moved to different hosts that would be more willing to host them, right?
Right.
Of course, they lost users along the way, which is good, I would say. And of course, every time you break these up, you're going to lose. They're going to lose followers, right? And the more you can break them up, the more followers they lose. The less easy it is for them to recruit. But we can't always, when they're hosting in some. They're being hosted by some site in the Philippines. They're being funded by some fundraising site that's based in Russia. And these hosts and these fundraising sites, they have no interest in deplatforming them. Ultimately, there's eventually going to be a point where they're going to be supported, right? There's going to be a supportive economy for them to exist.
Yeah.
And it won't be part of the mainstream, but it will exist, and they will become more radicalized. I don't know how we really deal with those spaces, right? This is sort of an ongoing fight, an ongoing battle, an ongoing discussion of like how to deal with those spaces. But I do think that it's good when they're not in the mainstream, because when they are in the mainstream, that's how we end up with shit like QAnon.
Now, what's interesting? Oh,
go ahead, Bad Lad. I've been talking.
I was just gonna. I just wanted to. So I was looking a little bit deeper into the study, and what they have is something like 300,000 Twitter accounts that they monitored that were Twitter. These are users who had a Twitter and a Gab account, right?
Wait, this is the Twitter to Gab one, not the Reddit to Gab one.
This is
so
both.
there's both in this study.
There's Twitter and Reddit. So they had 320,000 Twitter users that were both Twitter and Gab, and of those users, 20,000 were suspended from Twitter before they switched over to Gab. So this is like so the crossover is actually really, really small. Like it's a very small percentage of. Sorry,
this is a really like a fairly recent one. This is like last year or whatever.
2021 is the article.
Yeah, this isn't the study that I was I was thinking of that I'd read before.
And then this is interesting too. And then the Reddit, it was 145K accounts that were both Reddit and Gab. And then of that, 6K of the people had their accounts banned, and they had switched over to Gab. It was 58% of the people that were banned on Reddit had created their accounts on Gab afterwards, and then 75% of the people who were banned on Twitter created their account on Gab afterwards. So we're dealing with like some incredibly small numbers of individuals who are being transferred over to Gab as a result of their banning overall. And so I guess I'm like, I understand that they're going to get more toxic. I understand that they're going to be more problematic. I'm just wondering if these numbers validate this idea that like we don't want to deplatform them unless they get more toxic, so it's worth letting these individuals continue to participate in a greater conversation. Like at the end of the day, if you get banned from Twitter or Reddit, like you must have said something incredibly egregious. Like Twitter lets you post all sorts of things. I've discovered to my horror recently, as I really got invested in Twitter over the last 4 months, that you can find like all sorts of stuff on Twitter.
Right, but this isn't the question of like
actual,
people bad, like these people bad. That's not really the question that I'm having, because I'm not. I don't agree with their positions at all, right? So I'm not.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with you of being like, yeah, sure, incels not great. Don't agree with their positions. They're pretty shitty, pretty fucking sexist and misogynistic. I'm willing to agree with you on that. That's not my concern. My concern is the radicalization in the hotbed with deplatforming, right? So, for example, Jared Taylor is probably somebody we all know, right? The Whites, that guy. We're all decently familiar with him. So Jared Taylor,
maybe a little bit more for that guy. Okay.
He's a race realist. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
So
Jared
Taylor was deplatformed after he was basically kind of eviscerated on the media. And Jared Taylor, for the Race Realist, was viewed as one of the best debaters. I don't like Jared Taylor at all, but he has good debate rhetoric. He's skilled at debate. And part of the issue with debate, like you said, is you don't want to have like somebody like Brittany come on and they're like, well, she's not the best one. The issue is that Jared Taylor was, to a lot of people, kind of the strongest Race Realist debater, right? And then people started debating him, particularly the left got more involved with debating him on public spheres. And they started calling out his ideas. Particularly, he started falling apart when it was shown that actually Asian individuals on average have a higher IQ than whites do, which just tore apart his white supremacist argument, right? Because then there's no evidence, because that was his like biggest stakehold. So he kind of looked dumb, right? And so he really started to fall out of favor, to the point that, to be honest, normies don't know about Jared Taylor. And then after that, he might have been deplatformed. But this happened before kind of cancel culture really picked up. So he is deplatformed now. But he had his fall from grace before, to the point that like lots of normies, lots of Gen Zers have probably never heard of him, which is good, because he was actually one of the heads of convincing people to a white nationalist. He had effective rhetoric. He was a rhetorician. He definitely played really quick, fast, and loose with statistics, but he was a statistics machine. He just fucking memorized a bunch of shit before he went on. So he was difficult to debate with. But the fact that we had our best debaters go against them, prove where his ideas were really bad, and dismantle him, he became depopularized, people stopped listening to him, and now people don't even know who he is. And that happened all without deplatforming.
Right. And, okay, so that's interesting. I want to get into that, because I think that's actually particularly important. I just wanted to clarify the numbers thing, just so there's no actual confusion here. I probably should have pulled up my calculator, but what you were saying was very interesting. So we're talking about the 6% of users, 6% of the 320K folks with Twitter and Gab were banned, and then 75% of those individuals ended up.
That's Reddit. So
No,
out
Reddit
of
was still 75, was it not?
out of 5,216 Reddit accounts that were suspended, 3,958 created their Gab account after their last post on Reddit. That was a 75.88% transfer.
Right, but if you look at the overall numbers, which is the 145K of people who have Reddit and Gab, right? That overall transfer is like much more small.
Well, not necessarily, right? It depends on what the transfer is going on, because what they're talking about is specifically people who made their Gab after, right? Because if they had both like Reddit and Gab the whole time, these aren't useful for our study, right? We're talking about individuals who got deplatformed, right? This is the fundamental of this argument. They got deplatformed, and as a result, they switched to another medium, engaged actually in more toxic rhetoric, and became more radicalized for their positions. Those are the individuals we're focusing on.
We have both those numbers, is my point, though. So we have both those numbers. Like, we have the number of users. Like, the way that the methodology worked, they found usernames on Gab. They found the same usernames on Reddit. Yep. They confirmed that these accounts were the same, and they confirmed that 145,000 people were, in fact, the same individuals in Gab and Reddit. And then of that, they were able to confirm that almost 4,000 people created their Gab accounts afterwards. So what that translates to is actually a 3% of the users on Reddit created Gab accounts after they got banned from Reddit altogether, right?
No, that's misinterpreting the science.
Why is it misinterpreting the science?
Because the point of this science is to try to say, if you get deplatformed, will you then afterwards go to Gab? They're not concerned about individuals who are on Gab before or after or anything like that. They're wanting to look at...
Why can't it be both lenses?
Because that's not the purpose of this paper.
I mean, I can't even get access to the full paper, so...
I'm sorry. It's on Newswise. It should be open access.
Understanding the effect of deplatforming on social networks, right?
I've got it. I've got just like I took like verbatim notes from it, so I can look through it faster once I.
She's Lee et al.
I'll send you it.
It's by Ali. Yeah, Ali et al. 2021.
Understanding the effect of deplatforming on social networks. Yeah.
Do you have the Newswise link? Like that one wasn't working for you?
I do want to ask
I've got it now.
Just real quick, I do want to ask before we continue. I do want to ask everyone here: is it okay if I open this up? There's a couple people who want to come in as well. Is that okay? Or would you
if we could do that in a minute. Yeah, I wanted to just get
sure.
numbers.
We'll wait then. We'll wait. If you're not ready, that's cool.
I just wanted to.
I have a hard stop at 8,
say.
So
yeah,
I just wanted to say on the topic of Jared Taylor, like that's. I mean, it's a nice It's a nice, neatly packaged narrative, but like there are so many other fucking things that happened with Jared Taylor. Jared Taylor was like so heavily connected, for example, to Richard Spencer through the Unite the Right rally and so on. And we know how much the Unite the Right rally completely fucked with the white supremacist world, right? With the white power movement and who was prominent and who wasn't. We've seen how like Richard Spencer fell from fucking grace after it and got in a whole bunch of different fights with different far right people, and Jared Taylor suffered through his connection with Richard Spencer. So the idea that debate was the thing that felled Jared Taylor, I don't know. It, like I said, I think there's so many contributing factors. I just don't think that is an accurate portrayal of events. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, okay. So we have to talk about two different things. Can we do the numbers thing first? Because I really want to
yes. To what extent do we like care about the numbers? But like, sure, yes, we can do
because
the numbers thing.
well, I mean, the thing is like saying 75% of the people who are banned start Gab accounts is a very telling sign. Like, I agree with that statement. If you're banned and you're moving, like, that's the number of people that are going to find another place to Gab. I get
right,
that.
But and just to be
Absolutely
clear, it's the usership that's mattering, not just the membership. Right? Because they're tracking. So what they're tracking is their last post until their first engagement with Gab. Right? So it's the usership. Right? If they were using Reddit before, that's kind of what I'm saying. That's a good thing because they might have actually been coming across more challenges, right? Once they got banned and they exclusively started using Gab, that's my concern.
Right. No, and like I understand that there's a large percentage of individuals who have been banned who then start getting more active in these places where they're in the echo chamber. I'm willing to concede that point. What I'm hoping that you do, we concede that like overall, like this 4,000 number is significantly smaller than the crossover, which is like 145,000 accounts, right?
Like the whole point is like I'm not sure. It feels to me that that's not an accurate representation of the article. I can go through it again, but that doesn't seem correct, right? Because you're just like running numbers on your calculator and they're using Bayesian statistics and like a Google algorithm system. So I'm not saying you're wrong. Sure. I'm just saying I'm dubious about the conclusions that we're making.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think it's fair. So we could revisit this later. I just wanted to make sure that this is a thing that I would love some clarity on. So if you could explain to me where my understanding
unfortunately this is not the space to do a critical data deep dive into this one particular
sure. Well, no, I mean,
I'd like to keep it more
idea based.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
mean, like, the problem we're having here, right, is that like I don't know how we can really talk about deplatforming in wider society and deplatforming on Twitch in the same breath. There are some conclusions to be drawn from like wider society that can be sort of like transposed onto the situation that we find ourselves in on Twitch right now. But I don't think that they're completely comparable, and those kinds of debates are much better sort of had in writing, article to article. Do you know what I mean? I just I feel like we're having like 5 different conversations at the moment.
Yeah, we are.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll let go of the numbers. I think that's fair. We can.
Maybe let's just talk about the transfer. It seems to be the case that there are a decent number of people who do get deplatformed and move to more radical spaces. That seems to be a decent claim to make. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that.
why are we here on Twitch right now? Why are we responsible for saying, hey, yes, let's open up our space to people who are just have utterly reprehensible fucking ideas and motivations, right? Why are we responsible for that? Nobody here, right? Like I've worked in exit counseling. I hate the term de-radicalization. I think it's fucking stupid. But like, I've worked in exit counseling, right? And I wouldn't even consider myself to be like remotely qualified to do these things. And we're just talking about like random people who exist on Twitch, right? Why are we obligated to have these people in our space? We're just not, right? Like, we're not responsible for solving the world's like radicalization.
I do want to address this. Because this is a very good point that I actually will agree with you, Viv. Like, I do not think it is anyone's individual's responsibility to platform someone. I do not think
consent, right?
that you if you are not comfortable having an idea or having someone who espouses idea on your platform, or to go to a streamer who has that idea, or who is making those claims, I don't think you should feel any pressure to do so. That said, that is an individual choice, and I
No,
think
it's not. It's not
I
though.
do think it is. I do think it
No,
is.
no, no,
I
no, no.
don't think
What I
it's my
mean is,
responsibility to tell you who you can and cannot
okay,
have on your space.
no,
But it's both.
I agree, but it's not. But it's not just an individual responsibility, because we exist in a particular social ecosystem in which, when one person makes the decision to do that, they are making the decision for everybody around them, for all the communities that are fucking connected to them, everybody who hangs out in their fucking Discord. When Prime decided that he was going to make the fucking switch and start having far right, like serious far right ethno nationalist fucking people on his panels, right? A significant portion of people don't go on those fucking panels anymore, right? And the ones that do, the ones that want to remain and want to keep the community that they had there, right? They are subject to that decision. They don't get a choice in it, right? It's just like, you either you stay here with the Nazis, or you go off and try and find
I
some other kind of community that
understand
doesn't
how that is
exist.
frustrating, but at the end of the day, Prime makes the decision for Prime Space. At the end
Yes,
of the
I
day,
understand Prime makes the decision for Prime Space, but Prime
Yeah.
makes it so when Prime makes the decision for Prime Space, and when Mad Lad makes the decision for Mad Lad Space, and when Destiny makes the decision for Destiny Space, Vosh makes the decision for Vosh's space, right? All of these spaces are interconnected. They are interconnected through, through common membership, through being on the same platform, and so on. And you set up a broader ecosystem in which this is the new norm, right? And it makes it very, very difficult for people to be able to interact in that, right? Essentially, what you're doing is you're deplatforming marginalized people who don't want to share panels with Nazis, right? That's what you're doing, right? You're not doing it through saying, hey, we don't want these people on, or whatever. You're just doing it by creating the conditions by where it's far more stressful for them to be able to engage with the space.
I guess like I come from a childhood. My parents are very, very fundamentalist Christian. Not something that I engage in myself at all anymore. However, it was interesting. One of the reasons that like young individuals that grow up in these really conservative spaces, particularly not just conservative but fundamentalist, right, is they do a lot of this exact type of line of reasoning that you're giving me, right? They say, well, yeah, you could maybe bring in a speaker to talk about evolution, but then that's going to affect all these other things, and it affects all these other things, and it affects all of us. So we just can't bring it in at all. In fact, we can't even engage with evolution at all. And the problem is that all that's done in Christianity is it's weakened it substantially, to the point that like most people look at Christianity and they kind of roll their eyes because they're decently anti-science and not very like well versed on anything. And people leave the church at a pretty high rate. Like there's actually like hysteria within like Christian circles about the rate at which young people are leaving because they're getting exposed to like science for the first fucking time, and they're like, whoa, what the fuck?
Right.
Like these ideas are dumb.
And that's what's so interesting about this, is that like your story here and what you're discussing actually can be used to argue for both, right? Like in the one sense, the Christian church is causing themselves a great deal of trouble by limiting exposure and not giving folks a chance to look through both lenses and try to find a way of reconciling the two lenses, right? Totally get that. I understand that. But at the same time, because they are more isolated in their view, and because they have been deplatformed in a sense, right? Like Christianity is still widespread throughout the United States. However,
It's not
teaching
deplatformed.
creationism,
It's not
teaching creationism in a
Yeah.
school or that
How
sort of
did
thing
that
is
happen?
not.
Let me ask you, how did the separation between church and state happen? Did it happen by deplatforming?
I mean, it's never really happened.
Absolutely, a legal separation
Not
between
fully.
church and state happened, right? I'm not saying it's fully
So
cleaved.
we're going to
but
expand the discussion to
legally,
really incorporate all
a
that.
separation happened.
Erudite go, and then Mad Lad can go.
The question is, how did this happen, right? The skeptics rose up, skeptic atheists, and they fucking dogpiled and dumpstered Christian debaters, because a lot of Christian debaters never engage with science. They don't know anything about Bayesian statistics, and they just fucking suck, right? And so they lost. And that's why, broadly in 2022, Christians aren't strongly viewed as like this like group of like intellectual bastion and respect, right? Most people are decently secular. A lot of people kind of roll their eyes and don't care about what Christians have to say. So we didn't deplatform Christians. We just kind of argued them into the dust more.
And now look at the state of the skeptic sphere. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Well-
I'm just. I feel like Christianity has not been like. I feel like on some like in some level this is a much more optimistic take than I would have. I have because I've seen fundamentalist Christianity like undermining like our political process, like in a bunch of different ways. Like, I live in the state of Virginia, right?
Christian
And, like-
nationalism is the single greatest fascist threat to the United States. Like the Christian identity movement, like is the strongest fascist movement in the United States. When they
So this is a
I want to go
So
back
this
to
is a
something.
separate
The
line,
skeptics
so,
have
yeah.
been destroyed. Why? Because progressive left-leaning debaters rose up and challenged a bunch of their dogmatic ideas, and now
This
the
is
skeptics are
inane.
right. Yeah, but that is the progression of ideas. I'm very for progressive ideas. I feel like you broadly are too. I am glad of this transition of debate that happened. We got rid of Christian fundamentalism from legal law, and now the skeptics that were also really dogmatic about certain things have also been largely reduced from platforms. We just don't really talk about them. They're not canceled.
Historically
We just don't care.
speaking, this is a wave.
This
It's never
is not true.
What do you
So
mean?
like it's historically speaking.
Who's the most popular fucking like right wing commentator right now? Fucking Ben Shapiro, right? An Orthodox Jew who's like fucking I don't even know. So we haven't deplatformed these fucking ideas, right? The skeptics, right? The skeptic bros. Ben Shapiro follows in that fucking tradition.
He's
right?
not a
He's
skeptic. There's no way. He's a religious type. He's not a skeptic.
Okay. He follows in that tradition. The intellectual dark web. was,
No,
like,
he's not
born
a
out of that
skeptic.
fucking
But we can't
tradition.
equate Ben Shapiro with a skeptic. We can't do
I
that.
don't-
Nobody cares
I don't-
about skeptics because
I don't-
progressives
okay,
fucking
okay.
annihilated them. So we can talk
Okay,
about
I
Ben
think
Shapiro.
everybody-
We can talk about
we-
Ben Shapiro, but we can't call Ben Shapiro a skeptic. It can't be related to the
We can
skeptic
say that
conversation.
we can say that Ben Shapiro, right, rose out of the intellectual dark web, which was created by the fall of fucking the quote unquote fall of skepticism, right? Like the skeptics, the skeptic movement on fucking on YouTube and fucking who was the dude who kept coming up on all those US TV programs? The head of the Atheist Alliance guy, Dan Silverman, right? Or the other guy, Sam Harris, right? Like
It was
they're
Sam
all-
Harris, Richard Dawkins are the main two, I think. Yeah, for the
Yeah,
skeptic.
Sam
movement.
Harris and Richard Dawkins, also like IDW fucking dweebs at this point, right?
Yeah.
And like while their stars are kind of fading, right? Their successors, like these people are their intellectual successors. People, the dudes leading the fucking charge on CRT right now, James Lindsay, fucking Chris Rufo, right?
Mhm.
It's the idea that like the skeptic movement like is just gone is ridiculous. The skeptic movement morphed and changed into the intellectual dark web, right? Which is a huge driving force in like the insane right-wing nonsense that we see in the United States right now.
This is a separate topic. I think like I would like to go back towards where we are or where we started because I think this is going to require a lot of back and forthing.
I don't think it's a separate topic. I mean, she literally just it
is connected. Here's the thing. What happened to the followers of skeptics? It used to be cool to be a skeptic. You were fucking woke and smart if you were a skeptic, right? In the early 2000s time. And then progressives rose up and they were like, holy shit, there's a lot of fucking problems with this idea. And a whole bunch of skeptics were like, oh, you're right. And they became progressives because of debate and rigor. They shifted their positions. Shifting your positions happens all the time. Of course, the extreme loyal groups aren't necessarily going to shift. But what we're concerned about is the major viewers and moving broad political discourse.
But what was the basis of being a skeptic in the movement, though? Was it not like through like the goal was like intellectual discourse on some level? Like they used intellectual discourse to justify
originally
their.
It was just fuck Christians.
It was
right?
fuck Christians, more or less. It was
Sure.
really like, get the fucking church out of the state. Stop teaching fucking garbage in schools, right? Creationism isn't science. You can talk about religion in religious spaces, but you don't need to be publicly educating. We have a very diverse culture. we shouldn't be indoctrinating people from different cultures into Christianity, blah, 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 blah.
So like, I guess like my point is like, if you're engaging with folks who have this like basis in like trying to like just utility and reality, right? Like their rhetoric is going to be based in that. It's a lot easier to have conversations and work folks out of that mindset versus something that is a lot less debatable and faith-based as the basis of your position, right?
Sorry, I'm not understanding the claim you're making.
So like if you're dying on a hill or because of your faith, it's gonna be a lot harder to debate you out of that position than say if you're on this hill because you have approached this hill from like sort of a scientific
There's only
basis,
one
right?
type of eel.
Like there's an
Are you saying
evidence
it's
and science
not
attached to it.
possible to convince like radical types?
I'm not saying not possible. I'm not saying it's not possible because like you gave your personal story on this topic, right? Like, and I've encountered a lot of this before, of course. So I wouldn't say that. I would just say that like when we're talking about deplatforming plus, which is like where my focus is, right? Like we're removing folks from the common platform and then trying to figure out how to individually work with folks who are malleable and would be interested in a broader perspective, right?
Mhm.
I would say that like maybe the public platform is not the best place to do this in all cases. A public platform works when you've got folks who are mostly focused on intellectualism. But if it's faith based, a lot of it becomes I'm a talking head and I have an incentive to push my personal beliefs because I have like a spiritual reason to do so or other reasons, right? Does that make sense? Am I?
It does. I just don't think,
Yeah.
like, I'm not, as first of all, I've already said, I'm not convinced about convincing the talking head. You won't, because they're paid to be a talking head. And
Well, that's
convince,
my point.
I want to convince viewers, right? What I want is to have, right, with the skeptics, part of what dog shitted them is that they were really intense about, like, not just the correlation between sex and gender, but that they were the fucking same thing. And the progressives started debating that topic a lot. And I would say it is not, we're not wholly there. There's still a lot of debate going on in this area, but we've had a lot more progression in that most younger people, when you talk to like younger teens, kids I work with a lot, most of them just kind of understand that gender and sex are different constructs, right? They don't say that they're necessarily completely uncorrelated, but most kids that I talk to understand broadly that when you say woman, we're talking about a gender identity, whereas when we're talking about sex, we're talking exclusively about genitalia and like chromosomes and stuff like that, much more biological lens. That was a really effective thing that the progressives did against the skeptics. That was effective debate. It moved political discourse, and a bunch of skeptics came to that side, including like lots of people that I know.
Right, and my point is that the skeptics are...
Time out. I'm going to give everyone a 5-minute warning here. 5 more minutes, because I know people have to go. And 5 more minutes, then we're going to transition to outros, and I'll give everyone a space to make a closing statement and, shill your shit, and then we're going to close up. So thanks to just letting everyone know what's going on.
Yeah.
Continue.
So I just want to say that, like, so I agree. Like, you can debate with skeptics and get folks to abandon an ideology if there's like a problem when the basis of that ideology is through logic and like reasoning, right? So like that makes sense. My point is, and I used the term talking head slightly incorrectly here. I was saying that anyone who is, maybe I shouldn't, anyone who is going into a discussion from a place of faith, right? Like I have faith in this idea. You cannot budge me because I have to have faith in this idea. By the very nature of that construct, that idea, they're going to become a talking head independently. And to push someone off of that hill, there needs to be some sort of greater relationship between the faith talking head. Maybe I need to come up with a new
I
term
just
here,
wouldn't say that that's
versus...
true. Christians are broadly much more, okay, so there are some fundamentalist types in Christian spheres that are pretty loud and really obnoxious. Most Christians, if you actually poll them, particularly if you're going to look pulling in more like liberal areas, but broadly, most Christians are actually much more progressive than they used to be even 20 years ago, right? Because to be honest, a lot of people think that like debate all comes down to just like logic, but most debate comes down to really good rhetoric backed by good evidence afterwards, because you want to appeal to people. And so there's kind of two major thinking systems that people utilize when they're trying to come to a decision about something. We call it system 1, system 2. System 1 is fast, it's heuristics, it's feelings, it's based on schema that you know, right? That's usually like, that's probably in large part what we're engaging with mostly here. system 2 is when you sit down and you do like a math problem and you puzzle through what the evidence is, what the evidence isn't, and that happens afterwards when they see these talking debates and stuff. So absolutely, you can move people that are more logical, the skeptics. But we absolutely move religious types too.
So I think
I'm not saying religious. I mean fundamentally religious.
Let Viv get in here.
I think we're placing far too much emphasis on people being convinced by like rational and good arguments. I just don't think that this happens on the scale that people, especially people who are big proponents of like the debate sphere, think it does. Right? It's like enough evidence to suggest that like actually debating people on their strongly held beliefs tends to like push them further in. There's enough evidence to suggest that like publicly held debates don't really kind of like sway people in any great way immediately. You're saying like obviously there's stuff that happens afterwards. I would say that there is a huge component that is just social, right? That is about the social environment that people find themselves in, and their motivations for changing their views are not always that they've heard a better argument, right? That's what happens after they've already been motivated towards some form of introspection, right? If they're not motivated towards that introspection, then they're not going to hear the better arguments, right? They're not going to pay attention to the better arguments. Almost unanimously among like former white supremacists and extremists that I speak to, they will tell me that something happened in their lives to make them to give them some introspection, right? Dude we worked with a couple of years ago had his did a fundraiser to get some of his Nazi tattoos removed. He said it was having a kid, right? For him, it was having a kid. He didn't want his kid growing up in a violent movement, and it caused him to reassess his ideas. And I think what these debates can provide is what I call opportunities for offboarding, right? Forks in the path that we create for people, but ultimately other things have to happen in order for them to be willing to take that fork in the path and to learn about the better arguments for positions that are opposite to theirs.
Sure.
So I'm gonna give everyone. So first of all, thank you for coming. I hope everyone enjoyed their time here. I know I enjoyed listening. I tried not to involve myself as much as I could because, again, I think the arguments on both sides were very strong. I hope everyone feels that they were given enough time to present their arguments fairly, and were heard out. To my audience, we're going to raid into well, Not So Erudite is streaming, so we'll just you're going to continue streaming after this, I assume.
Yeah, we're talking about relationships and dating and consent and all sorts of things like that.
We're gonna what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna give everyone here is gonna get a closing statement. You can shill your shit, and then we're gonna raid into Not So Erudite. So please, Mad Lad first, if you'd like.
So this has been really fun, and actually, this feeds into what I've been analyzing this whole platforming thing for a bit, right? So a month ago, I had my crazy stream. I've dissected. This conversation has given me a lot to work with, so I'm going to be continuing to dissect. Actually, can we do like a part 3, like in a month? You guys down? Can we do this?
Sure.
Like I do things on so I actually do Wednesday night stream on dating and relationships, coincidentally enough.
Oh.
But I would love to take that night and instead of doing that, do this again with a lot more data. So
yeah.
Down,
we should submit the data before so everyone gets a chance to like, because there's nothing worse than like parsing and like fighting about like, was this the like nobody fucking cares. Let's do that beforehand because but it's important work. Like I don't want to say that that's not important. It's just viewers don't care.
So soft March 16th. Let's do it. And then we'll do DMs, whatever, to figure that out. So yeah, I'm Mad Laden. I stream on Wednesday nights a lot, and then other nights, coincidentally. This Sunday, I'm launching a brand new Twitch TV show with some heavy hitters. I don't know if people heard about the Activision Blizzard riot, or not riots. Strike.
I haven't heard of these riots. Tell us more.
Yes.
Speaking of misinformation.
Do you have a one-way wire from like CBC?
Okay, so the Activision Blizzard strikes. I've been flubbing this outro.
It's okay. We're just bugging
so the person who was in charge, who organized a better ABK, her name is Jessica Gonzalez. me and Jessica Gonzalez and two other fantastic individuals, Joshua Miller and Mike Knowles, are starting a show on workers' rights in game development. This is going to be on Sunday at 4 p.m. EST, 1 p.m. PST. You can find us at Weekly Stand Up, all one word, Weekly Stand Up. The launch is going to be pretty huge and big and awesome. I'm going to post this link in actually both your streams, if you don't mind, just
Please do.
because
And
I
just
would love
as
to
you
follow.
post those, I do have a hype train going. So if you're thinking of subbing, please do so now. Thank you.
Oh, everybody should do that, by the way.
Yeah.
Wick's awesome. But yeah, so if you guys could follow the Weekly Stand Up channel, it'd be super duper awesome. We're going to have a great show. We've got some interviews and some other things planned. And then once we launch, we'll be doing this probably every week. We'll see how things go. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Otherwise, you can catch me on Mad Ladin, MadLad_N. Twitch is really, really mean about letting me get rid of my underscore here. We're working on it. So thank you so much. I'll see you guys on the Flippy in a month.
Okay, Vivian, if you'd like.
Sure, yeah. I'm Mixed Vivian Wolf, anti-fascist, extremist, and cult researcher. I mostly post my shit on Twitter, but I'm on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. I stream on Twitch sometimes. Give me a follow or some shit, and donate to my Patreon because I'm poor and I need money. I feel like we didn't get to the crux of what I really care about currently. I don't think we can change broader society. I definitely think the conversation around platforming in broader society is an interesting one, right? But what I fundamentally care about is just like making the spaces that I exist in kinder and more hospitable, especially to marginalized people who don't have a lot of spaces where they can air their experiences and air their views. And I see this space on Twitch in particular going further and further to the right, getting more reactionary, filling up with fucking gropers and shit, and I fucking hate it. And I would like that to stop happening. So I don't know if we have conversations in future. Like I think if we can.
I definitely
define
be interested
what
in
we're talking
focusing.
about.
I'd definitely be interested in focusing on Twitch in maybe another discussion down the road. I wanted this to be more broad form, but I could definitely see there's a value in a more focused discussion. So thanks for coming on, Viv. I know we disagree with a lot, but I do appreciate you being here. So thank you.
No worries.
Okay. Erudite, please.
Sure. I'm pretty new in the space. I'm really, really passionate about trying to like come to good ideas for society. I think actually
There's only one
there's
type
probably
of
some
deal.
crossover in like
Okay.
me and Vivian's like heart. I want to help people. I want people to like have happy relationships. I want people to have better lives. I want marginalized groups to be heard and listened to. I just think that we obviously have like fundamentally potentially disparate views about how that's done. And yeah, I think activism is really important, and I think these public spaces are a venue for that. They're also spaces and venues though for communities, like Viv talked about, and I think there's definitely space to talk about how we kind of fulfill the role for both of these things, because I totally see the need for kind of safe spaces for particularly marginalized people, and also the space for kind of having activism and debate with even really bad ideas, and how do we keep the blur from going over, and how do we protect these groups.
Okay, thank you. Monday will be my next stream, and we're going to have two guests on, Lilac Doll and Wordy, who will be discussing anarchism. That should be interesting. I'm going to be making that much more open, so there'll be much more. If you want to join, you can probably just head on in. But I'd like to thank my guests. We're going to raid into Not So Erudite. Thank you for taking your day. Don't forget to follow each of these wonderful individuals. And yes, let me. I suck at this. Hold on, it's been a while. Oh,
Dash
Josh,
raid.
Yes, I got it. We'll go over there now.
Awesome.
Thanks again for
Thanks,
putting
Wick.
up with me.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Keep waving until the stream ends. Okay, we did it.
Stream has ended.
Oh, oi, oh, Here I am. Hello! Thanks everyone for jumping in. Thanks for watching the debate. It was really good to have all of you. Do you want to get
There's
a chair for
only
yourself?
one type of eel.
Or are you going to sit on my chair? Are you going to get a chair for yourself? Or are you going to sit
throw
on
it
my
in
chair?
there.
Thank you for the sub gifts. Holy moly. We got some incredible anonymous. So, relationships. I know, completely unrelated to platforming. Maybe. I don't really know if there's much tie over. So, basically, what this is we got a special guest. It's my husbando. With the idea of basically, I think like relationships are really complicated, and so necessarily we're obviously a heterosexual relationship, and so I totally recognize that this might not be nearly as helpful or applicable to like our LGBTQ friends. I would fucking love if you guys have some guests that you would recommend, because I genuinely want to have conversations about how to have healthy relationships with all sorts of people with all sorts of relationships. We can only really speak on our style of relationship. Thanks guys, glad you guys enjoyed the debate.
There's
I
a
also
little bit of
enjoyed it.
crossover we could do.
A little bit?
Yeah, deplatforming pickup artists.
Okay, we could talk about deplatforming. Is it Jon Snow? No. Almost, though. Almost as handsome. Are you going to sit? They can't see your face right now.
I'm just waiting. I haven't been introduced into the frame.
Oh, okay. Introductions. Yes, we should get an anonymous trash goblin email. That's a good idea. This is my husband,
Hi.
Nick. You sometimes see him in chats. If you come to our Discord, you can chat to him a lot. We like to joke around in the Discord that people come for me and they stay for Nick. In fact, lots of people are coming into our Discord that aren't coming for me either. They don't even know what the Discord is. They just hear there's good times and good chats in it. So it's a really, really like thriving community right now.
Nobody asked you, 30.
We've had a lot of really good conversations. There is a lot of debate, but we do movie nights together. There's a book club running if people want to run more book club. We're currently looking for D&D DMs and stuff to start hosting games for members. So definitely the goal of this is to like both like do good advocacy, do good debate, be intellectual, but also like just have fun. Most of last night there was a spicy debate for a bit, and then we just started answering like stupid questions and joking around. So there's lots of good times to be had.
This better be good. My girlfriend was going to give me a mani-pedi with a belt sander, but here I am. LUL, good job on the panel. BTW less than 3.
Thanks, Fetor Mephitis. So yeah, if you guys, there's also plenty of EU people in Discord as well. Yeah, we've got lots of Swedes, lots of Dutch, lots of European all over. It's got some from South Africa too, so shout out. So definitely, regardless of kind of where you come from, feel free to stop in. So anyways, what we want to do is kind of open it up. We can maybe like give you guys a bit of context for our relationship, but what is like your big thing when it comes to dating? Like, what's your big shtick?
How to be a good person? No, what do you mean when it comes to dating?
Like, what do you care about? Like, what should be the focus so people have an understanding what to ask questions about?
I mean, I guess I'll start with something a little bit spicy. I was like an early adopter, like in my younger years, of kind of like I guess some of the early pickup artists, like wanting to be able to meet people but not really knowing how, not really having the skills to talk to girls and that sort of thing. And so I did a lot of kind of like investigating and researching and dabbling and trying things out, and found that there was a lot of value to a lot of what pickup artists had to say, and that it produced results, but also that they were really fucking awful people that degraded women constantly and had nothing but bad things to say at the opposite gender, and yet all of their value came out of pursuit of the opposite gender and acquisition of sex from the opposite gender. So it was like kind of weird.
I really want this thing, but
Yeah.
also it's garbage. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Also humans. You poor misguided soul.
Competitive dating, yeah, true. So I guess that's one of my big things is like I'm like, you know, this is gonna sound weird, but I've been like pretty successful with women across time. Am married, so hopefully that's good enough evidence. And so I have a lot of input on like kind of especially men kind of getting into the dating scene, and I know that it's really common that a lot of men are feeling kind of lost, are opting out of the dating scene, are afraid to approach women, don't think that they can approach women without like being perceived as rapey and that sort of thing. Like the Me Too movement has had like a lot of really good impacts on our comprehension of like social sexual relationships, but it's also made, I think, a lot of men a lot more afraid, because the discourse has become, at least in their view, more dangerous. Yeah.
Lost me at the marriage part. Yeah. One thing that we found, so in our relationship, we realized that there's a lot of advice given to like kind of
Yeah, simple pickup was great. Well, mostly great.
to like simple advice to like traditional relationships, like, and when I say traditional, I mean like cis het man woman kind of relationships, that we found to be like largely not super helpful, because a lot of traditional advice kind of relies on really rigid gender roles as well. And we recognize that for some relationships that works, right? There are some people who are actually like more or less pretty happy being within their gender role. That's kind of what they seem to like. And there's no issue with relationships. We don't care if people want to have those types of relationships. The problem is that we didn't, right? Nick is very much like the stay-at-home dad, wants to have kids and raise kids. I like to work. I'm very like aggressive and productive, and I want to be doing shit and making money. And the idea of like being stuck at home even like for a year with a baby kind of stresses me out, because that's just not something I enjoy, right? So a lot of traditional advice that we came across when like our marriage and our relationship was getting real fucked up wasn't super helpful, and we realized we kind of had to like invent the wheel a little bit as far as like understanding how to do that. And we recognize as well that right now in the dating pool, particularly for straight men, there is a bit of an issue going on where it is extremely difficult for about 90% of men. I don't know if the stats are actually accurate. There's a lot of men struggling to meet women, chat with women, establish like whatever type of longer term relationship that they would like, because it seems to be the case that the online dating apps and stuff seem to select for a couple of men to get most of the women. And so, yeah, we're gonna, if you guys want, you can ask questions to Nick about like what he advises with women. I saw a question up here that I want to jump to from...
Well, hold on. I need to jump to a question first, right before that. Somebody asked about why gym rats all have the big, obnoxious, toxically masculine water bottle. And the reason is because we're really, really obsessed with gains. And to get gains, you need calories. And filling up your water bottle wastes calories. So if you just fill it up once and it's really big and it lasts you all day, you're not leaving any gains on the table. It's just all gains all day. That's basically why.
So maybe the first question is, did you ever were you into Tariq Nasheed's Art of Mac books?
So I never read I read very little in like a kind of like a like all together. Like I never read any full dating book.
Sub.
I never read any full dating book or anything like that. It was just ingesting various material like between forums and also watching YouTube videos and articles and kind of like a jack of all trades sort of thing. I never like really focused in specifically on any one person's philosophy around dating. But like the number one and most important thing that every pickup artist talks about is essentially like cold approach, which is your ability to be comfortable to enter like a stranger's space and to engage with them in a way that is going to cause interest. And like one of the most important things that you'll find there is like making sure that you don't come off as like pushy or like predatory or self-interested creepy. Or creepy and that sort of thing. That's number one, right? Because no matter how good you are at talking, if your approach is conceived of as like predatory, like you're done. It's over. Like you can't go anywhere with most people anyway.
Another question somebody had is it really just a numbers game?
What is
to connect with
like
someone?
Dating?
Yeah.
I mean, it's way more complicated than that. Like I think the numbers are like a big they're a tool, right? Like it's a philosophy behind approach, right? It's like if you cast the net wide, you're gonna have to experience a lot of failure, but you're guaranteed success, right? Because as long as you refine your craft, so to speak, as like gimmicky as that sounds, like if you cast the net wide and you're open to lots of different people, you'll find someone that is interested in you.
Yeah, I think having an idea of like basic precepts of what you're interested in. Numbers game is really good for going on like lots of like single dates with people to kind of figure out what you enjoy, and what you like click with and whatnot. That was really valid for me. I just like went on a bunch of dates with a bunch of people, which I know was difficult if you're like, I can't even get somebody to go on a date with me. We can get to that later. But if you're able to get dates, just go on dates with people. Don't put a lot of pressure on it. Don't expect sex out of it. Just try to go into the date trying to figure out what you like in people, what you click with. How, right? Sometimes the thing that you think that you want isn't actually what, like, part of the, there's a good quote, I think, from Preach, from Abba and Preach, where he said, like, sometimes the reason you're single is because of the type of person you pursue, because you don't actually click, or the type of person that you pursue is, like, not a very good person to make a relationship with. So it's sort of a numbers game, but then after you're, like, committing to people, like, longer term, I think you really want to be intentional about, like, obviously who you're committing to long term, and try to think about that before, like, the feelings are really strong and you can't, like,
disentangle yourself.
yourself.
Unless by numbers game you mean body count, in which case no, body count is cringe and irrelevant.
Very cringe. Okay. Let's see. My question, are you also for the Elden Ring? I don't know what that is.
Oh, hyped for Elden Ring? Yes. Very hyped. Dark Souls based? Yes. Very. Yep.
So one person said cold approach doesn't seem to work or be nearly as popular in Europe. So is cold approach much more culturally based?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible. I haven't done any traveling in Europe. I have a hard time believing that that's the case, just because it would be so foreign from my experience, which is mostly Canada. So it's possible, but, like, I don't know. To me, it seems like all the people that I've met which has been pretty wide. It's like people are mostly kind of the same wherever you go. If you're having trouble with cold approach, maybe there could be a little bit about, like, social norms. Like, obviously, if you're in Saudi Arabia, it'd be a little odd to try and do cold approach. But, like, I imagine that in Europe, maybe you need, like, maybe a little bit more like opportunity for commingling. So it's like cold approaching people in spaces where you are sharing in something, whether that's university, so because you're both students, whether that's at a sporting event because you're both sports fans or sports players, or, like, I always mention bouldering, which is like rock climbing without a harness on, like, 15 feet walls. There's, like, massively disproportionate number of women to men if you're a guy that's trying to find women. There's lots of them there. They're really kind, down to earth, and, like, sporty if you're into that sort of thing. And so then it's giving you that connecting point, right? That touch point where there's a reason for you to go and talk to them. Whereas, like, maybe in Europe to talk to, like, a random girl in the supermarket, maybe that's a little bit weirder, but I don't know. In my experience, it's like once you get good at cold approach, you can do it to anyone, anywhere, and it's pretty easy.
So one person asked, is hookup culture actually conducive to long-term relationships?
Probably not.
Do you want to walk it out?
Yeah, I mean...
rather than just sounding like a bigoted fundamentalist?
Yeah. Okay, I'll walk through good cold approach right after this one. So hookup culture, good or bad? So I would say that if you're constantly hooking up with different people, you're getting all these different ideas, it kind of like a flash in a pan of, like, oh, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. But you're not giving yourself time to simmer and realize, like, say, as an example, like, say you're a girl, right? And, you notice that you have better sex with bad boys or something like that, like super, like, mimetic sort of way to put it, right? And then you're like, oh man, like, bad boys are just the best. Like, I guess good guys are just kind of, like, cringe. If you're nice to me, you're not gonna fuck like a stallion or something like that. Like, you might develop a heuristic like that, but then you'll realize that, like, over time, you'll develop, and as you develop a relationship with someone, your sexual synchronicity can kind of develop in touch, right? So just because you like something at first or don't like something at first, doesn't necessarily mean that that's who you are as a person. I think hookup culture promotes this, like, immediate gratification, understanding at a glance, flash in a pan sort of, like, comprehension of yourself, which is better than nothing, but it's a lot worse than figuring out yourself kind of, like, in a lifetime.
I also think hookup culture is probably in part, like, we have pretty bad understandings of, like, sex and consent. And there's a lot of issues where people are, like, engaging in, like, kind of blurry lines of consent where somebody might be walking away feeling, like, victimized or, like, harmed in that situation. And I think, like, hookup culture doesn't seem to really, like, prioritize, like, communication of the individual. because especially if it's really fixated on body count, right? Then you're treating sex as kind of like a sport, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But the problem is
I think it's bad.
but if the individual then becomes like kind of the object, then you're not going to be looking at like what are the unique needs and wants of this person that I'm sleeping with right now. It's going to be kind of like, how do I get sex and how do I get more of it, right?
Yeah.
And how do I have really good sex? But you're not thinking about good sex with the what I say, the zim-zum between you and the other person. You're thinking about good sex as just like what you want, basically. And I think like obviously that isn't all there is to hookup culture. But I think that there's a lot of issues, and particularly if you're wanting to pursue a long-term relationship, I'm sure there are individuals that were hooking up a lot, met somebody that they just really, really jived with, and formed a long-term relationship. I'm sure that happens, but in general, the mindset to me, and this isn't, by the way, this isn't research or evidence, this is just kind of me walking through the mindset. The mindset doesn't seem self-evident to glean itself towards a long-term oriented relationship, and I'd be concerned about the foundations of those relationships because the focus is kind of hedonic pleasure for not much else. Cold approach example?
Yeah, cold approach. So there's a lot of different philosophies behind cold approach. I'll only talk about like what I like because I'm not just interested in what works, right? Because lots of things work. What I like is what works and what makes other people not seem like an object, something to be acquired, somebody that I'm battling against, right? Like I'm not trying to win by like getting you to like me. It's a collaborative effort, right? And I'm just doing the best I can to maximize both your agency in any situation where I'm interacting with you, but doing my best to make sure that you don't perceive me as something that I'm not. One of these examples of perceiving me as something that I'm not is like, I don't want you to talk to me and then think, like this is just some douchebag trying to get in my pants. If you are some douchebag trying to get in your pants, that's also fine, but that's just not my approach.
It's kind of shitty. It's not necessarily great for the women that you're treating, to be honest. Like as a woman, it's not great unless she's just trying to get into your pants. And I guess like that's great.
That's where the maximizing agency comes into.
Yeah.
So my kind of idea of a good cold approach is, obviously, like first you need to build up your skill of it. So it's about repetition, right? You approach people, see what kind of things kind of work, kind of don't work. But what I like to do is I always start off with like a simple compliment, right? That's one of those things that can kind of bridge the gap, regardless of where you are. Like if you see a girl in the supermarket, if it's a girl that you know and is kind of in your like immediate social circle, or if it's a longtime friend, what you're doing is you're kind of giving a minor potential realization to her that, okay, this guy might be interested in me, right? So, but it's just it's like a little nibble, right? So like you go up to her and give her some kind of a genuine compliment, something that you really appreciate, right? But it's good to try and stay away from immutable characteristics. Like people like it when you say, oh, you have such beautiful eyes or whatever. That there's nothing wrong with that. But what people really seem to appreciate and doesn't seem as contrived and fake is things like wow, like you are just stunning at makeup. Like holy shit, like look at those brows. Like it looks like you put in a lot of effort into like your skincare routine or something like that. These sorts of things that people work on, things that people put effort into. Another thing is clothes, accessories, shoes, hair, like hairstyle specifically, right? Like, oh my God, you have the healthiest hair I've ever seen. Can I please ask you what your routine is? Like what kind of conditioner I need to get on this? Like that sort of thing. Like these are really valuable things to ask about that everyone's going to appreciate, right? Because these are things that people put their effort into. Outfits, yeah.
Girls put a lot of intention, a lot of time into their outfits, and if they have like a really unique outfit, comment on it. If there's like a really big statement piece,
not can I touch your hair? Not can I touch your hair?
Don't ask that. That's fucking weird.
Especially if it's a person of color. Especially don't ask to touch their hair.
Because again, she's potentially going to think that you're being kind of predatory. You're not respecting boundaries, right? It's like, can I touch your hair? Is kind of implying like I'm going to touch your hair right before. Is that okay? Right? There's like this pressure to say yes. Don't ask, don't touch people's hair. Don't touch people that you don't know. Not a good idea in general.
Tabor made an interesting point, which is she'll think you're gay, which sometimes is true. And it's actually fine. Because here's part of the problem. The reason why girls often have lots of gay friends is because they get to experience that kind of like male engenderment without necessarily having to worry about the fact that they're being essentially predated on all the time, right? That's actually fine. If a girl thinks you're gay, like initially, there's no problem with that.
Yeah.
It just means that you're not there to like take advantage of her.
They might be like
right?
really excited to find out, oh, you actually are attracted to me too? Dope.
Precisely, right? Like you've probably heard of girls that thought a guy was into them, and then it turns out they're gay, and they're really disappointed. It's literally just the reverse. If a girl thinks like, is this dude gay or is he hitting on me? And then it turns out he's hitting on you, but she like appreciated the attention. It's like boom, like whoa, that's awesome. You know, it's like these things are not as simple as a lot of people like make them out to be. Like it's like if she thinks I'm gay, she'll never sleep with me. Like it's not that simple. But yeah, so the most important thing in my opinion is starting off with a subtle compliment. Ideally, a compliment of something that is not an immutable characteristic, but immutable characteristics are fine too. The important part is making it genuine, and so that doesn't just mean practicing sounding genuine, but looking for things in people that you can appreciate, right? Because we like to make this meme that like men don't care about anything but like sex or whatever, and like we don't care about our appearances, but it's just ridiculous. Like we care about the appearance of cars, we care about the appearance of computers, we care
fucking lawn.
Of our lawn, we care about the appearance of women, and so it's like just notice something that women put effort into and compliment it, right? So yeah, genuine compliments, and then everything from there gets a lot more complicated, right? Because you want her to get from her first conversation with you, one, that you're bold, courageous, and confident. That's why you're willing to talk to her. And you're interesting, funny, witty, or smart. Like whatever you think is like a positive trait that you have. You want to be able to communicate that.
And that you're going to like respect her to some extent. Like they want to feel some level of like warmth, I think.
I don't think you can necessarily instill that realistically in a first meeting ever. Like if you just have a super warm demeanor and that's their assumption, that's no problem. But not everyone has like a super warm, kind demeanor. And that's fine, right? Like the fact that you're going to respect them is ideally something that is one, true, and something that will be instilled over time, you know. So that comes into the dating even more so.
Yeah. One person, they were kind of wondering though, if they think that you're gay and stuff, won't they just kind of put you into the friendship box?
Yeah, so the idea that the friendship box is this like effervescent thing that you're stuck in and exists permanently from the moment you meet a girl is just ludicrous. Like as long as you make your romantic interest in a girl known and she has any interest in you, you'll just slip out of the friendship box. Like you can get stuck in the friend zone, but that's not just because like girls are these fickle creatures that throw you into categories and leave you there. It's just because like it's just like you're not on the radar for that, right?
Not what she's
and
interested in.
It's not that like a first impression will put you in the friend zone. A first impression might get you there, and then continuation of whatever it was that put you there will keep you there, right? So if a girl thinks the first second that she meets you that you're gay, you know, and then you add a lisp to your voice and you only talk about shoes, okay, maybe she'll think you're gay forever, right? Like sure, then you'll be in the friend zone obviously. But
somebody has asked a couple of times, do you know Dr. Disrespect?
I know Dr. Disrespect, yeah.
What do you think of him as a dating advisor?
I haven't really listened to Dr. Disrespect's dating advice. I mean, he's got a meme persona, and so I probably wouldn't take anything he says super seriously as far as advice goes. Because like if you're a persona sort of streamer, it's like you might say something that's true sometimes, but like everything you're doing is hyped up to try and make it more bombastic, which is probably less true. Yeah.
Is it fine to ignore a person if you get friend zoned?
Yeah. That's kind of like a contractual relationship thing, right? Like if you're interested in a person for non-friendship related reasons, not ignore. It depends, I guess, on the reason, right? But if you're interested in a person for a sexual kind of interest or a romantic relationship, and they're just not interested in that, I think there's no problem with kind of just like kind of osmosing them out of your like inner circle or whatever, right? Like if that's not where you want the relationship to be, if they want to have a conversation about it, you shouldn't ignore them. But it's pretty much just a natural progression of like if two people want different things from a relationship, you just spend less time with them, you talk to them less because you are not interested in it, right? And then that's the way it's going to go. But I think it's really bad if someone puts you in the friend zone, you don't make it clear in any way that you have feelings. And I'm not saying like literally just like blurt out like, hey Cindy, I love you. Like it doesn't need to be like that, right? But it's like it's something so simple, right? Like you can be friends with someone for like 2 years and be like, hey Cindy, like I just want you to know that like I think you're really beautiful, and I'm wondering if maybe we could go on a date sometime, like more than friends. Or you don't even need to say more than friends. Like people will probably get the hint if you ask them to go on a fucking date.
And if they don't, they'll
right?
ask usually. There's a decent chance that they might ask.
Or if they act like they don't get the hint and then they go on the date with you and they don't get the hint, they probably just don't know how to say no and they're not interested in you. In which case, give it up or ask,
Yeah.
But if you have to ask, it's like there's probably not very much hope anyway, so.
Okay, so one question I just want to go back. How do you get over anxiety in cold approaches? Like how do you get past that?
Exposure and repetition. It's really uncomfortable at first. Really, really, really uncomfortable. Unless you're just like super naturally like bubbly and charismatic. And even then, it's like still putting yourself out there, right? The reality is, I think it's good to get yourself to a place of like, what people think of me and whether or not people desire me does not change my value as a person. Society, well, like we live in a society essentially, right? And people are going to like things and people are going to dislike things. And you realize that you're building a skill, right? So you just try it out, give yourself time, give yourself breaks, treat it like the gym, essentially. You can treat just about everything like the gym. It's like to get good at a skill, it requires repetition and what's the word that means? And consistency. And it requires you not to go so hard that you burn yourself out, and it requires breaks, right? You can't just slam your head against the wall forever until you like can't do it anymore or you hate the activity. It's just like try it out. You can learn a little bit about it if you want, read different things, listen to different things, talk to different people, talk to people who are good with women or good with men, and that'll do a lot of help. Yeah, just treat it like any skill.
Okay. Good answers. All right.
Bad form becomes good form eventually, as long as you're trying.
Mm-hmm. I am writing down your guys' questions in case you're worrying that the chat's going too fast. I am writing, and going through. A really good question. We're kind of jumping all back and forth within the stages of relationship, but dealing with disagreements. Do you guys have like a system that we've worked out for dealing with disagreements?
We argue about it, and then I'm right.
We actually have like
I'm kidding.
We've actually like precisely. So we actually went through like pretty strained time in our marriage not too long ago, and coming back, we basically agreed that we needed to like set down. So our issue for us personally, the issue that was happening in our disagreements is they would just go on forever. Like they would be 6-hour long conversations, which is just, once you have kids, not fucking doable, draining. And at that point, like there's no productivity coming out of this. Who won? We both lost in those cases, to be honest. True. It was super exhausting. And so we came up with like a bunch of rules. So for example, 6-hour long debates, they were hardly debates. There were a lot of like crying, being sad at each other. It wasn't really like arguing. Neither of us are really like yelling types. To be honest, like we have yelled at each other a couple of times at this point, but like that was during the time when like we were pretty close to like fucking ending it all. So yelling for us is a really bad sign in our relationship. I don't think that's necessarily the case in all relationships. I think some relationships yelling is actually pretty normal. I would say just as long as it's not abusive, right? Because some cultures.
Okay, yeah, and ending it all sounds like suicide. We're not talking about. We're not talking about Minecrafting.
Divorce.
Divorce.
Sorry, guys. Shit. So we came up with a couple of rules actually that we run by. So one of the first things we do is we have a check-in rule on percentages. So just like what % do you emotionally have for the conversation? So if somebody wants to talk about something, we can basically like what % are you at though right now? And so we made the rule basically that together we need to be, our percentages need to add up to over 100%. And if somebody's below, I think like 50, we usually are like, probably not worth it. And we kind of gauge it in part by like what the conversation's going to be about. We are clinical because, to be honest, like there's a certain level of like structure to have in relationships.
I think it's below 30. It's like it has to be over 100, and one person can't be below 30.
Yeah, and then we would basically be like, we can just pause this and try again tomorrow. We also basically had a rule of like conversations need to resolve within like an hour to 2 hours max. If they aren't resolved, we just need to pause and come back to it another time.
To just what Malachite's saying, he's talking about as if hookups lead to something. Oh no, he's talking to someone else. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. He's debating something in there.
Sorry, I thought he was talking about
what other rules did we have? I feel like there's benefit of the doubt. So even if somebody says something that feels like really hurtful, we kind of made it a rule that you have to like do your best to give the best possible interpretation to what they could have meant, and then you can ask and clarify.
Yes, debate in good faith.
Debate in good faith.
Yeah. I mean, another thing was like engaging in simple little psych techniques that help communication, like trying to use I feel statements. So it's like I felt hurt rather than you hurt me, or like much worse, like you keep fucking abusing me. You know, like these abuse labels are getting like kind of thrown around a lot these days. Trying to avoid those sorts of things, like trying to just focus on how you feel, and both people acknowledging that however you feel is fine is really helpful.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if we had any other rules. We most had the rules, and then we had like a timeout rule, like you could take a timeout basically whenever. It was just fine. You can have a timeout, and if somebody asks for a timeout, you respect it. And we basically like check back in within 2 hours, or within at least 24 hours, we like start trying to re-talk about some things.
For chores, somebody asked about for chores. Chores are hard because I do not care about. So we both care about cleanliness. We want things to be clean, but Kyla really cares about tidiness, and I do not really care about tidiness that much. And so there's been a little bit of like stuff there, as there is with most relationships, and you know, we fit the typical there where the woman is more interested in tidiness and the man is less. I think the most important thing we kind of came to when it came to chores and stuff is that it's okay to ask for anything, and it's okay to say no for anything. And having that kind of like clear communication both ways, that you know, anyone can give consent to a thing, and anyone can request a thing, is fine without any prerequisite. Like, you don't need to earn the right to ask for something to happen. You can just ask, and the person can say yes or no. And if you're both engaged and love each other and are trying to make things better, like outdoing each other in love, kind of, you know, it tends towards things getting better over time, as long as you're open.
Sorry, we're pretty far back. I am writing them down though, just so you know. We did not write the rules down, but I am writing down your questions. Actually, I think we did write the rules down. It's not like on like a big poster or anything. It kind of became like natural which rules worked for us. Yeah. And now we just kind of, I think, naturally, implicitly use them. We'll kind of be like, hey, I want to talk to you about something. Are you doing okay enough to talk about it, basically? Yeah. And if you're like, I'm not really doing great, the other person can be like, I'm actually doing really, really well, so I think I can take on like the extra emotional burden of like navigating the situation a bit more to kind of make up for that. Okay, so the next question is dating conversation. Kind of going right back to the beginning. What should be the end goal of dating?
Whatever you want, basically. And ideally, if you care about other people, to maximize whatever they want as well. So if you know that you only want casual hookups and you don't want anything crazy, and you want a large circle of people that you can go and hang out with and have sex with or do whatever with, making sure that the other person is as in line with that as possible, is someone who can appreciate that kind of a lifestyle and that kind of a relationship, and doing your best to meet each other's needs in that regard. Or if it's like, and making sure that the person knows that, right? Or if your desire is long-term cohabitational relationship like marriage, making sure that the other person is aware of that whenever is acceptable, or whenever is like reasonable to share that with them, and that is the type of person that you would be able and willing to engage in that kind of relationship with. So just maximizing what you want and maximizing what they want.
Yeah, and just being I think it's really important to be explicit about it at some point, right? Like when you first start dating, I don't think like date one, you need to be like, just so you know, I only want a polyamorous relationship long term, and this is precisely how I want the relationship to look. Like, okay, obviously you don't need to do that, but as you're getting to know somebody, you should be making it pretty early on what your goal is with the relationship. If you want to get married at the end, you want to like achieve like a long-term relationship, make that clear. If it's marriage specifically, make that clear at some point, right? You don't have to say you have to marry me, but be like, yeah, my goal with dating is to get married. That's what I personally would like.
This is an important question, I think.
Okay. How much?
I haven't read the whole thing, but
Okay, we should probably read it in our heads first.
I've heard a man has to be starting pretty regardless as he for you to feel where they saw some trans speaking too fast, look being too high.
Okay, this actually resonates with another question that was asked as well, which is, so we're jumping a bit ahead, but it's basically like kind of getting frustrated with the difficulty of dating, particularly for like straight men, and the frustrations with it, and feeling like you just want to give up.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with men being dissatisfied in the sexual marketplace. So this is to full-time Robert. It seems to be like a really common thing is for men who are opting in or out of the kind of sexual dating spheres, that they feel like the amount of effort on them is so high that it's not worth it, or that the amount of like scrupulousness attributed to them is so high that it's not worth it, and that sort of thing, to which I'm really sympathetic to that. Women have really tangential gripes with this too, but we don't need to like make it a clash, right? I think the reality is that we're moving towards a more homogenous understanding of how these gender relationships work. And so like we're seeing in real time that women are more often approaching men, more likely to approach men, more interested in casual sex and these sorts of things. Like the genders are coming closer together in that way. So my hope is that if that's what society wants, that, you know, the extra burden on men to be the pursuer will reduce over time. But here's kind of what it comes down to is it's like, yeah, it is hard on men to have all of this responsibility for pursuing women and to show them, you know, like, hey, I'm stable, I'm smart, I'm funny, I'm confident, I'm interesting, you should want to date me, kind of like this resume-ic sort of format that we've kind of found ourselves in the Western paradigm. And if you don't like that, it's kind of like, that sucks. That sucks for you. But it's kind of just the reality of where we're at. And so if you want to accept society where it's at and try to do your best to get the outcome that you want, cool. That's awesome. And if you don't, you know, you can kind of do the Japanese thing, the herbivore male or the MGTOW, you know, just go your own way, opt out of the sexual marketplace. It's up to you. That's kind of what I did with school. You know, I hate school. And so I didn't pursue university. I did some of it, right? But kind of just depends on what you want to do. But it seems like things are getting less disparate in that area. So,
okay.
Which comes back to empowering women. Empower women to approach men. That would be good.
Yes, truly. Just so you guys know, if you send a question and it gets like blocked by mods, just kind of change the language that you're using so it's a little bit more TOS friendly. Yeah, just make sure certain things we have to like monitor because we do need to manage certain levels of TOS. So if it gets blocked, it's probably more of a TOS issue. Just rephrase the question and remove some of the language that you think might be an issue. It's not about like just being like, deny your questions. Okay, how do you deal with leading on? So in situations where we were talking about like being friend zoned and feeling like you're kind of getting basically it's not about auto mod, it's about like there's a couple of questions that have been worded in a way that I'm just worried about TOS flagging the chat, so that's why it's getting blocked. So a question about like how do you deal with as a guy if you feel like you're in the friend zone and you feel like you're kind of getting led on by the girl. She's intentionally keeping you in the friend zone. She has no intention of ever not being in that position with you, but is kind of giving you a little kind of, you get what leading on is.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's pretty simple. Like look at it from a kind of like reciprocal relationship perspective, right? Kind of more contractual. You say, okay, to yourself, you say, okay, this is not what I want out of this relationship. If they are at all interested in progressing this relationship to a different level, it's happening at a rate that is so slow that I can't withstand it. And it seems like they probably aren't ever going to do it. Just talk to them, or just give it up, essentially, which is going to be hard. But that's one of those reps, right? Is it's like there is tragedy in life. You know, the Buddha had came to the conclusion that life is suffering, and that exists. So getting over the fact that your love might go unrequited is, I think, really important, and something that you need to put the reps in anyway. But I would say, from an operational perspective, if you feel like you're being led on, if you want the relationship to go somewhere that it's not, just talk to the person, make it clear what you're asking for. Like, hey, just so you know, Maddie, like, I am interested in progressing this relationship to a different level. Like, I would like to, go steady, or like, I would like to go on a date, or I would like to meet your parents, or like whatever the heck the next level in the relationship is that you're trying to pursue. Just make it clear to them. And it's like, very few people are going to lead you on so like premeditatedly as to be like, lie to you in that conversation. Most people who lead others on, it's just like they're a people pleaser. They don't want to say no. They don't want to break it off, or they're not really sure what they want. And then you can have a conversation about what you both want.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said maybe we should make it more normal for men to just stay being friends with girls and not like feel the need to always like pursue sex and relationship.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I don't know about making it more normal, but it's like figuring out for yourself. It's like, if you're okay with just being a girl's friend,
that's fine.
Sick. Having female friends is really cool.
They can be super nice, and you can talk to your emotions with them probably a lot more easily, because women on average seem to be a little bit more like adept and normal and used to talking about emotions. So having female friends is dope. Having male friends is dope. Like, just kind of do your thing.
But that the reality is, like, if you don't want to be friends with a girl, you want to be dating a girl, it's like, it's going to be painful. Yeah. To be in the relationship that you don't want. So you need to either progress that,
or let it go,
or have a conversation, or let it go.
Yeah, for sure. If you're in the friend zone, how do you actually ask them out? Like, how do you take that next step?
Be bold. Like, that's literally all there is to it.
Literally, what is it? Like, what would you say?
Yeah, so I was going to say, it's like, the number one step is that you just have to be bold. And so it's like, you have a girl, you've been friends with her for like, I don't know, say you've been friends with her for like 6 years. It's pretty well established that you guys are friends. For whatever reason, she feels that you guys are friends, doesn't feel that things are romantic. You basically talk to her like, hey, I think it's always good to lead with a compliment, because it's kind of giving this understanding, right? It's this kind of like icebreaker, not of like familiarity, but of understanding that there's a tension, right? Because some people are unaware of tension that exists. Like, you may be like, have undying attraction to this person, right? And they just have no fucking clue, right? So you say something like, hey, Cindy, like, I gotta say, I think you are just stunning, right? This doesn't need to be one of those immutable characteristic compliments, because the purpose of the compliment is not to make them feel good. The purpose of the compliment is to get them to understand where you're coming from. And if you're like, okay, I think you're beautiful, for anyone hearing this question, it lights up this question. It's like, okay, is this friendly or is this sexual, right? And so it puts that thought in their head. And then you clarify this immediately, and you say, and I would really love to take you on a date, just me and you, that's a pretty clear message. But some people still miss it. And if it seems like they're not totally getting it, you can make it clear on the date, but yeah, as far as like just the breaking out of the friend zone, it's like, make some kind of clear understanding, and then ask them on a date. And if they say no, we're just friends, cool, figure out what you want to do with the relationship. If they say, yeah, that'd be really, really great. And if they sound surprised, holy shit, fucking gold mine, go in, champ, go in. Surprised is the best response to that.
Okay, next question is, what's it like dating a psych person?
Pleasantly surprised. What's it like dating a psych person?
Yeah.
I don't know. Kind of the same as dating not psych people. The main thing is like the level of conversations you have about certain things has kind of like a different orientation. Like, you'll probably have a lot more conversations about styles of conversation, styles of attachment, rather than talking ambiguously about conversation. Like, if you weren't dating a psych person, you might say like, I really don't like when you, what would be a good example? I really don't like when you blame me for things. That might be like a way an argument goes if you're not with a psych person. And then with a psych person, it might be something more along the lines of like, hey, is there a specific reason why you're using this like kind of blaming language? You know, so it's like these subtle differences in the way things are communicated and kind of like the level of precision that the things are being used on. You know, a lot more like fancy words get thrown around, but at the end of the day, people are just people. That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
What do you think, being a psych person?
What's it like dating me?
No, I guess what's it like dating as a psych person? Has it changed for you? Because you dated before you were a psych person.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Mostly, I think actually a really big issue I came across was feeling like this whole issue of like therapizing your partner, which is why the question of what is therapy is really big to me, because it actually like fucked up my relationship, I think, for a little while, between us specifically, where like,
Really?
Yeah, because like the whole issue where I had a really hard time, I think, in part making space for your emotions was to some extent because I like would be like, I'm not a therapist, right? My feelings come first. I'm just being a person in this relationship. But the reality is that like lots of basic therapy skills are just basic human connection skills as well, right? And so like there are times and spaces where you need to put your partner's emotions first, and there's times and places where they actually need to put yours first, right? And it kind of needs to be that tit for tat. I find with a lot of relationships, particularly with like women to men, it seems to be that we like prioritize women's emotions first, which is a whole other conversation, but I think it's really, really unhealthy, especially if you're wanting a much more like egalitarian relationship. And so as a psych person, I had to figure out being like, okay, I'm not going to do therapy, but like, what is therapy to me? Like, I had to kind of precisely define like what my boundaries were, so that I could just like stop being like, oh, I'm being like extremely empathetic in my language and like reflecting his feelings. I'm therapizing him. It's like, I'm not therapizing him. I'm fucking being nice. Like I'm caring about his feelings, right? Therapizing my partner would be like, let's meet every week to talk about your anxiety and come up with strategies to fix it. Like that would be therapizing.
Or like digging into my childhood as a tangent to like every conversation. Like, oh, your mother has just had such an impact on you in this way, sort of thing. Yeah. Which is something that even non-psych people do.
Yeah,
right?
In fairness, yeah. And to be honest, one issue that we also had in our relationship is I would like kind of use psychological like fact to win like disagreements between us, where I'd just be like, yeah, but that's just unhealthy because psych science. The problem is that like your relationship isn't psych science, and sometimes there's like these general parabolas that broadly work for most couples.
Tactics.
But we might be in a circumstance where we're at the outer edge where the general rule of thumb doesn't work for us, right? And so I think it left him probably feeling not super great. You shouldn't be debate broing your partners.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't be using like your own field of expertise to kind of like wrangle your partners into like giving you what you want. We're excited in a relationship argument, yeah. It's just like not very human. And like I think fundamentally, like particularly if you want like that long-term partner, like it's a human interaction. You need to be human within it. In general, I would encourage like approaching your relationships as a human. They're a human, right? Like even though we're talking about like women particularly, I don't want to lose the space of like, but also we're all humans in this. We don't just want to like treat women as like objects to be pursued and achieved, because it doesn't feel very good as a woman who's like felt that by men. It doesn't feel good. It feels like you're unimportant. You're just like the next notch on the belt, and that's not a good feeling at all, unless that's what she's precisely looking for as well, right? Then just talk about it. Okay, so
we should talk to, as an addition to the thing about like men feeling like it's not fair in the like sexual marketplace. Later on, we should have a thing about like, because I think a lot of the reasons why men don't feel like things are fair in the sexual marketplace is valid, but then women have a lot of reasons why they feel like things are not fair in dating environments, right? So it's like it's the expectation that if a guy gets a job opportunity, the girl will move to be with him, right? Or it's her fault that the relationship is breaking up, right? Like I think there's reasons why women expect for men to do more in the approach or in the acquisition or whatever you want to call it. But we can talk about that later.
Sure.
Just as a little note.
After 1 year, I was pursuing somebody, and I've been rejected the whole time. After finally 1 year of pursuit and rejection, I dropped them and stopped talking. Am I a bad person?
After you had 1 year of pursuit and rejection?
Yeah,
you dropped
the
no,
messenger. Yeah,
it was fine. There's no problem. Like you can ghost someone at any time for any reason. You can ease yourself out of any relationship at any time for any reason.
Unless you mean you literally drop kicked them. Then
that would be bad.
Yeah, don't
A little assault.
Don't. Yeah, sorry, not abuse. I mean, it could be also be.
It could be abuse. Yeah. The only thing I would say is like, the only time that ignoring someone or like ghosting someone is bad, I think, is if you're not doing it for yourself. You know, if you're doing it to get something out of them, that's a problem. That is not good behavior. It's not maximizing someone's agency. It's minimizing someone's agency for your own benefit.
Yeah.
This is my biggest thing, is maximizing agency. And just never, in every interaction, negotiation is fine, but if you maximize someone's agency in the interaction, it's like turns out best for everybody.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. Some good questions. Solemn, I'm seeing that one. I'm going to write it down. How well should you know somebody before you commit to them long term?
However long you want.
Do you think there's too long?
Nope. If you want to like get married and have babies, as an example, you probably shouldn't wait like too long. You shouldn't wait till you're like 48.
Yeah. Just because of like biology.
Yeah.
Unless I guess if she is really young, then I guess maybe you could wait longer. But also like, what's this age gap?
Or like if you want to have a lot of kids, like you're like, man, I want to have kids. I want to have actually 8, just like my mom and dad. But then you like wait until you're like 32. It's like,
it's gonna be
that's
hard.
probably not gonna work. You know, like
it's gonna be hard to have 8 kids.
Yeah, I'd say there's no right amount of time. There's no wrong amount of time. Try to be wise, which is like super amorphous and not helpful, but it's one of those things you have to kind of feel out for yourself, figure out what you want.
Yeah. Thoughts on when people, so there's a really common issue, I think, within a lot of dating right now, where it's not made clear when the relationship has transitioned to being monogamous. Just kind of thoughts on like how to do that, but also like, do you think it's unhealthy to not be clearer sooner whether you're aiming for monogamy or not?
Yes. Going steady. That's a hard one. I honestly, now that like kind of like the sexual rules are changing, I don't really know what the answer is to this one. Like back when I was a young buck engaging in the sexual marketplace, it was more like, you know, you've been on like 5 dates and it's been made apparent that you're only seeing each other. It's like, okay, yeah, like you're going steady, right? The assumption was that if you're going on repeat dates in a finite amount of time, you're not just going on dates, you're dating, right? But it's not like that anymore. So I really don't know what the answer is there. Sorry. Probably like it might be like just the like cringe repeat, which is like, as soon as you start talking about personal things, be like, hey, like what's your kind of philosophy around monogamy and dating? Like, do you think that people should be like monogamous on a first date, on a second date, on a third date?
Yeah.
Once you've met each other's parents? Do you believe in monogamy? Like, you know.
Yeah, and just kind of like figuring out like, I think like a really good thing that we've talked about in the past, but I think it's really important to emphasize, like figure out what you want and what are your like non-negotiables as quickly as you can by being open to experience. Date lots of different people, date different cultured people, people from way outside. If your whole family is liberal and educated, try to date some like blue collar like workers and stuff like that. Just really try to go outside of your experience. And you don't have to commit to them each for like 3 months. Like go on 1 to 2 dates, make them really public. So if you're like, especially if you're a woman or anyone who feels unsafe, do things to keep yourself safe, but then figure out what your non-negotiables are, right? For me, I wanted to be like intellectually challenged, right? I was really strict with dating. Like I had just a lot of things that I like was really clear about wanting and not wanting. I was not willing to engage in like casual sex at all.
Crude.
Monogamy was a big thing for me right away. I was just really clear about those things. And I tried to like date a lot of people, and I'm a very, very forward individual. So I tried to be pretty clear about that. I mean, I wasn't just like going to sit down and be like, hi, I'm Kyla, and I want monogamy, and I want to wait quite a while before we have sex, and also, I'm a Virgo, like whatever. I'm not a Virgo, I forget what I am, Aquarius, I think, but anyways, I didn't do that, right? But like through the process of 1 to 2 dates, I'd just ask about like, what are your thoughts on dating? And usually, especially I find guys are really good at asking questions back. I've heard from guys that I went on dates with that girls maybe aren't always as good at asking that. So that might be a bare minimum that you have as well. So yeah, just in general, I think like better communication is going to lean towards better relationships.
We will get to the hair care later, but we will definitely address that hair care for curly-haired men.
Hair care curls. Okay. As you can see, we basically have the same hair.
My hair is way curlier than yours.
Yeah. I'm like super genetically Caucasian, whereas Nick is part Jamaican. So
yeah.
We're definitely not the same type of curls.
I am 3/4 Irish, 1/4 Nigerian, Jamaican.
What do you think about hypergamy? Specifically, was asked Jordan Peterson's thoughts on hypergamy. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but broadly, what do you think about hypergamy?
I don't think Jordan Peterson really has like thoughts on hypergamy. At least if he has, I haven't heard them other than his like descriptive like notion of it, that it's like, you know, hypergamy seems to be making it harder for people to engage in happy monogamy. It's you know, our society has moved away from what Jordan Peterson has called enforced monogamy, which is this notion that every single person, unless you have a calling above relationship, ought to have one partner and one partner only and get into that relationship as fast as possible and procreate, right? Like that's what we had before. Now we don't have that. And it seems like moving towards hypergamy is becoming more and more common. But it seems like hypergamy is happening at the same time as women are becoming less satisfied with men. And as men are becoming less interested in engaging in the sexual marketplace, right? So it kind of seems like these things are very intertwined. That's a leap on my behalf a little bit, but I would say that it seems pretty borne out and reasonable. And it seems like these things are not great, except for the men, the hyper men, the gigachads, who are slaying all of the tang, as it were. They seem like they're having a great time, but I think it's pretty bad for everybody else.
Zoog, don't worry, I have seen your question. There's quite a number of long questions, so I'm trying to like bullet point write them down. Do you think women are more selective in the dating pool? Is that a good or a bad thing?
More selective than men, or more selective than they used to be?
Both. Let's do both.
Seems like women are... I don't think women are getting like necessarily more selective in the dating pool, but I think what women have traditionally wanted out of a partner is getting more difficult to achieve. So the criteria is getting longer rather than shorter, because there's still the traditional desires that are for sure there, but there's also new modern desires. And the socioeconomic status of men and women is making those things harder to achieve. It's like there's so many elements, right? I've seen like lots and lots and lots of women, especially public figures, talking about how there's no good men out there and that sort of thing, because, you know, men now are not meeting their standards, which is this combination of traditional and new, right? So the kind of like prototypical female standard is taller than me, similarly as smart as me, makes more money than me, is more confident than me, wants to talk about my feelings more than they talk about their own feelings, but also is like kind enough to listen to me talk about my feelings, and the list kind of goes on in those sorts of ways. And as time goes on, it seems like men are getting less and less capable of meeting all these criteria. It's kind of like men are either meeting the traditional criteria or the modern criteria, but one is not good enough. Like you see this from like Tommy Lauren, who, if you guys know, she's like that conservative Barbie type girl. She like talked about how like, oh, all these men, they're out here trifling. They're not interested in pursuing their career. But I imagine that underpinning that, there's an element of like she wants her emotional needs met. Beyond that, because I imagine she could find like a career man that's like super like sharky in the business world, has plenty of fucking money, would date her, but probably can't be where she wants on the more modern end. And that seems like a really common feeling. What the fuck was I talking about?
I don't know. We were originally talking about women are more selective.
Oh, so yeah, women are becoming more selective as a result of these more difficult criteria. And men are becoming less capable of of achieving this criteria. So it seems like kind of like the breakout thing is that people's criteria in these like hyper specific areas, it doesn't seem to be like as important to them as they realize. But you need to kind of convince people of that, and I don't mean by like debating them, but like you need to present yourself in such a way that they think they could be satisfied by you. And that's not an easy thing to do. And that's why men are opting out of the sexual marketplace.
Yeah. We're kind of like at this like bridge right now where we seem to be between traditional and modern forms of dating.
Yep.
To be honest, I think men do it too. The problem is that it seems to be punishing men more than women.
Yeah.
Where women kind of seem to like want some traditional values, some modern values. A lot of those are mutually exclusive to some extent,
Yes.
where it's like, I want him to be emotionally available, but also stoic and a rock for me emotionally. And
Yeah.
it's like, what? These are not necessarily the same thing.
And also make more money than me. But now like young women are out earning young men and
more educated.
and are massively out educated. Like,
and so it's like, yeah, they have to earn the same. And it's like, why? Like, yeah, there's just like a lot of like of these things. And like I'm saying, I think men do it towards women as well. The issue is that it does seem to be that men are being a little bit more like penalized, whereas women seem to be penalized in that they're getting into relationships that are really like shitty, and they leave feeling really spurned by men, because they seem to be dating men that like maybe LARP as occupying all of these traits,
Yeah.
but don't.
and that's what the pickup artists are.
That's the pickup artist types. And so they get really burned by them, and they have a hard time like trusting the next men. Whereas like other men who are not these pickup artist types might occupy just some of these traits, and so women are kind of passing them by because they're like, meh, you're not all that I want. Which is why like, I am really interested in like talking with women about like what are reasonable things to want in a partner and what are unreasonable things. And like there's just this reality that like if you want certain things, there are also costs that come with it, and just kind of figuring out like what trade-off you want, right? Like as a woman who wants a much more egalitarian relationship, part of that trade-off is that like it is expected that, to be honest, he's not just going to be my stoic rock all the time. Like when he has feelings, his feelings can come first. And that's just something I have to navigate, which means sometimes when I'm feeling away and he's not going to be able to be there for me, I'm going to be calling friends and meeting my needs in other ways, which is totally fine. That is a cost though, right? But the benefit that I get is he's willing to hear my feelings when I need to voice them as well.
Yeah. But like just so everybody knows, we're definitely not saying that it's basically all one-sided and that men have it so bad. Like, I mean, we can get into this later, but like there is much more negative involved in being in a relationship, or sorry, much more exposure to risk, I should say, for a woman in a relationship than there is for a man. Like that's on the traditional end, and on the neo end, and we'll maybe talk about that later. But
yeah,
the big crisis right now, the thing that has changed, seems to be men's position, whereas women's exposure to risk in a relationship has existed from the beginning of time, basically.
Okay, good questions, guys. What if you can't move on from someone?
What if you can't move on? That's really hard. That really sucks. It
sounded like a guy who was talking about it. I'm not totally sure, but it sounded like a man.
Yeah, I don't think the advice really changes. If you're having a hard time moving on from someone, that really sucks, and I'm really sorry to hear that. That is just emotional suffering that is kind of like exists in our reality. I think self-work is really the only thing you can do. You know, try to surround yourself with other people that validate you, like friends, activities that you enjoy. Try to put yourself in a situation where you can feel like a big fish in a small pond. Do things that you're good at and you enjoy. Pursue things, learn new things, and give yourself time. But don't obsess. Do everything you can not to obsess. Challenge obsessive cognitions. Those are bad. Those will not help.
Block their accounts if you need to.
Yeah.
Like actually block
Delete their
accounts,
pictures from your phone.
Delete their pictures. Burn things if you like. Do whatever you need to. Go to the gym. Travel. Just do stuff to.
Invader V.
Invader V is not my sister.
No, she's not.
I feel like we don't look that much alike either.
I don't think so either. You guys both wear glasses. But a lot of people have said it. A lot of people have said it.
Maybe if
I get Jon Snow, and you get Invader V.
Invader V's hella cute.
I'm trying to look like Jon Snow.
Yeah. I'm not trying to look like Invader.
You're not.
She is cute. It's just I feel like we don't look very much alike.
You need to wear more thigh highs.
True. That's the key. What are your thoughts on cohabitation before? Did we cohabitate before? Was it a good decision for us?
Like before marriage, or?
Yeah.
We did basically cohabitate before marriage, yeah. Was it a good idea? I don't know. Had pros and cons.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of pros and cons to cohabiting before marriage or cohabitating.
I'm just laughing.
Do I get jealous of Erudite's jawline? Yes. No. I think my jawline's all right.
Yeah, mine's better.
It is better.
Yeah.
It is better. Your jawline is better. Also, my facial hair is very scruffy right now. It doesn't show it off very well. But
that's true. If you guys want to see an incredible jawline, my brother has my jawline times 12. I don't even know how, but it's insane.
So a lot of people are saying, I am not hiding with my beard. I'm telling you, my Josh looks better without the beard. You fiends.
It's true.
You rogues.
He does have more of a jawline without the beard. I'll give him that.
Just because it's scraggly right now.
It's super puffy.
Yeah. Fuck, what were we talking about? Oh, somebody said definitely cohabitate before marriage. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I don't think that anyone really has an answer to this. Because as we see more cohabitation occurring, we actually see healthy relationships happen less often. Continuous relationship happen less often. So like it makes sense from a logical perspective that like living with someone would give you a good idea before you're married or whatever, would give you a good idea of how things will be beforehand and would inform you. But the empirical data shows that like the more people, if you cohabitate, you're less likely to stay together. The more people you cohabitate with, the less likely you're gonna find a partner that you stay with. So it's like it's not really obvious.
Yeah, there does seem to be like some correlation, but the data is like argued about a little bit about like the original source that like cohabitating before marriage seems to predict later marriage dissolution, but it's old data. It might be the case that that's different now. It does seem to like lead to this like potentially like a mindset that again is not like foundational to like long-term relationships, but yeah.
Mewing is based and works.
It's definitely correlative. It's certainly not causational. And like I said, the data itself, I don't hang my hat on too hard because I believe most of the research that was done by it was funded by like pretty religious groups. So it's going to be potentially quite biased. So basically figure out like what works for you. If you're like going into cohabitation to like try out your partner, I think again, that's kind of just a little bit objectifying in the relationship. It's very much focused on yourself. In general, it seems to be that long-term relationships are built. They're not found, which means that you have to be kind of being willing to kind of give and take within your relationship. Part of that is going to be living together. If you're older and you start dating, you're going to be much more set in the ways about how you want to live. So that can be really tricky. So that's something that you have to navigate. Maybe talking about how you live might be an important thing that you include in kind of your barometer of who might be a good partner for you. Maybe the trick to cohabitation is not to get married. The research that we're talking about does talk about this, that even cohabitants who don't get married, they actually seem to split apart more often than anyone else. It's just not considered a divorce. So it doesn't seem the case, but that's in part potentially because they're cohabitating because they don't want to commit to like full lifelong relationships. So again, it's all correlative. We're not making any like prescriptive claims because we can't. Can we just say living together? Why are we talking like nerds? Because we're all nerds here. That's why.
Precisely. Let's see how I look at you guys.
Okay. What do you do if you outpace your partners emotionally?
If you outpace your partners emotionally, you should make it a Twitch sound and use it to encourage people to donate money to you.
Not intellectually outpacing, emotionally outpacing.
It's the same.
Okay.
Logic is applied roundly.
Do you have any actual? Do you have an actual answer for that?
I think in a good relationship, you grow together. It looks very much more feminine if I lean out.
Yeah, it does.
Basically, I would say if you're outpacing your partner emotionally, maybe you need to slow down a little bit and check in with them more. See if that's something that they feel is happening as well, and try to do it together.
There's only one type of
self-growth is not something Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the gifted subs. Plenty of rice. Rice is good. In fact, the superior carb, in my opinion.
True.
Glycemic or not. Thanks so much.
I feel like I've emotionally outpaced my girlfriend in this relationship. Funny.
Yeah. Try to make it a thing that you can do together. Like, if you were... Never mind. I'm just going to make a stupid metaphor, but yeah, try it and see if it's something you can do together. If it's something that they're not interested in pursuing for themselves, see if they'll pursue it for you. If it's something that they won't pursue for you, I think that's a question, that's something you need to deal with when you get there. And I don't think it's hard. I don't think it's an easy thing to deal with no matter what.
Yeah, and if it's like one of those non-negotiables for you, then I think you need to look at that basically. It's also probably worth exploring like why you're emotionally outpacing them. People come in with different amounts of like fucked up baggage shit from their previous life, right? Before you. And so it's possible that like they might actually be in a space where they need therapy, because therapy seems to help a lot of people with like emotional regulation and stuff. And so obviously don't be like, I emotionally outpace you, you need to go to therapy. Wouldn't recommend that tactic, but like talking to them, like you said, see if that's something that they feel, and then maybe be like, yeah, it seems like you do really struggle a lot with like these types of common emotions. Do you think maybe it's worth like having an extra support in your life, like therapeutically? You matter a lot. Financially, kind of be maybe willing to negotiate that, especially if you're cohabitating, you might be more willing to negotiate the finances, stuff like that. Okay, writing questions down as you guys are asking. What are things that you think women need to be aware of when you're dating women in their 30s?
I guess the only thing that I can really speak to, because I've not dated women in their 30s, is... Well, it's kind of interesting because I was pursued by a lot of women in their 30s when I was like a younger guy, but I never ended up dating any of them. Not because I wasn't into it, but just because I don't know.
So you ended up dating me.
Well, yeah, but like before that, like I had kind of like a decent number of like older women pursue me, and I thought they were like really hot, but. Anyway, sorry, that's just a totally different side note. I think one of the most important things to realize is that this won't be the case for all women in their 30s, but it is a societal pressure that exists for many, which is that to put it kind of mimetically, like the biological clock is ticking, and the pressure to have children, if that's something they're interested in, will add a new dynamic to the relationship. The speed particularly, and to be careful not to get swept up into that, but also to be respectful to women in that situation, that if it's not something that you think you could commit to, do not waste their time, because they need to find someone who is interested in doing that if that's what they want. So don't lead anyone on ever, ideally, but like really don't waste time with someone, waste someone's time who has like a goal with like time as a requisite. So figure out what you want, figure out how to find it in someone quickly, and communicate that with as much brevity as possible, I would say. Beyond that, though, I have no idea. I'm sorry, I don't have experience with it. So.
Okay. As I'm not in my 30s, I have a couple friends in my 30s. To be honest, though, in general, like, I think the main one to be aware of is like they're going to be, with anyone in their 30s, they're going to be a bit more established in their way of living. They're going to be a lot more, like, they're going to have a very interconnected social network that is based just around them. So like melding those two things together is going to have to, you're going to have to do a lot of negotiation to figure that out. They're likely going to be decently established in their work. So again, negotiating what that looks like. And again, if they want kids, they're probably going to want to be a little bit quicker about the relationship, wanting to get to kids quicker. So just kind of being aware of that. I think once you get a little bit older, especially if you're wanting kids, there's kind of pressure on to be serious about it really quickly and not fuck around, because like, especially for women, if they want to have kids of their own, there is that like biological clock that we genuinely are going to be stressed out about. And trying to honor that for, especially if you're a man, trying to honor that for that individual, of like acknowledging the fact that like if they do want to have kids, don't mess around. If you're just not interested in that person, move on and let them move on. That would be the only thing, because I find most of my friends, at least that are in their 30s, they take dating much more seriously than they did when they were like 24.
Yeah.
Hair with curls. We
Hair
finally
with
got
curls.
to it.
Yeah. I hope you're still here. Can we check and see if they're still here? Oh fuck! I didn't write down their name. Never mind. So
Hair with curls guy, are you still
curly
here?
hair. So this is a black woman's secret. It's called the no poo routine. And so basically the idea is if you have curly hair, it's more prone to dryness. So it doesn't build up and accumulate oils nearly as fast as straight hair. I don't know why that is, but that's just how it do be. And so black women for a very long time have been doing this method called no poo, which is they basically never shampoo their hair, or they shampoo their hair once every 2 times that they wash their hair, or they shampoo it every 3 times or once a week. The idea is that you condition your hair much more often than you shampoo your hair. So condition your hair, leave it in. Try to find a hydrating conditioner. Hydration is really important for curly hair, especially if you experience a lot of frizziness. But yeah, making sure that you hydrate. Don't do things that dehydrate it, like shampooing very often. Don't wash your hair even if you can avoid it. Like if your hair's not like stinky or oily or dirty or anything like that, but you need to take a shower, get a shower cap. Don't wash your hair because wetting your hair will dry it out. The other things are the 2 cardinal oils for hair health, which are coconut oil. I guess there's 3: coconut oil, argan oil, and castor oil. Figure out which of these work best for you. Again, get a shower cap. Lather the fuck out of your hair with coconut oil, argan oil, or castor oil, whatever works for you. Coconut is way cheaper. Get it a little bit warm, mix it in, massage it into the roots and to the scalp, and then put on, if you have a day where you're not doing anything, put on the shower cap and just do your day with it on. Just own it. And that will do wonders for your hair. Is there anything else? Blow drying is rough. Oh, another thing is an afro pick. Okay, if you have curly hair, get a fro pick. I'll show you. You probably know what I mean, but I'll get one anyway.
Just to be clear, he's not gay, he's my husband. And the idea that men can't care about aesthetics and somehow like have a different sexual orientation is a weird idea to me. Straight men should care about aesthetics just as much as any other orientation man.
Fro pick, important. You know, don't use like a boar brush, a boar bristle brush if you have curly hair. That'll be a nightmare. Broad toothed combs, very good. Yeah, that's everything I have. Those are the important ones in my opinion. Yes, Finger mentioned something about like how coconut oil does, like, it kind of clogs your pores, promotes acne, and that sort of thing. So it's like you gotta experiment with your oils. You got to see what works for you. I have no problems with using coconut oil on my skin giving me acne or anything like that, so it works for me. But like, try different things out. Moroccan oil and argan oil, you need to use a lot more sparingly because they're a lot more expensive. But they are going to do less of that, creating acne, and you'll use less of it, so it's less likely to get all into your pores and shit. So
yeah. Okay.
Aesthetic is important, men. It's part of the deal.
Yeah. And it's cool. And all forms of your partners, women, men, and everything in between is going to appreciate if you attempt to make yourself look a little bit better overall. Aesthetic is a valuable thing. It's not vain, right? It's vain when you get preoccupied with it. Sometimes.
Oh, okay, I need to answer this one right now. The weak central mustache, the reverse Hitler, as some people call it. You know, there's a bunch on the sides, nothing in the middle. Don't worry about it. Don't cope with it. It's sexy. You know, it's the what's that fucking guy's name? Will Turner from Pirates of the Caribbean. Not Antonio Banderas. What's his name?
I don't know.
People told me I'm a budget him, which I think is a compliment.
Oh, Orlando Bloom?
Orlando Bloom's got it. That man is sexy. He's Legolas. And he's not only sexy as Legolas, he's sexy all the time. Embrace it. It's cool. As long as you can grow enough facial hair everywhere else to complement it, right? And like, I think my facial hair looks okay right now. And I haven't like done anything with it in like 2 weeks. So, yeah.
Good or bad?
It looks much better if I quaff it though.
Okay. What is a valid way? So, a really good question. I'm sorry, Zug, it took me so long to get to it. But what is a valid way of telling a fair standard that you should look for, right? How do you know, like, essentially to rate yourself and other people and know, like, how to basically, like, pursue people that are going to be interested in you.
Well, hold on. Sorry, I missed all that because I was reading Ali Pran's bigoted comment, which is that calling other men sexy is gay. There's nothing gay about admitting the truth. There is nothing gay about embracing reality. Orlando Bloom is fucking sexy, okay? And so are many men.
There's also nothing wrong with being gay.
Based. There's also nothing wrong with being gay, obviously. But I'm not gay. And men are sexy. Some of them.
Even if it is gay, that ain't a problem. Yeah, true. But he is straight.
Yeah.
Just value aesthetic and not have it affect your orientation necessarily. Stronger with a stronger follicle in the center.
False.
Wow, you guys
False.
are going in on his little
False.
his little gappy.
False. Wrong. Wrong.
Wrong. No. Okay. So back to the question. What is a valid way to basically like determine basically what qualities you offer, like to rate yourself and figure out who you can be pursuing, like who's within your dating pool? That's going to be interesting.
I'm not offended, Ali. I was just fucking around. I was just ranting.
Did you hear me?
No.
Again, you didn't hear me at all?
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Thanks,
Hey,
guys.
follower goal.
Follower goal.
Thanks, everybody.
Yay! Cool. Should we immediately increase it so that we only get the satisfaction for about 1 second? Okay. What is a valid way of basically rating yourself and figuring out other people who are going to be within your dating range, basically?
Yes. Okay.
And like they basically were counting this of being like, I'm not trying to be like bigoted or anything. I'm just like actually practically don't understand how to do this.
Yes.
I hope you're still here.
Yes. Okay. This is a hard one.
Is that not it, Zoog? Zoog just screamed no. So Zoog, if we're misunderstanding, clarify. But we'll start answering
Okay.
as
well,
we
if that is
understand
what the question is, it's hard to do that. I also don't know how important it is because some people have requirements or prerequisites that don't at all factor into what you consider into this kind of like hierarchical understanding of attractiveness or value or whatever.
We understood.
And I would say it's never wrong to try. Basically, like there is a real phenomenon that occurs where like some like really attractive people don't get approached very often because people have this idea that like, oh no, they're way too good for me. Not a fucking chance. And it's like the reality is they're actually just waiting for somebody to approach them. That has been my like. It's not always the experience. Some people act like that happens all the time, but it does happen. So yeah, I would say again, it comes to that wide net thing. Approach whoever you want. You'll understand heuristically eventually that you know, certain types of people are maybe not going to want to fuck with you. Yeah, but I feel like he has the dodge that most people have. It feels like people are pretending that looks aren't real until it really does matter, and it is real because it's off looks online now. It's all off looks online now. Oh, okay. I mean, if you're dating online, okay, that's kind of your problem. Dating online is way harder. Dating online is way more hypergamous. If you can, get away from dating online. Like, meet people in real life. I know it's COVID and things, but like, you don't have to kiss on the lips the first time you meet somebody, right? Mask up, talk to people, practice your approach, practice interacting with people. I wasn't trying to dodge your question. I was just saying that limiting yourself based on appearance is not necessarily the best choice. Obviously, attraction will play into a lot of relationships, but I don't know that your ability to grade whether or not like you and someone else are in the same like in the same like weight category is really a skill that is easily like calibrated, right? I think that's something that you learn over time just by like understanding instinctually, sort of. I mean, I guess you could, if you really wanted, you could go onto different online platforms and be like, hey, guys, rate me 1 out of 10. I don't know, go on Reddit, be like, I'm trying to figure out, go on like to some kind of a dating subreddit and be like, hey, I need honest reviews. How how attractive am I? You could maybe use that as an objective barometer, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys still on
I
that
think
one?
that it's all kind of arbitrary. No, I think we're done.
Okay. Do women have a problem dating down?
Do women have a problem dating down? Yes, not all of them, but yeah, I would say it's unquestionable that women don't really want to date down. Like historically, for all of history, it's like women have been treated like objects in the sense that like their marriage has kind of been like a bargain off to a different family, and they're kind of like given to someone of higher status as a prize. Not that that's how it is now, but I would say that generally speaking, women are looking for, it doesn't have to be looks, right? I'm not saying it's specifically looks, but I think most women, it is the standard for them to try and find a partner that they kind of stack above themselves.
Okay.
Not just attraction though. If we're running it down, if we're like considering it just in terms of attraction, I would say that probably more women date down in attraction purely, attractiveness purely than men do. What do you think? Just for attractiveness, do you think that there's more like really attractive women dating not as attractive men, or more really attractive men? Yeah, you'd agree. Yeah. Well, if it's just attraction, I would say it's not really the case. But like
much part, like I think a lot of women don't look for attraction as much.
Physical attraction,
sorry. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I don't know if this is true for casual sex, but for casual sex online, definitely for dating apps. But this shit is fucking different. Dating apps are built different than real life interactions.
They select for looks like, almost exclusively.
I've had lots of buddies that are not very attractive at all, and they slay in like the party scene and the club scene and that sort of thing. Like I don't think that women are this like super fixated on looks in the real world. It happens to be the case online, but that's different. Dating apps, rough.
Yeah. Power, maybe.
Some
women.
That's too simple.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Women encapsulate a vast number of individuals. That includes like even trans women in this case. So what they're interested in is broad. We're talking about like cis women. They generally don't seem to want to date down, particularly when it comes to wages, and that's about it. Because they're definitely willing to date somebody less attractive, because it seems like women broadly don't care about attraction as much. But maybe that'll change. It's
definitely all dating apps and dating sites. Less. Like Tinder is the worst, and like there's a whole lot of different ones that like your metrics can skew a little bit, well, a fair bit. But Tinder is for sure the most extreme. But it just seems to be the case that like in an online setting, looks are like boom, everything. Well, not looks, aesthetic, right? So it's like, are you attractive? That's part of aesthetic. Do you look rich? That's part of aesthetic. Do you look like you have friends, lots of friends? You're gregarious. That's part of aesthetic. Like these sorts of things.
Charismatic.
You appear charismatic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And yes, some women don't want to date men, but we are, in case those who missed you at the beginning, we're trying to focus on kind of broadly cis het relationships, because that's what we are. And we recognize that when dating, it's very experiential. And so I can't really comment on like a trans woman's dating experience, but I will be having lots of different people with different experiences coming on and talking about relationships and dating and stuff like that. So just so it's clear, so people aren't being like, well, like what about like lesbian individuals? And I'm like, yes, but like for this conversation, we're not talking about it because I'm not a lesbian and he's not a lesbian.
Well,
and I've never had experience dating lesbians, so I just don't know.
Can't speak on it. Don't know about it. Yeah.
I try to stay in my lane.
Who is more misogynistic, gay men or straight men? I think gay men, because they hate
women. Holy shit, finger, relax. I've definitely,
I'm not sure,
per capita experienced a little bit more disrespect broadly.
I have no data.
Gayer men, but that's not a guarantee. I don't think it's because they hate women.
Gay cell.
I think it's just because sometimes men are respectful to women for ulterior motives. That could also potentially be what's causing that.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Hard to say.
Is not having sex with women bigoted?
No. Not having sex with women, is that bigoted?
Yeah.
No.
If you're gay and you won't have sex with women, does that mean you hate women?
No. What the fuck? It means you like aren't attracted to women.
I don't know.
We're being a troll.
I don't know.
All right, Brittany Venti.
I don't know.
Get out of here.
I'm joking too.
Just so you know, he's joking.
I hate women so much. I'm gay.
it hasn't been approved yet.
That's funny.
You guys are spurging at this topic. Holy shit. Okay. One comment somebody made was polyamorous relationships can meet kind of those multivariate needs that monogamy can't. Would you agree? Disagree? Any thoughts on?
Sorry, say it again.
Polyamorous relationships can meet those kind of social and emotional needs better because you're not relying on just one person to meet it.
I don't think so. I think physical needs, absolutely. It seems to be the case that if you're an extremely like kind of like sexually, physically, or variety, a person who requires like lots of sexuality and variety, or emotional variety, I guess, romantic variety, sure. I think that could be the case, that like polyamory is the only really avenue for that, since, you know, if you're monogamous and you want to have experience lots of sex with different people, variety, you know, that's not going to work in a monogamous relationship. Nope. Unless you want to be like a really bad person. And
violate the contract of your monogamous relationship.
I think that's like the main area where
hypersexual.
I don't think it's just hypersexual though, right? Because it's like if you can be hypersexual and just go to town with another hypersexual person, like you're just fucking all the time. But it's like maybe it's not good enough to have sex with one person. Maybe you don't even want to have sex that often. But when you do, you want some variety, right? Like this is not the normal. This is not the typical experience. But I think it probably exists. And in which case, polyamory is like your only real option. Yeah, but it seems to be the case that most people don't function very well with polyamory. There's like a small subset of people that are like really built for it, and everyone else is not. That's kind of how it seems to be.
And it might change. I imagine that will like shift as we like potentially culturally move towards that, but it does seem to be the case that a lot of polyamorous relationships break down pretty quickly. Because the reality is like sometimes we just get jealous, and if you're a person who like gets jealous and doesn't want to like share your partner, that's fine. It just means that like polyamory might not be for you. Technically polyamory is not the only form of ethical non-monogamy,
but it's the most common form of ethical non-monogamy. So like, nah. And if you're interested in a different form of ethical non-monogamy other than polyamory, you probably know more about the subject than we do. So
yeah, true.
Other than maybe
we're not polyamorous. So.
Yeah, other than maybe the empirical data, which is that it doesn't work for most people.
I'm speaking mostly from like my experience in talking to my friends who have been polyamorous. And that's about it. Because again, research on like relationships in general is not super great. Yeah, it's really hard to run like data on relationships and stuff because it's just so complex. Okay. How to handle rejections.
Sorry, how to handle rejections? We kind of answered that a little bit already.
Yeah, they said, I'm sorry if you've answered this already, but I just jumped in.
Yeah, handling rejections. Honestly, I think self-work is the only answer. Rejection is a like necessary part of our like social, sexual relationships. You know, like if you want to rely on like a traditional text, like the Buddha came to the realization, the enlightenment that life is suffering. And that's just the reality. There is suffering, and rejection is one of those sufferings that you have to experience if you want to attempt, to receive anything really. And I think it just takes self-work, like find kind of like the philosophical axioms that make you feel valid as a person, regardless of other people's perception of you, regardless of other people's acceptance. Like read some literature on like the Stoics. I think can be really helpful, especially if you're kind of like a neurotypical cis hetero man. They can be really helpful. A lot of people think of Stoicism as like this really like brutish, not feel, not emotion, and it's like, it's really not that simple. But yeah, I think the Stoics can be really helpful. I'm referencing the Buddha because in Buddhism, one of the core tenets is this idea, which is a really wise historical text, which is that suffering is a necessary part of life, and rejection is one of those sufferings that you will necessarily experience at some point.
Enlightenment. You wrote down mewing.
Oh, somebody was talking. A few people are talking about mewing. Dr. K is not the only person that's read any text on the Buddha.
Buddhist text.
Yeah. Buddhism. I don't know. Buddhism is pretty popular.
And just to be clear, this isn't like us prescribing become a Buddhist. This is talking about like narratives that mean something.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dr. K knows a lot about it as well, I guess. But
yeah, lots of people know lots about Buddha. He's kind of one of the most like influential figures in history. Not that Buddha is exactly a historical figure, but
yeah,
one of the most important icons in history.
Yeah. Dr. K invented Buddhism. True facts. Only facts here. You wanted to talk about mewing?
I wasn't relating Stoicism to Buddha. I was saying that suffering is something you'll experience, and that rejection is a form of suffering. Stoicism is one way to cope with suffering. It's a philosophy to cope with suffering.
Can we bypass mewing? I don't really care.
Necessary meaning that it will happen. It will exist. You will come into contact with it.
Of course. I mean, all of you know that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's not a hard thing to argue, because suffering is a pretty ambiguous term. It just means, like, you endure pain, right? You experience something particularly unpleasant. That can be in really major ways or in some, like, minor ways. Like, rejection is a mild form of suffering. It sucks. Doesn't feel
Well, it can be a really horrific form of suffering.
That's true. It can be really extreme.
It just is a form of suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Do you think it's going to be a problem in a relationship if one individual...
Oh, mewing. We didn't do mewing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So mewing is a mouth posture that you learn. There's lots of videos you can find on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of different studies, both supporting and not supporting mewing. One of the problem is that the studies that say that mewing doesn't work are making a hyper-specific claim, which is that mewing does not change the bone structure of your jaw. Okay, that is true. Mewing will not like expand your jaw, but it can change the position of your jaw, just like any posture can change the latent positioning of a joint, right? Like if your shoulders are super rolled forward all the time and you strengthen your back, okay, your shoulders come out, your chest opens up. You can change the position of your joints by using postures. Mewing is a mouth posture that you maintain that causes your jaw to shift outwards. It causes the soft tissue underneath your jaw to retract upwards so that you don't, I mean, I can't even give myself a double chin if I try, but it kind of reduces the appearance of your double chin. It reduces the appearance of the soft tissue in your cheeks, so you get a more gaunt, like erudite. How am I doing it? You get more gaunt sort of cheeks like Johnny Depp, and your jaw protrudes more and gets this more, stop, twist sideways, more of this defined angular shape that comes out and is differentiated from your neck.
Yeah.
Part of hers is also her forward head position, but that's besides the point. So yeah, mewing can for sure change the positioning of your jaw and make it more aesthetically pleasing. There's some data to suggest that having your jaw in this more outwards position is also better for your health, better for your breathing. This is something I've talked to a dentist about. Okay, Saba, okay. You know, I'm slacking on the mewing.
Sab's just going in on you.
I will trim my beard next time, okay? And you will weep. You will weep at the beauty that is my chin and jaw. No, I'm just fucking around. Yeah. Basically, that's it.
Okay. It's actually the Crooks doing a few things. Okay, Crooks, just so you know, I've just got to your question, actually. So if you are not paying attention now, Crooks, can't say people's fucking names. Cruxizug, GG. Cruxis, GG. Okay, we're answering your question.
Crucius, I think. Okay. Crucius, GG.
Okay, so Crucius basically asked, Crux is fine. Okay, Crux basically asked our thoughts on getting together with a partner who, so it's an ex. They've been apart for several years. They ended decently amicably. They've been friends throughout. They've dated other people. What are our thoughts on basically getting back together with that ex? With the caveat of saying, I think anytime people ask very specific questions about their life circumstances, whenever people ask questions like these, we have to be very careful. We can only give you broad general answers because we don't know all the little finicky details within the actual nature of your relationships and your personalities or anything like that. So everything that we say, like, take anything that seems like it maybe will be helpful or an interesting thought to have, disregard everything else, because the reality is we can't really give practical advice that's going to be honed in and precise to you. So sorry.
Oh, there's another channel I should have told everybody about that does like not mewing, but there's this Korean guy that does
stuck on mewing.
That does insane.
Can we go to Crux's question?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So sorry guys. So I guess in general, I would say it's probably worth figuring out why you guys broke up in the first place. And if that is different now, right? So if you guys broke up for a really legitimate reason and it's something that either you haven't reconciled, you haven't changed about yourself, or you feel like it's an intrinsic part of personality and who you like, you're going to have repeat problems. But obviously if it's been several years, a lot of people change, especially if you dated young. People change a lot between like 19 to like 25. Like people can completely 180 and go from like an extreme conservative to like an extreme liberal. Like you never know. And it sounds like you guys have maintained a decent friendship. And so in general, I would say like you probably know better than we do. But analyze what caused you to fall apart and make sure that that is different now. Otherwise, it's inevitable that it will probably repeat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this will probably be my most spicy take of the whole thing. I don't think I've ever seen an example in my life of two people that had like a turbulent relationship that didn't work out, coming back together and having it work out for the better. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I think it absolutely can.
And that's assuming this relationship's turbulent. Which,
yeah. I've just literally never seen two people fall apart and then come back together and have it be anything approaching positive. So like
I've only seen it in cases where it's a decently amicable splitting. They split because of like schooling, like something unrelated to personality, came back together and it worked out just fine.
You won't let me be spicy.
Oh, sorry, you want me spicy?
I'm just kidding. Well, kind of. Yeah, just be real fucking careful and err on the side of this is not a good idea. Always be concerned about it. It would be my opinion. Like don't like reject it outright. Play everything by ear. Everything should be case by case, but be really careful. It seems like it doesn't work very often in my experience.
Yeah. Okay. So one question, basically, if it was asking what we presumed. I don't know if this individual is still here.
It's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor.
It's also not mental health advice because it's relationships, and
I actually don't think
mental health field covers relationships very well at all.
Everyone should get a prenup. IMO. Prenups are good. Especially
if you have like valuables between us. It's hard for like really young people to get prenups because it's like there's nothing to outline of who goes to who, because what do you have? You have like your dad's old Chevrolet and like a crappy credit card. So really young couples often don't get prenups, but it's probably worth, once you start actually getting assets between you as a couple, to set some sort of like not a prenup, but we
have a Discord. Sorry.
We do have a Discord, yeah. Just type !Discord. I can throw it in for you right now.
Yeah.
But it's a good idea, like, once you start actually having assets between you two, that it's probably worth establishing a contract. I don't want to know what it's called after you're married, what kind of agreement you can come to.
A postnup.
A postnup.
I don't know.
But I'm pretty sure that there is some legal agreement you could come to after you're married as well. But yeah, if you have the items beforehand that you care about at all, you should get a prenup. In fact, prenups are predictive of relationships working out longer, actually. Not hugely predictive, but it's decently correlative.
Would it just be a nuptial agreement?
I don't know. Or just like a contract of goods? I don't know.
I don't know.
We'd have to look into it. We clearly haven't done it. Probably should at some point. There's negative.
Oh, it is actually called a postnup. Okay. Base. Oh my gosh. How am I so fucking smart? How am I so smart?
I'm getting a postnup. I'm going to own Twitch. As Viv felt, Twitch is my space now. I own it. And I'm going to write that in my postnup. If I write it in my postnup, does Twitch have to give me all of Twitch?
Probably.
I think that's facts.
As long as it's notarized, right?
Okay. There's a clarification from Crux. There was negativity for sure, but it was never toxic to the point of destroying our mental health. It was more just at the time having drifted apart personality-wise.
Okay.
Then, yeah, maybe. Just make sure you think about, like, are your personalities going to drift apart again?
Yeah.
Basically. Why
Yeah.
did it, and has something changed? Because
Yeah.
if nothing's changed personality-wise, past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Yeah.
the rule of thumb in psychology.
Yeah. And as like a what's the word? A practical sort of way, I find it's really good to like not assume that you're like the special case every single time. Like err on the side of I am probably the heuristic.
statistic.
I am probably the statistic. You might not be. And so don't like, hope for the best, expect the worst sort of thing. But a little bit less doomer than that, but kinda.
This question was asked, I know we've said it before, but quickly, what are great ways to meet new people that isn't online dating?
Oh. Have you ever heard of bouldering?
Indoor climbing.
So fitness activities are really good. Co-ed fitness activities. Whether
Volleyball
that's
teams.
Yep. Any kind of a community co-ed sport that's like super casual but fun, as long as you're at all open to doing physical things, it's just the best. Running clubs, stair climbing clubs, hiking clubs. Bouldering is the fucking mecca. The mecca for singles. I'm telling you. If you're not already bouldering and you're single, just go. Start climbing. It's fun as fuck. And there's tons of beautiful, really nice, super down-to-earth people there. Bouldering is just indoor climbing. Basically, you have these big 4-foot kind of like 2-foot foam mats that you stand on top of, and there's walls around them, and so you climb like 15-20 foot walls, so you're high enough that no matter how far you fall from, you're not going to get hurt probably. And you only need climbing shoes, and which are like $100 at most. Well, not if you get an entry level pair. And you have to pay for the membership, so it's not that expensive. You can go all the time. It's super fun. It's sustainable fitness. It creates a lifestyle of fitness without even having to go to the gym. So do it. And there's lots of beautiful women there that are super nice and down to earth. Fucking based. Go bouldering. But yeah, any kind of sports co-ed gives you an opportunity to meet other people.
I have not had nearly as many people really delightfully shoot their shot as when I go to bouldering. And I'm married, so it sucks for them. But I've had a lot of men approach me, and it's always been in the most, like, it's such an easy way, because in climbing a lot of times, people are sitting and resting and watching others climb. So it's super easy to just sit near somebody, strike up a conversation about the problem that's ahead. But you don't have to be stuck to them, because you can go off and just climb a problem, and it's an easy exit for everyone. It's actually, like, bouldering is like the mecca for singles. It's so good.
Mecca.
You're all getting, like, fit together. You're sweating. You got a little bit of that misattribution of arousal because your heart's going faster. I've had a lot of people delightfully shoot their shot. Just to be clear,
Mecca.
I'm not meaning that. I'm meaning
not pumped up kicks.
Yeah, I'm meaning people trying to like ask me out on a date, and it's always been like in a really, really like easy to engage with way. And the like exit when I'm like, oh, usually I try to be like, I'm really, really flattered, but just so you know, like I am married. But again, I appreciate you like approaching me. It's really easy to like chat a little bit and then go your separate ways.
Yep.
So it makes rejection a lot more smooth
Yep.
as well, because you can be like, oh, okay, super fair, and then walk away and be like, but go and like climb a wall somewhere else, so you don't have to like linger awkwardly in the apple
You should look,
aisle.
Malachite. Look it up. Bouldering gyms near me.
Bouldering, indoor climbing.
You know,
It's
it's
climbing
getting
with
pretty-
no ropes.
it's getting pretty popular.
It is popular because of all the climbing documentaries.
Yeah.
Um,
And millennials love that shit. Oh my gosh, they fucking
and
love
Gen
it.
Z. There's a lot of Gen Zers into it.
Nah.
Millennials are
No.
old.
No.
We're the youngest millennials that you can be.
No.
Okay. What is an unexpected struggle that we had first moving in together?
Ah. Sorry, why did I just put that in my mouth? That's fucking gross.
Yeah, that's gross.
Probably the like weird gender dynamic thing. Probably, yeah. Or
You should probably explain that.
I mean, well, would you say that that's what it is, or?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
the interpersonal dynamic.
So basically, me and Erudite have this kind of weird issue where we're both very much, a man from a gender perspective and a woman from a gender perspective, but I have a lot of very feminine sort of emotional
Like
characteristics.
Traditionally feminine.
Like I'm a really big softie. I'm really kind of like
Emotive,
emotive,
relational, motivated.
and relational, and I'm a huge people pleaser. and things like that. A bunch of different kind of like typically feminine sort of characteristics. Enabler. Yeah, I'm a big enabler. Beta.
Sava's going
yeah, true.
in on
I'm
you.
a beta male. No, if you seen these fucking guns, dude, how you call me a beta? I'm a fucking Omega Chad, dude. You don't even know. You don't even fucking know. Yeah, anyway, so a lot of like really feminine characteristics, amazing. And so those really clashed against a lot of erudites, kind of more masculine characteristics. She has a lot of typically masculine characteristics. She's very kind of like success oriented, money oriented, wants to be constantly improving, changing and adapting, and optimizing, and kind of like things need to make sense on a very much like a logical level for her emotions to kind of be acceptable, sort of thing. Or like, so would you say that's like accurate enough?
Yeah, like I feel like I definitely like try to justify my emotions. Like it's not just like I'm feeling sad, and it's like why, and it's like because I'm feeling sad.
It's like that's
I try
not
to
good
like
enough.
I try to like morally justify why I'm feeling way, which I notice a lot of more traditional. It seems to be a more traditionally masculine thing to do.
Yeah. Whereas a lot of women are just kind of like, I am sad.
Yeah.
And other times like, I am feeling kind of crazy right now. It's just emotions. It's fine. Emotions are fine, which is fine.
Yeah, I kind of grew up like with like not a super healthy relationship, I think, like with my mom and stuff, so it caused me, I think, to like reject a lot of like more traditionally feminine things, like for myself. So yeah, navigating that was really difficult because like we said, traditional advice for standard man-woman relationships didn't work really well for us, which is why we like both of us have a really big like heart for like trans individuals, LGBTQ, because like we're not really part of that community, but in a lot of ways like traditional gender roles and gender information didn't work for our relationship at fucking all.
The cis-het gender box.
And so you have to like make a new fucking rule book.
Yeah.
And it's hard to figure that out on your own, especially when like we were both pretty fucked up people. So like we weren't just trying to like figure out this relationship, but also trying to be like, why am I so damaged, you know? Like, just, like, looking through, like, childhood stuff, like, things that you inherit that you don't even realize. I'm not talking, like, trauma necessarily.
I grew up in a homeless shelter.
He grew up in a homeless shelter. He grew up with, like, parents who were, like, working constantly to, like, give to, like, vulnerable, difficult populations and kids, but would come home and were too tired for their, like, kid and stuff like that, and an only child. Whereas I grew up in, like, a much more different family
and
dynamic.
So I was raised by the internet, by 4chan and Reddit. Not really, but kind of raised by the internet, which is why I'm an incel now. I'm not married, and I'm actually just a paid actor.
True.
And that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I'm not actually married. What age are we? We're both 28. No, you're 27 now.
Yeah, I'm 27.
You're 27.
You're
I'm
28.
We're like 11 months apart. So yeah, that was a really unexpected difficulty of living together, because when you don't live together, these interpersonal dynamics don't get nearly as exacerbated. That's the main thing you need to think of when you're about to cohabitate with someone, is any interpersonal issues that you have a little bit right now will be tenfold because you don't really have space to get away. Especially for us, we lived in small apartments most of our beginning of our relationship. So
I lived in small apartments almost my whole life.
Yeah, so we literally had no space to get away from each other a lot of the time, which just like aggravates all the things.
I'm tapping my knee. Hey, no.
Do you want me to take it?
No, I'll just stop hitting myself.
Okay.
Because it's annoying people. Sorry about that. I think Red Penny asked about my parents and stuff in the homeless shelter. So my parents were both basically like minimum wage staff that lived in and worked at the homeless shelter. So they didn't run it, but they worked at it. And I just happened to be, you know, like everyone else in the homeless shelter was not staff. They were like homeless people being given like transient housing. And there's like a soup kitchen on the main floor. Weird.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, next question is, do you think there is a risk of exploring sexuality casually too much? Specifically, what if you discover a fetish of yours, or like a kink, like a must-have? So a fetish, at least clinically, a fetish is like a must-have. A kink is like something you like, but you don't need it to finish. So say you discover like a really unique fetish that immediately limits. Like, do you think that there's a legitimate risk to casual sex causing this precise problem?
I mean, probably that's the problem of any sort of of sexualization, right? Like more introduction into sexual spheres, more exposure means more probability of developing these things. Not that there's anything wrong with these things. The problem is that our society is not particularly sexually open. Like, not that any society is particularly sexually open, but we still are benefiting from the fruits of the Protestant work ethic and all of the sexual repression that's kind of like tangled into that, right? That's baked in. So I think probably it does cause friction because some people are not going to be interested in your fetishes or your kinks, and that will limit your pool if it's a prerequisite, right? So I don't think it's a bad thing, but it obviously I think can cause friction for you. It will limit your ability to cast the net wide, so to speak. So what's up to you?
Yeah. Okay. Do you think that there is a necessary baseline that you should have?
See you, Retro.
Bye, Retro. Do you think that there is a baseline that you should have before you start dating? So they gave the examples of like, should you have your basic hygiene figured out? Do you need a job? Do you need to be like decently like have like school, job, something like that? Like, what are the baselines that you should figure out? And they kind of caveat that with like, how do you prevent that from like issues with issues of basically people maybe trying to avoid dating to like continue bettering themselves?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I think it kind of depends what you're looking for. Like, I think there's nothing wrong with trying to build and grow yourself on an interpersonal level with somebody, like looking at a partner as someone who's like a partner in growth as well. I think that opens you up to a lot more risk though. Because if you're going into it with the expectation like, hey, I'm a messed up broken person that hasn't found themselves and they're a messed up broken person that hasn't found themselves, and let's try to find out ourselves together and with each other and perhaps in each other, that causes a lot of potential risks. Like, what if you two both grow and progress into different people and then you can't get away from each other, right? Because there's too much of that connection and that too much of that history that you're not willing to let go. You might kind of like build a relationship that neither person can leave, but that is not making either person happy. So I think there's risk involved in that sort of thing. I don't think it's wrong though. It depends what you want, right? And this is what I think all relationships come down to, is like, it depends what you want, and can you have someone else that fits into that mold healthily. Just like I went into dating with the kind of the notion of like, I want to be like a pretty painting. I want to be the best version of myself that I can possibly create beforehand, and then I want to find someone who's going to love that and cherish that and really value this thing that I have created, not just for myself but also for them. And I want to build a future with that basis. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think you can go either way, but that's what I kind of arrived at. And so I think you have to kind of ask yourself what you want out of a romantic relationship.
How do you be present when you're like talking to your partner, engaging with them?
Try, basically. It's like,
This was in relation. They kind of talked a bit about like theory of mind stuff, but.
Theory of mind. Theory of mind in what way?
Theory of mind is here, I'll look it up for you.
Okay. Yes, we're all messed up Rogan people at the end of the day. We're just Joes. We're all just average Joes marching through life.
So it's a way of understanding people by ascribing like a set of mental traits to them. So like, as you get to know somebody, you might be like, oh, they seem conservative, they seem to be shyer. So you like begin to ascribe like an identity of that person in your mind to try to understand them. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think
meta?
I think it comes down to just effort, and at the end of the day, I don't fully understand the theory, but I think it kind of just comes down to like effort and repetitions, right? Like, I have ADHD, and so I have a really hard time focusing, and so I've really built my ability to focus despite my predisposition towards hyperactivity and dysregulation, those sorts of things. So with a person, it's just like, okay, I'm going to try to be here right now. I'm going to try to listen because this matters. And it's like, if you tell yourself that sort of thing, you'll get it, and if that's something that the person needs, then you really should work on it, I suppose.
Okay. Next question is, can old people change?
No, they've got too much plaque in their brain.
Oh my god.
They can't change. Their brains are fixed. They're pruned. They're stuck. No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, definitely. I mean, probably erudite is a better one to answer this. I would say it super simply. Yes, old people can change, but it's harder. Descriptively.
Zug, I saw your question, don't worry. Based. How is it different than empathy, theory of mind? It's a little bit different because it's not so much like having an empathetic response to somebody. It's about having like a mental picture that's as close as possible. I'm trying to show off the dog.
Yeah. Freya.
With her garbage.
You're a garbage dog. Throw her another one. Okay. Freya. Oh, French fry. Wow.
Dugas. Yeah. So, can old people change? It seems to be the case that like some level of neuroplasticity remains for most of your life. Can I do this?
Okay.
Yeah, I am just more familiar with it.
Acceptable.
Okay. Sorry guys. That's our dog. It does seem to be the case that old people can change. They tend to be a little bit more resistant. They tend to so as you age, you tend to decrease in your openness to experience, which is one trait that's going to predict whether you're like more willing to change. It also seems to be that you maintain some level of neuroplasticity, but we're kind of still in the beginning stages of understanding neuroplasticity and how it applies. Geriatric research is only kind of somewhat popular, so and it's not an area that I'm deeply personally invested in, so I wouldn't be able to say that I have like a ton to comment on. Somebody asked what the best date was between Nick and I. I can tell you my favorite date. It was recently. We went to the area. So we live in a really small town, and there's a bunch of like natural parks and just forests and stuff that you can go through. And so we took the dog, and we brought steaks and cast iron. We're both like pretty outdoorsy people. We both worked at like an outdoors camp for a couple of years, so we built a fire together and cooked steaks and had like a steak and like salad meal, except we didn't actually have the steaks because they weren't thawed enough yet. So we had but luckily I'd brought enough for us to have lunch and supper, so we had sandwiches instead, and they were super good.
That was good. That was a good date.
And we just like hung out. It was super fun. We don't really do many dates in the winter because the winter sucks, and during lockdowns we couldn't go like skiing or snowboarding and stuff like that. So and we were dirt fucking poor.
Fucking love snowboarding.
So this year has been financially tough. Well, last 2 years with COVID, because he's a personal trainer, has been tough for us. So
True.
A lot less adventures have been had as far as like we just really like the super outdoorsy stuff, and it's pretty expensive.
By the way, so if you're interested in online personal training, I do that. If you want a personal trainer that cares about you,
how dare you plug yourself on here?
That'll build a personal program tailored especially for your needs, that has nothing but experience and love in his heart. Come to our Discord. Talk to me. Let's train together.
Okay. Really good question by Danana was, what is important for interpersonal clashes?
What's important? I think that interpersonal clashes, I think it's really important that both of you are interested in creating an outcome that serves both people. You know, this phrase that me and Kyla like to use, which is outdoing each other in love. So it's like approaching interpersonal clashes as though you're both playing a game and one of you has to win is really destructive for the long-term viability of your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. I think it's a lot more beneficial to view both of you as teammates playing a game, and the enemy, so to speak, is kind of life. That life is something that you need to, it throws challenges your way, and you need to succeed in spite of it. And so trying to outdo each other in love, trying to outdo each other in love, and trying to maximize each other's agency while doing so. That is what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not easy. It's very complicated.
Yes. Another thing for interpersonal relationships, it is really difficult to navigate.
Hello, Anna.
to navigate interpersonal relationships if you don't know yourself very well and your proclivities. I think emotional regulation is something that's probably, you guys can ask us, you can, I wouldn't say like anything, keep it TOS. Keep in mind that we're just talking about relationships in general. This isn't like direct advice necessarily.
And it's not therapy.
It's not therapy, yeah. So interpersonal clashes. Okay, emotional regulation is really tough. I don't think we teach emotional regulation very well in a very like dominantly Western culture. Particularly, it seems that like stuff and explode seems to be one of our favorite modalities of emotional regulation, which just by the way is not emotional regulation. Thanks for the cheer, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for the 100 bits. 1,000 bits. Thanks for 1,000 bits. Thanks so much.
Very kind. And so in general, like a really good way to begin improving your ability to navigate interpersonal conversations is to regulate your emotions. So emotional regulation, I really liked, there's a process of therapy called ACT therapy. It's acceptance and commitment therapy, but they have one model of emotional regulation that I really, really like, which is basically, you kind of have two dials for emotional regulation. You have your tolerance dial, so how much emotion you can handle, kind of like a volume button. And then you also have the actual level of emotion that's being experienced. And the goal of any form of emotional regulation is to increase your tolerance so that you can experience Rage Pope. Thank you for rating.
Rage Pope, that sounds familiar.
Everyone say hi to Rage Pope. Trash Goblins.
Hi, Rage Pope. Hi, thank you for raid. Thank you.
Thanks for raging. We're talking about relationships, specifically emotional regulation right now in relationships.
Yes.
Welcome. Okay, back to ACT. I don't know if Rage is in here themselves, but hello, welcome. Thanks for chatting. Okay, welcome Rage, folks. So, Rage Pope, yep. Basically, the goal of good emotional regulation is increasing the level of tolerance so you can experience an emotion but not be driven by it, right? That's what we would call like emotional regulation. It's not about not feeling the emotion. It's about being able to tolerate a certain level of emotion and still kind of make decisions about how you'd like to present in that moment. Another technique of emotional regulation is having like healthy ways to express that emotion. In general, emotion needs to be expressed in some way. Whether that's through an externalization or an internalization. So like you could consider like crying might be an effective way, rage sprinting when you're angry, stuff like that, right? Part of emotional regulation is just learning more or less what we would say socially appropriate ways to express your emotions, which obviously is going to vary by culture as well. And so in interpersonal clashes, it's a really good skill to figure out when you're getting to the point where you're no longer able to engage anymore because you're so emotionally upset that you're past your tolerance threshold. Because no good interpersonal conversation comes out of those states. Because a lot of times when we're really, really emotional, we say shit that we don't mean. In those moments, it's really important to catch yourself right before you're past your tolerance tip. So it takes a bit of like figuring out where that line is for you, and it's going to be different for everyone. And you just do timeouts. Timeouts are super, super, super important for interpersonals. You can always come back to something. You don't have to just fix your situation like fucking now. Okay?
Now.
Okay. Interpersonal clashes, good? Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Good question. How is, as a couple or in a relationship, do you negotiate? Did your last question get in? Yes, I did get it in, Zug. I got it. How as a couple do you negotiate if you have different sex drives?
Ooh.
Good question.
That's difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I think the negotiation kind of comes down to every single relationship, right? Like, I think hopefully, in theory, you guys are both like relatively meshed and you've done enough discovery to know how much kind of like sex you want and like the edges and of your sexuality, and your partner's done the same. And also that both of you are on like a similar page and like equally yoked, so to speak, in that area. That is like the ideal, but of course, not everything is always ideal. I think it really just like comes down to the boring answer, which is like conversations, like thoughtful conversations where both of you are being vulnerable, both of you are trying to outdo the other person in love and come to a, you know, an end goal where both of you can be happy. And the reality is like, you don't need your partner to feel sexually gratified necessarily, right? Like somebody said, do it yourself forehead. Like there's validity to that for sure. I think it's not that simple, but yeah, make the problem an object to be solved and work together. Be open. Try to maximize your partner's agency. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's like about negotiation. So if you're a lower drive individual and you have a much higher drive partner, being willing to basically like do certain sexual acts out of like love for your partner, and like doing it enthusiastically, right? Just don't be like, oh gosh, fine, I guess I'll give you like, you know, I don't know what we can
Very
say.
well.
I will bless you with this hand, right? Like be enthusiastic about it, but like have a different approach of like you're doing this to like loving your partner, and also negotiating like
There's
what
only
forms of
one
sex
type
to,
of eel.
be it.
Okay.
Thanks, Danana. That can work for your relationships, right? Like sexual gratification doesn't always have to look like missionary, you know, all the time, like one way. Like it can look like there's a lot of different ways that you can like explore sexuality, that you might be more or less willing to as a low drive person that can meet some of the needs of a higher drive partner. Obviously in ideal situations the couples are like perfectly matched, but I'm dubious to like what extent that actually happens all the time, in large part because your drive is going to fluctuate too, right? Like in general I'm a low drive person, but like I've heard like sometimes different where women are on the cycles. Like some of my friends get like a lot higher drive at certain like periods in their cycle and a lot less of a drive. If you're super depressed, you have a much lower drive than you normally would. So the reality in any like longer term relationship is there's always going to be these negotiations going on, and they're going to have to change and ebb and flow based on where each partner is, right? If you've just had a baby and like you're fucking still healing down there, you probably don't want to engage in lots of it and you're tired all the time, right? So negotiating that and then being like, okay, well we need a certain amount of it, because it does seem to be that like a healthy long-term relationship also seems to have decently regular sex. Obviously in a polyamorous relationship you're going to have to negotiate that times two, so you're going to have to talk with the whole, like depending on how you organize your polyamorous relationship, what that looks like, what level of sex is okay with everyone. Just again, it's going to be communication times two. Sorry, I know it's just the basic answer of communicate, but that's the reality. And like it's not a bad thing to like give sexual pleasure to your partner, even if you're not super in the mood to it, and you can get yourself to be like, I'm excited to do this because I like my partner and I like making them feel good. Do you believe in true love?
No, not in the very like airy fairy like oh sort of way. I think there's like, you know, if you look at it in a really like mathematical perspective, there's like when it comes to probability, there's like a partner that you could live your life with, where you'd be like the happiest possible. And so trying to get as close to that, and living the best relationship with that person that you can is like obviously optional, but it's like so esoteric and like up in the air. It's not really meaningful. But basically I would say effectively no, I don't really believe in true love. I think relationships are something that you build, and partners are people that you find, and that just trying to be the best with each other as you can, and knowing who you are, knowing who the other person is like all there is really to it. I kind of describe it this way. I think relationships are a transaction where the currency is love. You know, that it's like it's something that you build, it's something that you work together on, it's something that you put effort into and you get reward out of. So that's my take.
Okay, yeah. Just writing something down. Okay, somebody asked me questions about like, is it natural to have orgasms at this age? I'm going to give you an obnoxious answer, which is, to be honest, I'm not like a sex specialist. That's not exactly my forte. I've dedicated most of my own personal education to psychometries, like more statistics and a little bit more foundational neuroscience and stuff like that. And then theories and practices around like clinical psychology. So to be honest, it's not my specialty, but I'm going to say Robert Sapolsky, a Harvard lecturer, or Yale, an elite university regardless, is on YouTube, and he does have a whole talk on human sexuality. I don't know if it's going to answer your question precisely, but he's going to have a way more information in depth than I ever can.
That was Robert Sapolsky, right? Yeah, Robert Sapolsky.
Robert Sapolsky, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure if I don't... Well, hello, Melina.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, we have had couples therapy.
Did you like it?
Did I like it?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's hard. I think couples therapy almost necessarily puts you in a situation where puts you in a good situation, where it sets you up to look at things in a really kind of like impartial way, but also feel validated even when your partner isn't able to validate you. So I think it sets you up for something really positive, and it's something that is really necessary because of the way that our society is kind of developed. I think that our couples therapy or relationship therapy was not as helpful as it could have been for like a lot of different reasons. And I think shopping around for the right couples therapist for you and your partner is really important. It's not just like a, okay, clock in, clock out. This is going to be great. It's something that you gotta find the right person and be in the right situation for. But I think it's helpful no matter what, as long as you're both working at it.
Yeah.
Changes the framework. Sorry.
A lot of marriage counseling is going to be like, here's the trick, is marriage counseling is like super psych magic, because not only does the psychologist have to like really get into the brain of you, but also your partner, and also all of the infinite intricacies that are going to happen between you two, and like tease it apart. So a lot of it seems to be coming down to, in my experience, in like, I personally I probably would never do couples counseling myself. When I've talked to coworkers who have done couples counseling, a lot of them hate it because it's really, really difficult. If you find a couple counselor that works really well for both of you, you've basically hit a gold mine. Like, fucking hold on to that shit, because that's dope. If you have the money to basically like look around to lots of different couples counseling options, that is definitely something that I would recommend to finding like the right match. Because I think having a therapist who kind of just gets both of you is just like, they're not all going to be able to, regardless of the techniques, and rapport is a really, really big part of any effective therapy. And I think it's just so much harder when there's two people, because you have to have really good rapport with two people instead of one.
And I think ultimately too, like, therapists are just people at the end of the day. And so some therapists have some people have a pretty narrow view of what relationship is and what it should look like. And if your relationship doesn't fit into that box, that can be really challenging. If it's the therapist's box, that is, it can cause a lot of problems, I think. So yeah, find the right therapist, but marriage therapy is definitely good. Or sorry, couples therapy.
Yeah, and to follow up, you asked if couples therapy is harder to do than one-on-one.
Yes.
Yeah,
way harder. Way harder.
More frustrating, because it's like, so we really benefited. Our couples counselors sometimes did like 1.5-hour sessions with us instead of an hour. That was so much better, because an hour-long session, there's just not enough time for both people. I've done like not couples counseling as well, but family counseling with my mom, so just the two of us and a counselor. And our therapist was actually really, really excellent. She always made it an 1.5-hour, because it's just so much more time for everyone. Really credentialed people. A lot of times, so example with my mom, in that situation, it did end up being kind of a situation where it seemed like one person needed a little bit more therapy than the other, because a lot of our interpersonal relationships were coming out of somebody like needing just to do a lot more self-work. So there's no easy answer, and it seems like couples therapy is going to be, I'm going to be honest, it's a lot less researched. There's just a lot less rigor behind it. It doesn't mean it's garbage. It just means a lot more of like testing and trying multiple people. Do you think it's harder or easier to date the older you get?
I mean, probably harder necessarily, because like, I mean, we've kind of talked about this a lot, but with dating, it seems like one of the best practices is to kind of like cast the net wide and kind of select from there, be choosy but open, more or less. And it seems like, as you get older, the options are less. The flexibility of people seems to be less, generally speaking. So like, I'd say probably it gets harder than easier. That would just be my take on a kind of lower resolution level.
Yeah. One thing that actually we benefited from more before we did couples counseling is we actually saw the same counselor and got each individual counseling, and that was actually like so much better. And we regret switching into the couples because for us, the therapist was actually really good at getting us both as individuals, but it seemed like she couldn't get our dynamic as a couple.
Yeah.
Again, because I think if you have our therapist was a little bit older and much more used to, I think, like, she was more rural because we live in a small town, so very traditional relationships, and she just, like, it didn't seem like she could get past, like, she knew that we were pretty, like, unique individuals and didn't have, like, kind of standard gendered relationships within ourselves, but she couldn't seem to, like, apply that very well. So that's always an avenue to look at. Some therapists won't do that. It's definitely, like, ethically gray to, like, have two clients that know each other and be seeing them each individually, but that was actually better for us, and we kind of regretted switching into couples. So there's no perfect answer, unfortunately. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Also, Melina, your husband is beautiful. I love that man.
Well, Melina's beautiful too. So.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm going to pose the next question. How to prevent negative sentiment override. So this was a question from Zug. Zug, I rechanged your words to a concept in Psych called negative sentiment override, which is basically what you asked, where you see the positives and negatives in partners. That's pretty normal. But sometimes you see a lot more of the negatives, and sometimes those get so salient that you can't even see the positives in your partner anymore. We call that negative sentiment override in couples counseling land. How do you get over it?
Negative sentiment override?
Yeah.
Space, honestly. We had a little bit of that go on kind of like in our relationship when we were going through rough patches, and I found that the biggest thing was like have room, have space. It's like say look at it this way, right? Like when you're experiencing anxiety with something, you really need to get away from that fucking thing, right? Or the kind of like the Ouroboros cycle just continues, like the snake eats its own tail. And you just like keep getting more anxious and more anxious and more anxious. It just ramps up. It gets worse and worse and worse. So I find step one is trying to build some distance, deal with your kind of cognitions, right? Your thoughts around it. Are they valid? Are they helpful? Are they you? Really, and from there, kind of like doing the self work. But initially, I would say if you're getting a lot of negative sentiment override, get distance first, get space, look after yourself. Yeah.
Space was good when we got into like negative sentiment override. Space was good for us, like very good. Hard, really, really hard, but really, really good for us. The big issue is that, like, if you take space, you want to take enough space for long enough. So if you separate like completely, you need to separate for a while, like a while. So you probably need to, recommended statistically 7 to 9 months if you're going to go for a separation. The likelihood that you guys come back together after any separation is decently low, but that's kind of statistically what seems to be the case. Of has the best effect of the couple still working out long term. So yeah, that's what we would recommend. Negative sentiment override. A lot of challenging, a lot of like letting go and forgiving, which is like very nebulous words that mean nothing but also mean everything. Yeah. Working on yourself.
Yeah.
For us, a big one was just working on ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, self-work's always based. Just do it all the time.
Yeah, what probably like fixed our marriage was working on ourselves.
Yeah.
Like that was, it wasn't, we didn't have a marriage problem. We each had individual problems, and then when we put them together, they just triggered the fuck out of each other, and it just didn't work.
Just clashing.
Yeah. Are y'all religious? Are y'all religious?
I'm going to do the Jordan Peterson response. Well, what do you mean by religious?
You did his voice pretty well.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. What do you mean by religious? What do you mean by religious? What is God to you? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, so I would describe myself as, I suppose, yeah, it's easiest to say religious, but like the way that I practice my faith is very different from the way that a lot of other people practice their faith. Like, you know, if you have like fundamentalist sort of belief, super dogmatic, super rigid, super firm, I'm on like as far as the opposite side as you can kind of get. And Kyla's pretty similar. I'll let her speak for herself, obviously. But I believe in kind of like the spiritual on a very like metaphysical levels, kind of like, you know, in the form of like archetypes and stories, and we live out the past in certain ways, not in a literal way, but in a metaphorical way, that sort of thing. If that answers it.
Yeah.
And so I look for truth in lots of different practices, right? Like dominantly, I would say I have a like Christian faith, but I also really really like to dive into like Taoist Buddhism and Hinduism and all sorts of other beliefs. I think there's lots of value from all sorts of cultures and backgrounds and that sort of thing. Go ahead.
I'm getting a lot of questions about my plant, mostly.
Also, drugs can be spiritual too.
Yes, my monstera, very happy. I don't know how much light it gets, but it gets enough that it's very, very happy. Have you done therapy with psychedelics or any other kind of drugs?
We haven't.
We have not.
But we talk about it.
We talk about it. It seems to be decently efficacious. It seems to have mixed results. It seems like psilocybin has broadly not as strong results as something like
Show
DMT.
monstera.
Oh, this is the
I'm trying to show
this
the
is
monstera.
Henry, the plant.
Henry the monstera.
I'm definitely not opposed to inclusion of drugs. I don't really view psychedelics any differently than like SSRIs. Obviously, they're deeply different drugs, but I think like in general, my practice with you do MDMA together to talk. Yeah, I mean if it works, yeah, because it like drops the inhibitions. The main thing is like the drug, in my view, should be benefiting the therapy. So like if you've got a client who's so anxious that they can't get into the office or they can't like really open up in therapy, the benefit of putting them on an anti-anxiety in that case is that they might come to therapy more often and they might be able to engage and tolerate therapy better, right? So that's usually how I view drugs, is like it should facilitate healing. If they become like over relied on, then I become concerned about that, right? Ideally, the goal traditionally with meds is the client goes on it, they get therapy, they can come off of it eventually.
Have you guys found any other substances that kind of help as a facilitator for like interpersonal discussions besides MDMA? Like, have you guys tried with like other things like that, or now we're interviewing, but I'm really curious.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, who gifted?
I don't know.
Oh, Anonymous. Thanks, Anonymous. I love that movie you were in with the guy with the mask and the mustaches. That was a great movie.
You're talking about Anonymous? Yes.
The movie? No, the movie's V for Vendetta. I was making a joke that like Anonymous is it. Yeah, sorry. I knew the movie name. I was just being stupid. Sorry,
I'm a deeply academic. I'm a normie academic.
Hey, thanks, Billy.
You want to get into houseplants? Any tips for beginners? What should I start out with? Have a gay brother who was dating a botanist for like 5 years. That's the most effective way to get into plants.
That's the best way.
He started my monstera, and that plant over there, and another plant you can't see. That has been my pro technique, and then every time my plants start to die, I take pictures of them and then send them to my brother. So not the best one to ask for advice on plants. Do they all have names? Of course they all have names.
No, they don't.
No, just this one.
Only this one.
This one's Henry.
He's the only one that's big enough to give a name.
Yeah, but I'm very proud of Henry. All I say is that when marijuana was decriminalized in Washington, it allowed medications like Marinol to be used for patients. Yeah, I'm not super like pro drug abolition and like war on drugs.
Very against it, really.
Yeah, I'm very against it.
Yeah. War on drugs was bad. Listen to what's that guy's name? What's the guy's name that talks about the war on drugs all the time?
CTV.
Wolfpack. Oh, yeah, CTV. Listen to CTV about the war on drugs only. But only listen to him about that.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, somebody asked a question a long time ago. I hope you're still here. It's about, and they felt weird because they have this issue where basically they said their therapist described them as conventionally very attractive.
Okay, based. Very good.
Well, they're running into issues where they're working in a pretty female-dominated sphere, and they get hit on a lot by...
Are they a male?
I'm assuming so.
Okay.
They get hit on a lot by married people.
Oh, okay.
And it's very uncomfortable for them, and they feel really guilty because they're not baiting people, they're not trying to flirt, they're just like being polite, doing their job, doing stuff. And they recognize that it sounds very douchey to be like, I'm just so beautiful, it's so hard. Yeah. But I think that there are like legitimate issues that come with being like traditionally attractive, or even just like, it seems to be that some people just attract the fuck out of everyone. My best friend is this type. She's had men serenade her in multiple facilities, which is very strange. I've never personally experienced that. She just, people always fall in love with her, which is dope for her, but also very awkward. So how do you basically navigate? Should they feel bad for basically like being conventionally attractive? They're not trying to like tease people or lead people on.
Don't feel bad, please. You know, it's like, obviously it's not as simple as saying like, Nick told me so. All the guilt is gone. But yeah, I mean, I think the reality is that like, if you are kind of, like you said, conventionally attractive, and you do have people kind of like up in your DMs regardless of what you do, it's just the reality. It's just going to happen. I think that we've developed a really like kind of dangerous philosophy and conversation around the idea of like leading people on. Like you can lead people on, it is possible, and you can do it inadvertently, right? But just because people are interested in you doesn't mean that you're leading them on. It's not that simple, right? I've had a little bit of trouble with this, so with like different people being like really attracted to me and not wanting to be like, you know, at the first hint of like any sort of like tension, being like, hey, relax, I'm not fucking into you like that. You know, I don't think life needs to be like that simple or that black and white. People can just like have a crush on you. Like you've probably had a crush on a teacher, or you've known of someone who had a crush on a teacher, and of course that was never going to work out. It probably didn't crush anybody's self-esteem or blow up anybody's marriage or anything like that. I think it's just one of those things that happens, and it's not the end of the world, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they did clarify of being like it seems to be like demonstrably impeding their ability to make friendships because they want to like just hang out with people.
Sorry, I missed that part.
And they're like, but just as friends and not on a date, and then the person feels rejected and awkward, and then the person might get like bitter, being like, well, I wasn't even assuming that, even if they were. So they just get put in like really awkward positions of just having like platonic positive relationships.
Yeah.
Obviously you have an edge if you want to get into a romantic relationship,
Yeah.
but platonic relationships might be more difficult.
I mean, yeah, I think maybe this is one of those situations where it's like you just try to drop the hints and the context clues, because unless someone like really isn't getting the hint, I don't think it's like the best thing to do. Just be like, hey, look dog, I'm not fucking into you. Like you don't need to go like in necessarily all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like dropping things about like if you're interacting with someone like that, talking about like, oh, you know, like I was seeing this girl the other day, or I was seeing this guy the other day, and like talking about like, you know, all the memes about how you've heard people like describe the friend zone. I think those are totally fine to kind of drop. But obviously, if someone's not getting the message, which many people don't, it does ultimately come down to like, hey, like, look, I'm sorry, you know, we have to define this relationship a little bit. I don't feel that way about you, especially if you're in a monogamous relationship, and I'm not interested in destroying that monogamous relationship. But I think it can cause a lot of friction, especially in a workplace, if you're like stiff arming people right away, especially if you're misreading their intentions, right? Like, I think there's nothing wrong with being upfront, but it can cause you a lot of conflict
and awkwardness. You might be somebody like me, like I get really uncomfortable when I'm like in a relationship where I can tell that people are like attracted to me and I'm not attracted to them. I'm a person who I get really uncomfortable with it for some reason. I don't know if I would anymore. That was only when I was single. Now I think I'm just too obtuse to notice. I think if people are attracted to me, I don't notice at all. Unless it's like really obvious.
Yeah.
But I found like now that I'm in a relationship, I've gotten way more comfortable. Like I'm friends with people at the bouldering gym who are like, I'm really attracted to you, and I'm like, cool. I'm just, you know, like I'm married and I'm platonic. So I'm not platonic. I mean, I'm not platonic with you, but I'm monogamous.
Yeah, it's always super funny when I come to the gym too, and then they meet me for the first time. It's always so awkward. Well,
they're like, well, I'm taller.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, exactly.
Of course, it's bouldering. So many thirsty guys. Yeah, but they're like fit, and they're probably like decently successful. I'm telling you, bouldering, man. Oh. It's a singles dream. It's a singles utopia. Okay.
Yeah, they say they're taller, and then I climb a V6, and then they feel bad. They feel really fucking bad. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, cities to move to in Canada to find a partner.
Ooh, cities. Not BC. Not nowhere in BC, probably.
Well, probably move to cities that broadly have the culture that you like the most, because then you're going to find a partner, because people tend to want to stay in the cities that you find them. There's not a lot of people that are super open to moving. I'm not saying that's not always the case, but broadly people have their work, their family and stuff, and they don't want to move. So yeah.
Yeah, cities. Holy shit.
I've heard Vancouver's dating scene is rough. Lots of really fake people.
Yeah, I would say like a specific city is really hard to say. like kind of like Kyla was kind of saying, like probably try to find one where the dominant culture is like relatively similar, or where it's a culture that will like mesh with you as a person, sort of thing. So like if you're like super duper conservative and you love your traditional values, probably don't go to Vancouver. Probably a poor choice. If you
Edmonton.
yeah, if you're super conservative, okay, Calgary, Edmonton, pick one.
If you really like the oil industry, Calgary,
yeah,
Edmonton.
true,
if you like
true.
sports, hockey
Yeah,
especially, Calgary, Edmonton.
Yeah. If you want to meet like, oh man, there's so many specifics. Like if you want to meet like a really, if you are really into kind of like standard sort of metropolitan girls, fuck, where was Juicebox living for a while? Do you remember? Was it Halifax? No.
I don't know. Toronto?
No, it wasn't
Toronto?
Toronto. It wasn't Toronto. Okay, so this is a very niche piece
How
of
does he
information.
know all these cities? Because we have to learn Canadian geography in school.
This is a very like niche piece of information. If you're Canadian, okay,
We're Canadian,
was
by
it
the way.
specifically Canadian?
Yeah.
What cities? Okay, if you're Canadian and you want to find like a standard metropolitan girl, go to one of like the more fucking like hodunk provinces like Saskatchewan, like go to Regina or Saskatoon, because there's lots of metropolitan girls that are looking for a kind of metropolitan guy, and all the guys want to do is fish and go mudding and shit, and so those prospects are just zero. They're just like dead in the water, and so you can be the one shining light of
True.
metropolitan beauty in their lives.
Canada City tier list.
Yeah.
Genius. This is straight scientific fact, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
Clip it and ship it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Otherwise, probably size is the biggest thing, right? Like Toronto, you're gonna have the most. Thank you. In Toronto, you're gonna have the most people.
I just wiped my face on you, but you're welcome.
Oh, I thought you were giving me a kiss.
No, I wiped.
Well, that was almost endearing, and then it was just gross instead based. Fuck yeah.
I think somebody asked. I think it was Melina asked. We've been together for. We'll be married for 4 years in August. Yeah. We dated for 1.5 years before we got married. So.
Yeah. So that's quick.
Yeah.
So
It's too quick for us, but
yeah, it was too quick.
We figured it out now.
I want to be clear. I don't think setting like a really specific like timeline on when you go, like depending on the person, right? It's a case by case basis. Like I think 1.5 years is not a terrible amount of time. It's not like, oh my goodness, what a shotgun wedding sort of thing. I don't think that's necessarily the truth. But for us, it was definitely too soon.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. Too quick for us.
Yeah. Hey, but it worked out. We're here. Year 2, that's the fucking rough patch. On the other side. Past it.
When you say metropolitan, do you mean a city person?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Oh yeah. When I say metropolitan, I mean like a city person as opposed to kind of a country person. Like in Canada, a lot of the provinces and a lot of the cities are like
diametrically
opposed. Yeah. So you'll have cities that are like they're a city, but like they're a real fucking country because there's no really big city anywhere, so they haven't developed that culture. And then some where it's just like, holy shit, all metropolitan. It's just like New York. It's just like LA sort of thing.
We LARP. It's LARPing like
we LARP.
LA.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And then a lot of them are in the middle, and like places like Saskatchewan and cities like Regina are like that, where they want to be a city, but some of the people do, some of the people don't. The guys are all country, and then the girls are all city.
A country boy.
Country boy.
Okay. Dana Hannah asked a good question. Dan Hannah. It's banana, but Danana asked a good question about how do you actually know when you're maxing out on your emotional tolerance. Good question.
Well, what do we mean by emotional tolerance exactly?
So remember those dials I gave where you've got like a set point of your emotional
you just
tolerance?
go ahead then. I don't know anything about this.
I would describe it. Okay, I'm going to give you very much an experiential description. It might not. It might not be.
Okay. Bye, Anna. Stay safe.
Yeah. It might not be what works for you, but I'm going to give it anyways. So what worked for me for emotional tolerance, where I tell, is that's like, I don't know if you guys have ever like quickly gone underwater and you like have that moment where like the sound changes. It like emotionally feels like that. Like emotionally, it's like suddenly your ears are submerged, and we're not going to be mean to Anna, by the way, to people who are like being like, okay, we just let them go. It's fine.
Tranquil breeze.
Tranquil
true.
breeze. So yeah, I find the emotional tolerance, it literally feels like my ears have submerged. And I know that's probably not the best description, but it's just like, I can feel like I'm at the point where suddenly like I'm no longer thinking straight. So it's like, I've kind of learned that like pre-stage. So like I notice like I get a lot of tension in my chest. I kind of get super, super shaky. A really big cue for me is my thinking starts to really slow down. Like I get really, really stressed out and like mentally slow down. So that's probably like some of my biggest cue for myself.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know if I do it. I don't know if I get like mentally, or sorry, emotionally like overwhelmed. Do I?
I'm sure you do.
I don't know. Like it
I think
doesn't really.
Everyone has an emotional tolerance.
Well, yeah,
threshold.
maybe, but like, I don't know. Maybe it's like elements of like dissociation type thing, but like I don't really feel like I have that really. Like I get burnt out like energetically and like, I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know.
I feel like your cue of like shutting down is like you just like you can't do it anymore. I feel like I can see it on your face when you get past your threshold.
Yeah.
Your face gets a very like existential, hopeless expression.
Yeah. I
It's
just
just
never
like-
feels like it's like an emotional thing. Exactly. Yeah, maybe. I'm probably just stupid.
So like physical sensation, yeah. For me, it's the mental start slowing. Like the moment I can like notice my thoughts slowing down a lot, I'm like, okay, I'm probably getting past it. Probably time to stop. And I think at this point, I've just kind of figured out more by intuition when I'm just before that stage. It's just a skill that you have to grow in. Why do thought blocks happen? There's lots of reasons. Attention sometimes. Like sometimes it's just hard to maintain your attention to something. When you're trying to like think through really complex systems and thought processes, you have to be like using your what we call like system 2 thought process, which is just like very intentional thinking. It's the type of system you might use to like figure out math by hand. If I told you like what is 121 divided by 6, you'd have to like follow a sequential step that requires a lot of attention and step-by-step processes. The same with like thought processes where you can just get blocked by not like being able to attend to it. Emotionality is going to cause blocks because in general we see like as your emotional centers fire more and more, your cognitive centers fire less and less. So yeah.
Cool. I don't know these things.
Balancing people pleasers. We have,
Balancing?
yeah, so there was a question about if you guys have any more questions, and we're going to do this for like 10 more minutes.
Sure.
Okay, we'll do this for like 5 more minutes, and then we'll probably end. What does my husband do for a living? He is a personal trainer
I'm a personal trainer
and a massage therapist,
and a massage therapist. So,
which is nice for me.
if you would like personal training, I do provide online services. Please come to the Discord. If you want to train with me, let's do it. If you want a trainer that cares about you, that's ready and willing to build a dedicated, personalized program specifically to meet your needs, please. Help you, help me, help you, help me. Sorry. So fucking stupid.
Holy. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to tell something that they're being based. Can't train a beta. Massage therapy
You
for
can
animals?
train a beta for sure. Massage therapy for animals is fantastic.
No, they're saying you're a beta.
Oh, I'm a beta?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a beta. I am a beta. That is what I am. You think you're... I'm way more beta than you. Sorry, Haas reference.
Yeah.
Beta.
Any more
Sorry, someone's
questions?
asking what kind of personal training. Like personal fitness training. I'm a corrective exercise specialist and a powerlifting coach and massage therapist.
Yep. All right. What do you think about having 2 people in a couple? They are both people pleasers. How do you balance that? People pleaser? How do
2
you
people
balance
are
that? So
people
imagine 2 of you.
Yeah.
How would you
in a
balance that?
relationship? Holy
Yeah.
fuck! I don't know. Because I'm a big time people pleaser. I guess probably. To some people, this might sound unhealthy. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's like a solved answer for this. But I think having the other person very aware of the fact that you're a people pleaser and doing their best not to like take advantage of your kindness or take advantage of your like over predisposition towards like sort of help and those sorts of things. So having like a mutual understanding, right, that like everyone's got a limit, everyone's got a threshold, and trying to like, you know, put a cap on it, so to speak. So not taking too much, not receiving too much, and having your partner be that accountability, since, you know, your predisposition is having a hard time with that. Obviously, like, you can always answer self-work, but I think this is an area where partners can be really helpful for each other, perhaps, is being that accountability in that way, especially since you both understand it if you're both people pleasers. That would be my hypothesis.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not our dynamic. He's the people pleaser. I am not. So, we didn't really have that issue. We had like the opposite issue of like a people pleaser. I wouldn't really say that I'm like a tyrant necessarily,
No.
but he would give a lot, and I feel like I tend to give, I would say, much more like balanced, probably normal amount. But there's like this disparity because he's giving so much that I like feel bad, but it's just not my inclination. And then he's not feeling like it's given to. So that's been something we've definitely had to navigate, of him like taking care of himself more and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This couple probably never. Why is Allie so angry?
I don't know.
This whole time
Allie's
going
Allie's
in.
goes in.
But I watched my Dr. K debate with Mr. Girl. He's just
Could be.
mad.
Could be.
Guess what? Y'all are wrong.
About what?
Everything.
Dr. K?
Everything. Just everything. All things. How does a beta become an alpha? Stay mad. Exactly. It is okay to be wrong. It is okay to be wrong about the fact that ethics in psychology are much more black and white, not as black and white as we want to think they are. Once you put them into practice, it becomes extremely difficult to navigate situations, because even though you're taught verbatim what precisely you maybe should do, you come across situations where it seems like there are multiple ethical things always in tension with one another. And yes, of course, there are things that have been ethically violated on Twitch sometimes.
I mean, Allie, if you wanna ask, you can. Like if we ever have sex, you know, you can just ask.
It's weird. I don't really know
I
why.
think it's that weird.
I don't know why you care, mostly.
No, I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask a couple,
Really?
like not like randomly, but if we are talking about a relationship, I think it makes sense to like, hey, do you guys have sex? Like, I think that's understandable, you know.
It just feels like they're not asking with a
Oh,
genuine
no, of
heart
course they're
like,
not.
hey, I'm
No.
just curious. They're just being like, losers probably never touch grass. That's mostly how it seems.
No, exactly. That's why I was saying, like, you know, like if you just want to know, you can ask. Like, that's okay.
JW4.
It's a safe space here.
Yeah, I do still want to be friends with Mr. Girl.
No, don't comb Freya with my brush.
Sorry.
My fro comb. Okay, next question. What's that?
That's it.
Oh, we're done. Okay, any more questions?
Thanks, Allie. He eased up on us. We gave him enough head pats.
Ooh, uh-oh. Allie's backpedaling. Cotton 4K. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Just kidding. What were your first thoughts when you saw each other? I thought he was a dumb gym head.
Yes.
I thought
Gym
he was
head.
A gym head. A gym bro. I thought he was dumb. That was a very dumb gym bro.
Oh. Yeah, true.
What did you
what
think?
you thought. What did I think?
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, that girl has like out of this world confidence. Holy shit, I'm a quest. It's questing time.
And I was judging him. I was like,
Yep. Yep.
What an idiot.
And then I said the word proclivity, and you were just sunk.
What was the process of learning to like him? Yeah, he said the word proclivity. So we were on a canoe together and chatting.
Should I just tell the whole story? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Go ahead.
We were on a canoe. We were chatting. He was answering some questions I asked, and he said the word proclivity. And I just have a weakness for like good vocab.
Diction.
I like diction. There's no correlative with anything. It's just something I like. I just find it attractive. That's it. So he said proclivity, and he said that he immediately noticed me like sit up, become 30 times more engaged with the conversation, and I was like, proclivity? And then he like defined it for me, and then I was like annoyed because it's like, I know what proclivity means. I'm just surprised you said it.
You didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, I did.
No, you literally asked me. You're like, proclivity?
Yeah.
What's that? Is that like predisposition? I was like, yeah, basically the same thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So I did know what I meant because I guessed correctly what it was.
No. Wrong.
Anyways, and then the rest is kind of history. He
Oh,
pursued
yeah.
me for
I
a
never-
while. I was pretty hot and cold. He would text me about Freud because he hated psychology and he knew I was in it. And he would like ask me about like dream analysis,
Yeah.
classic stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Mansplaining.
Yeah, true. It's true. Women do love diction. Yeah, I never said my favorite date, which was that. You know, it wasn't really a date exactly, but I consider it a date. So the first time this whole thing where we're talking about like the canoe, right? So we worked at a summer camp for like at-risk youth sort of thing, like kids in foster care and that sort of stuff. And so halfway through the summer, we were on a canoe trip, just counselors, all counselors out kind of like in the middle of nowhere on this glacial fed lake. Glacial fed lake. And so we were all canoeing. And this is when the whole thing, like the proclivity thing happened. And like when she kind of realized like, oh man, this guy's such a hunk sort of thing.
True.
And so basically what happened is, so we're out canoeing on this glacial fed lake, but we didn't realize that it's actually super fucking dangerous because there's mountain ranges on either side of this lake. And like I said, it's fed by a glacier. So it's freezing fucking cold all year round. And so micro currents can bring little weather, like weather whatevers into the valley really easily. And like the weather can just kind of like change like that and be like super, super intense and drastic. And so it was like super bright, sunny, really nice. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, fucking thunder, lightning, clouds, wind, just clouds covering out the entire sky. It's like super fucking dark and there's shit like lightning crackling and all this sort of crazy stuff. And the wind was getting so intense because it's a valley, right? So it's like got this bowl. So it was getting us like 2 or 3 foot waves on a river while we're in canoes, which is like the craziest fucking thing I've ever experienced, which is saying something because my camp program was taking a bunch of teens down a river for a week straight. And so I knew how to canoe, but this was fucking wild. And so all of us counselors are kind of like canoeing our way around, and it's just like an absolute nightmare. Like if anyone fell out of their canoe, they would die. You would get hypothermic and die before you were able to swim to shore.
In fact, we knew about this risk before going, and that's the reason why a bunch of people didn't want to go to this lake specifically, because it's like known for these micro environmental like shifts.
We didn't know
and
about
we were like, woohoo, whatever.
Yeah. I didn't know about the microenvironment. I just knew about the glacial fed, how fucking cold it was or whatever.
Oh, I knew about the microenvironments too.
And so we get all the way out. We're like 3 hours out or something like that, 2 or 3 hours out, and then that's when the storm clouds roll in, and it's just fucking a nightmare. And so we're like trying to canoe back to our campground, but it's like the waves are just like smashing us, and it's fucking wild. And Kyla barely knows how to canoe, and so halfway through we're like, okay, you are not able to steer this thing properly. We're gonna need to get up. You like crunch down in the middle of the canoe, and I'm gonna step over top of you. We need to swap because you cannot turn this canoe well enough.
I'm not gonna control it.
So we had to swap because you can only steer from the back. And so we like for like 2 or 3 or 4 hours or something, we're kind of like trying to canoe back to our campsite. And partway through, I'm like, okay, this is way too difficult. The wind is pushing against us. We're gonna have to go towards shore, but you can't turn sideways in a canoe onto waves because that's gonna jackknife you and you're gonna flip. And so I would basically like stand up in the canoe and like try to read the swells and see where the river, the lake, is getting like kind of more calm. And so we'd like turn sideways, try to canoe towards shore, and then go straight and back and forth. Eventually made it back. Nobody died, thankfully. Very touch and go though, seriously. And then she loved me. She fell head over heels.
No, then I was hot and cold, which I know is terrible.
Moral of the story: if you want to get married, if you want a girlfriend, save their life. Very simple, very easy. You know, you're hypothermic, take off all your clothes, give it to them. Show off your body. Very easy. Simple solution. So that was my favorite date. But yeah, it was not that simple. She was very hot and cold for a very long time. It required a lot of pursuit, but you know, it worked out.
I was the worst. But then I asked him out, so you know, it all worked out.
Yeah.
Save your life, now my wife.
True. Accurate.
There you go. Based.
Yeah.
Okay, last question.
Yeah, don't take off all your clothes in front of a girl unless it's to save her life. That's the one. Not all your clothes either.
Okay, last question from.
Oh, I should have clarified. Sorry, that I took off my clothes so you would be more.
I was
warm.
hypothermic.
Yeah, you were getting sub-hypothermic, and so I was giving you more clothes.
Yeah.
And a lot of us ended up
And he
being
was just
sub-hypothermic.
like super hot for some reason. He was just a furnace.
Yeah. I was like one of the only people that
Masculine
wasn't.
steam.
Yeah, I was one of the only people that ended up not being like pre-hypothermic or hypothermic afterwards. It was really weird.
Yeah, and then we met our friends in this like forest of greenery, and my like one like little like wilderness friend was able to like start a fire of just like green fucking twigs.
With like soaking wet fucking green wood.
twigs.
That was wild.
It
that
was
something
wild.
else. Fucking Chuckles. What a madman.
Yeah, he is a
Jeez.
madman. Okay, we're gonna do the last question for tonight from Saba Rice. After you've mocked Nick's jawline for so long, we'll still answer your question.
True.
When do you know? How do you know when to give up or when to continue to pursue someone?
Ooh. What do you think? You go first.
You're the master of pursuit.
Okay, fine. How do you know when to give up? I think the most important thing is, in this case, to know what you can take, because regardless of how bad you want a relationship or how bad you're interested in pursuing someone, if it's gonna fuck up your life, it's not worth it, right? No potential relationship is worth like blowing your fucking shit up and throwing all the rest of your life to the wind. So I think knowing how much you can handle is very important. And beyond that, from the more practical perspective of like when there's no hope, ask other people. Right? Ideally, you know people that are like in your circle, like you know their friends, they know your friends, and people can see you interact with this person at least a little bit. And try to get it from them. Like if you can't read it from the person that you're pursuing, if you're not getting it from them, try and glean something from their friends. And so it's like if you kind of ask them some leading questions, like, "Hey, like, do you think this person like it would see me in this way or anything, blah blah blah, whatever." And it's like, "Oh yeah, of course, she loves you. You're amazing. Oh, you guys have been together so long, whatever. You guys are so cool." And it's like it feels like kind of like dripping with like sympathy. Okay, probably a good sign it's not working out. Maybe you want to reconsider. If you can't, obviously, like ideally you can just tell from the person themselves. Yeah, but if not, yeah, try to get input from other people, whether it's your friends that see the two of you interact, people you trust, or their friends that see you interact. That'd be my barometer.
I think in general, like the friends is a really good recommendation. Like there's people in your life who know. Good night. Do shark. Yeah, I think if you like feel like the person is worth it, like he pursued me for 6 months, and it worked out for him, at least thus far it has. But for somebody else that like might not be worth it, it kind of depends. I think it's like worth giving somebody that you think is really special a shot, but definitely like you shouldn't waste a lot of time or a lot of money, especially. You shouldn't like give up your career for them and stuff like that, especially if it's not even certain if it's going to work out. Sometimes people just have shit going on and they're not ready for it, even if they're the right ones for you. So we definitely don't want to say like no to pursuit. There's something like that can be really like special about that relationship, but also we don't want to say yes to pursuit, because sometimes people waste a lot of time on people that are never ever going to be reciprocal with them, and that sucks. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys. Who should we raid?
Oh, is Bryce streaming?
No.
Cringe. He's never streaming.
Do you guys want to go over to Mr. Girl? He's digging up some drum.
Raid Mr. Girl. Okay. Goblin raid. Everyone, remember, Scream Goblin, Goblin raid.
Trash Goblins.
Trash Goblins. Goblin raid, Trash Goblins. Yeah. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
We are goblins. That is what we are. You could never be more goblin than me. Did you send it? Oh, it's not in it.